Chapter 3240. Boom. One swing of that hatchet was enough to change the ebb and flow of an epic. It represented the supreme of an epic. Bam, bam, bam. The armored giant staggered backward, destroying the landscape beneath. One could see a scar on the giant's fist now. Remember, the corporeal zone was one of the 9 heavenly treasures. However, the hatchet still managed to leave a mark, a testament to its prowess. Buzz. The armored giant exuded a golden light that eventually condensed into a top layer. The thing seemed to be cast from gold, a sign of indestructibility. Indestructible diamond physique. Another form of the corporeal zone. Senior, why must you interfere? Immortal Emperor Tian Tu's voice came from the giant. Old Ghost's involvement caught them completely off guard. His appearance was a big deal since he was someone who had fought the heaven before, an epic lord. They weren't on the same level in the slightest. Their race had several emperors, but this was far from enough. The only thing that allowed them to resist the old man was their peerless heavenly treasure. I'm afraid I've made a deal with someone else. I'll kill all of you and take the corporeal zone. The old man smiled. Kill him. Bloodhand Butcher commanded, aware that a peaceful negotiation wasn't possible. The emperors and experts of the Ming poured all of their might into their heavenly treasure. Rumble. Indestructible diamond, furious immortal, sacred spring physique. The appearance of these physiques resulted in violent quakes across the 9 worlds. The corporeal zone was unreasonably heavy already. The activation of certain physiques made it even heavier. This increase didn't stop at all. The 9 worlds wouldn't last at this rate. Oh man, the spectators were in awe at the sheer size of this giant. Break. Old Ghost attacked, not wanting to see the corporeal zone fully activated, or it would be hard for him to suppress it. Clank. His hatchet's gleam became as bright as snow. Its bright was intense enough to pass through the world barriers and reach the other worlds. Take it down. Lin Shaoxian and World Guard True God also utilized all of their arsenals against this artifact. They knew that if the ancient Ming were to get this corpse and refine it, they would be able to rise again. The 9 worlds would fall into darkness once more. Boom! The monstrous power nearly destroyed the surrounding area. The 9 worlds weren't faring well against the shockwaves. Fortunately, the countless Dao runes that have appeared earlier were tying the worlds together. Otherwise, nothing but ashes would have been left. Old Ghost looked unstoppable with his hatchet as he attacked the giant. Even the other overlords were amazed by his power. His heroism didn't wither with age at all, still as domineering as the past. All in! The Ming members roared, pouring all of their vitality into the giant without holding back. The longer they lingered around, the worse the situation would be for them. As long as they could escape with his corpse, they would be able to return one day and feast on the inhabitants of the 9 worlds and the 13 continents. Rumble! The armored giant's strength crazily surged. Eventually, all 12 immortal physiques became one. This was far more terrifying than an immortal emperor possessing all 12 at grand completion, hundreds of times stronger. What a shame. This isn't the previous epic any longer. Your corporeal zone hasn't opened the new page. Old Ghost watched the armored giant becoming stronger than a dozen emperors before commenting. Clank. He raised his resplendent hatchet again. By this point, everyone knew that he could kill these emperors with one swing if they weren't hiding in the giant. Boom, boom, boom. Unfortunately for him, the ocean up above started gathering lightning bolts. It only took a second before a waterfall of bolts went straight at the old man. A while ago, it was fully focusing on the primordial tree but couldn't take it down. It decided to split its firepower into 2 sections now. Screw your sister, villainous heaven. Activate the defense. Old Ghost cursed loudly and commanded. Boom! His burial ground became dazzling and built a massive wall above him. Rumble! The lightning bolts struck the wall, resulting in violent vibrations. Meanwhile, the primordial tree seemingly turned into a maelstrom to drag in the lightning bolts. This meant that it was attracting the majority of the tribulation's firepower. Nonetheless, the barrage hitting Old Ghost was still strong enough to make him stagger. Most importantly, more tribulations were forming in that ocean, bright enough to deter all gazes. That's an incoming heavenly execution. The overlords of the burial ground grimaced at this sight. Take him down now. The Ming forces saw the opportunity and mustered all of their strength. The armored giant unleashed a world-destroying blow straight at Old Ghost. This could be a chance to kill him while he was suppressed by the tribulation. Loud explosions ensued as the old man fiercely swung his hatchet and released a tornado at the giant. He knew that time was of the essence since a heavenly execution was coming down for his head. Unfortunately, the tribulations lowered his offensive potential, so the giant had the upper hand. Boom! The stars exploded from another blow as Old Ghost got repelled. Damn crow! Do your thing now or I'm finished. Old Ghost was feeling it from being attacked on multiple fronts and yelled. Buzz! Each inch of the land in the 9 worlds started resonating with an insane force. Laws assembled and rushed to the sky like a tsunami. The lineages of many emperors joined in harmony. Imperial auras ravaged the area as majestic figures appeared. Emperor Min Ren, Empress Hong Tian, Emperor Tun Ri. Old ancestors around the world shouted. This was towards the end of an epoch, and people have nearly forgotten about these invincible emperors. Now, their Tao avatars have shown up again. The laws eventually formed a spear capable of taking on any foe and killing immortals. 9 worlds evil subduer. An ancestor who had seen this weapon before bellowed. It killed everything in its path back then. A colossal pair of wings appeared after the spear. It blotted out the 9 worlds and let a terrible shadow. Dark Crow. The overlords in the burial grounds shuddered after seeing the wings again. Oh. The members of the ancient Ming turned pale, including great characters like immortal Emperor Tian Tuesday. This existence massacred their race back then, forcing them out of the 9 worlds. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3241. The Dark Crow was as stubborn as a leech after so many years. It still had roots in the 9 worlds. Some overlords stared at the sky and started contemplating. The possibilities left them with chills. Clank! The spear slowly descended into a beautiful hand. This woman stood on top of a hill, looking supreme with her fluttering golden hair. People couldn't help but stare at her with admiration and awe. Night Yearn Butterfly King. A powerful ancestor recognized the woman and shouted. She's out again. People were shaken because this title was a legend. Who would have thought that they would be able to see her again? Boom! A divine light erupted around her after she grabbed the spear. Numerous halos emerged to push up the 9 heavens and create countless weapons. The emperors of the 9 worlds sent their auras into the spear in the next second. Disintegrate! She shouted and threw the spear straight at the armored giant. Space crumbled along the path of the spear. Emperors and immortals would still fall to the might of this spear. Boom! It instantly struck the giant's chest and stayed there. No! Impossible! The Ming were shocked at this sight and bellowed. Remember, this giant was actually the corporeal zone with the indestructible diamond physique activated. Nothing should have been able to break it, yet the spear was obviously stuck in the giant. Once they looked down, they found that the zone was still fine. The spear didn't actually penetrate the giant's chest. Clank! 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 Iron chains suddenly emerged from the spear and coiled around the giant. The other end of the chains pinned to the ground and started absorbing the power of the 9 worlds. Rumble! The giant started crouching from being dragged down by the empowered chains. Up! The emperors of the Ming shouted, but the giant wouldn't move. They turned around and saw that the man controlling the giant, Bloodhand Butcher, had been crucified. Ancestor! They cried out, aghast. ZZZ! The body of the butcher started melting and changing. Once the light dispersed, a young face took over his. Dark Crow. Even immortal Emperor Tian too staggered backward in astonishment. It's my body, get the hell out. The melting figure suddenly changed back to the butcher's initial appearance. Alas, the law pinning him down started engulfing him, so Li Qia's face appeared once more. No, this is my divine intent sculpted into you. Li Qia's voice answered him. No. The butcher bellowed. The form kept shifting between the butcher's face and Li Qia's. The butcher was the real target of the spear. Due to a profound law and special circumstances, it was able to traverse through the corporeal zone. It served as a key to unlock the real secret behind the butcher's body. Finally, the butcher was completely eliminated, revealing its true form, Li Qia. A terrible realization dawned on the Ming. Their great ancestor was only a divine intent from Li Qia. Yes, no one else knew this secret except Li Qia. The divine intent itself had no idea. The real butcher was killed long ago after Li Qie took everything from him. He then carefully crafted a divine intent into the butcher, then imprinted the guy's memories and instincts into it. Thus, the intent always thought that it was the real butcher. The only way for this secret to unravel was with the help of the spear. A peerless law contained in this weapon was the key to unlock it, instantly destroying the butcher's essences and memories and reverting it back to Li Qie's divine intent. It's a trap. Immortal Emperor Tian too rushed over. When the butcher returned, the emperors tried plenty of methods to figure out the crow's scheme. However, the butcher seemed as normal as can be. There were no hidden laws or arts imprinted in him. Moreover, millions of years have passed and the butcher was exactly the same. He was still the supreme bloodhound butcher, their insightful ancestor. Now, it turned out that this was just the pinnacle of duplication. The entire ancestor was fake. They had no idea how much effort it took for the Dark Crow to create this perfect copy. It required years and years before this divine intent became a perfect copy. In fact, without the spear's involvement, the divine intent would go on to be the real butcher forever. It's too late. Li Qie grabbed the spear as the emperors lunged forward to kill him. Boom! The corporeal zone dissolved and was dragged down to the earth by the powerful chains. People saw the emperors from the Ming running away. Alas, the spear manifested in the sky again and started piercing through them. Ah! They screamed as their blood gushed out from the wounds. Rumble! Meanwhile, the tribulation that has been building up above finally descended. I'm leaving! Old Ghost shouted before jumping back into his burial ground. However, the tribulation still followed him and ravaged the place. Mountains there exploded in a shocking manner. The other overlords took a deep breath, thinking that Old Ghost might have been reduced to ashes if he lingered for a bit longer. A while later, deafening blasts erupted above the blue azure. Everything seemed to be falling apart. The spectators became blinded by an immortal light despite the distance. Rumble! Numerous gigantic corpses began falling down all over the 9 worlds and 13 continents. So strong. Will he really be able to kill them all and change the course of history? One dark overlord took a deep breath and murmured. These dark overlords certainly didn't like this. The return of a triumphant Dark Crow would spell the end for them. 1. C to miss / to yearn, plus Yi, night, plus Dai, butterfly, plus Huang, king. Could have been Night Wish or Night Miss. Night Wish sounds better than Night Yearn, but the meaning isn't quite as exact. I think Night Wish is actually the best. I'll read the comments and see. King here is gender neutral. Chapter 3242. The world broke down along with the Grand Tao from this apocalyptic world. The destruction far exceeded anyone's imagination. If this battle occurred in any of the 3,000 worlds, that world would instantly turn to ashes. The actual battlefield existed above the firmament and far away from the 3,000 worlds. It wasn't a part of the 5 elements and the regular cycle, only a mere empty shell. Explosions detonated but no real damage was being done. There was no time and space here in the first place. No living beings could survive here outside of the great creatures. Li Qie stood there, bloodied from top to bottom as if he had just gotten out from a pool of blood. His body was mangled and lacerated. His rib cage was smashed to pieces. His forehead was forced open, crushed arms and shoulders. His wounds would terrify anyone right now. It seemed that just a slight touch would make him crumble. Nonetheless, he acted as if they were no big deal, still standing upright. Unfortunately, there was no recovery from these wounds, not even with a full-body rebuild. Broken weapons and top artifacts scattered on the ground. Spirit stones had their essences extracted, becoming useless in the process. The expenditure of these resources and weapons was a sign of the great battle. It didn't only belong to Li Qie but also from these dark entities. Some corpses were there as well. After dying, their corpses needed to be refined or they would fall into the 3,000 worlds. They couldn't linger in this area outside of the high heaven. That's the reason why the lower worlds kept on experiencing the calamity caused by their descent. Li Qie had killed numerous by this point. Of course, he needed to pay a heavy price during this fierce battle. By this point, he was completely surrounded by gigantic figures. Naturally, the one still alive paid a heavy price as well. One had its head split open, another lost half of its body, the last was almost torn apart. These beings were colossal, able to touch the sun and moon with their hand. Li Qie looked like an ant in comparison. Nonetheless, he could still take on 10 of them alone. Among them was a being around the same size as Li Chia. He was the only one with a humanoid form. An old man. He wore a hemp robe, old and tattered. One would mistake him for a street beggar. He was skinny down to the bones, clearly lacking food and nutrition over the years. His eyes sank deep into their sockets, similar to a corpse. However, his 2 eyes would occasionally flash with an all-devouring light. Emperors and progenitors would be devoured down to their last bits right away. The other gigantic beings didn't dare to overstep their bounds in his presence. Chomp! One of these giants was chewing on a bloody piece of flesh, then said, "Tastes really good." It then glared at Li Chia. Yes, it was eating Li Chia's flesh. However, Li Chia didn't give a damn and only focused on the old man. This old man was the strongest among them. He didn't have a name and Li Chia didn't ask either. The others simply referred to him as Old Geezer. He's the one who left the most wounds on Li Chia. The faint voice at the beginning of the fight was his. Time does not flow here. Who knows how long it has been since I've been injured? The old man said. Despite his dreadful nature, his left shoulder has been the victim of a saber thrust with blood gushing out. Nonetheless, this little wound didn't matter compared to Li Chia's current state. Don't worry about the injury. I'll kill you soon enough. Li Chia didn't grimace once, still looking confident. You do have the power to do so. The old man had a feeble tone, seemingly on the verge of dying at any moment. One wouldn't believe that he was capable of swallowing 3,000 worlds in one gulp. I'm afraid you won't have the chance though. We won't only kill you, we'll divide your everything afterward, not wasting even one scrap of bone. The old man continued. One could imagine this weak old man chewing on Li Chia's bones after hearing his threat. Say this again after you take me down. Li Chia smiled. We're starving. One colossal existence shouted and interrupted their conversation. The others also focused their glare and salivated. I want his Dao heart. Another asserted. His true fate is mine. One more swallowed his saliva. I only want the primordial will. A different one tried to restrain its hunger. The old man raised his hand and all of these existences immediately stopped speaking. He clearly possessed great authority among them. I respect a worthy foe. Say your last words. The old man stared at Li Chia as if he was already a dead man. No need for that. But it's a shame that I didn't get to see that person. Li Chia remained nonchalant. All the existences here became silent right away, slightly raising their brows. They didn't know fear given their power, but that person was special. Even the old man changed his expression. Don't be surprised now. I thought he would be here. Li Chia gazed around this massive world, but there was no sign of this person at all. Perhaps. The old man wasn't very certain. His expression was rather strange. Let me ask you a question. When was the last time you saw him? Li Chia asked with a smile. The beings exchanged glances after hearing this, no longer as careless as before. Prudence was necessary when it came to talking about this person. Nonetheless, it seemed that they didn't remember the previous meeting. Too long ago, not sure. The old man shook his head. He didn't appear when that traitor fled, or at least I didn't see him. What about you guys? One existence looked at the others. These beings rarely interacted despite living in the same world. Chapter 3243. That person was rumored to be the strongest and most terrifying, the one who has gotten the furthest. They would naturally be the happiest when that person was no longer around. The person appeared a very long time ago, longer than they could remember, and stopped showing up. He disappeared without leaving any clue behind, seemingly vanishing from thin air. Be honest now, is he still in this world? Li Chia looked at the old man and asked. Hard to say, at least I'm not certain. The old man carefully pondered about this tough question before answering. No one can cross it, he should still be here. It's just that we don't know. Another being joined in. They have tried just now to scout the entire world and couldn't find traces of him. That person had disappeared before they knew it. Perhaps he was still around, or maybe he was already gone to some other world. His whereabouts were a mystery since they didn't pay that much attention during the long period. What a shame. I came wanting to fight him. Looks like it won't be possible. Li Chia shook his head. No existences laughed at him for being so calm despite his precarious situation. Some of them actually wanted to witness such a fight in order to see how far that person had gone. A shame indeed. I want to see him fight too, but no chance. No chance for you either. The old man nodded. If he's finished with his last words, let's get started. We want to eat. One existence's chilling voice was goosebump-inducing. Their eyes were full of bloodlust, ready to devour Li Qie in entirety. I'm sorry to say that it's my time to harvest. Li Qie chuckled. Your impressive power won't save you today. Struggling is useless. You're doomed to be divided by us. Of course, feel free to struggle more. It'll only make you taste better. The old man licked his lips. Really now? Fine, time to end this. Here's a gift. I'm sure you'll like it. Li Qie smirked and took out an item. A crystal pillar with a bronze cover. This was Li Qie's ace card. He expended untold efforts just to get it. The crystal fowl back then immediately conceded after seeing it. A primordial light. The old man narrowed his eyes. The other existences instinctively staggered backward with their gaze fixed on the pillar. Indeed, the first light of the world and also the last, the light of creation and destruction. Call it whatever you want. Li Qie smiled. I thought it had exploded. The old man said. Life just finds a way to surprise people, no? Li Qie said. You'll die too. One existence said while slowly retreating. Not just anyone can make it explode, but one thing is for sure. No one will survive. Li Qie said. Not necessarily. I doubt it can kill all of us. The old man remained cautious. Well, that doesn't matter as much. The point is to destroy everything here without hurting what's below. That's my real goal. Li Qie revealed. The other existences understood. This guy was here to destroy this dead world. Killing them was secondary. You'll be the first to die. The old man said. Li Qie would suffer the full brunt of the explosion first. Turning to ashes would be his result. So what? Just death, no big deal. Li Qie let out a natural smile. Crack. Suddenly, cracks appeared all over the pillar. No! The ones there became frightened as Li Qie added his grand Dao power and vitality after crushing the pillar. It's too late. Li Qie didn't care about his fate, evident by his nonchalant and natural smile. Boom! The primordial light exploded, releasing an unprecedented flood of brightness and power. The overlords back in the 3,000 worlds immediately looked up at this second. He has the primordial light. One in a redemption ground gasped in response. Everyone could hear the deafening blast and became paralyzed and pale. Boom! The boundless light broke through the azure above them. This was akin to hearing a sudden thunder outside the window during the night rain. It illuminated the area on top of frightening any light sleeper. In this case, even the overlords were frightened. Everything above the firmaments blew up as a result. The shock waves of the explosions even struck the worlds below. Rumble! The damaged framework of the 9 worlds and the 13 continents shattered. The 2 worlds became displaced as a result. Their continents crumbled while oceans churned violently. One landmass was blown out of the 9 worlds. Some continents slammed into each other. Mortal King, Sacred Nether, Heaven's Spirit World. Their framework and barriers broke down, so they started squeezing together. Boom! One burial ground was blown out of the 9 worlds as well. Explosions and shock waves brought monumental changes to the 3,000 worlds. The lucky survivors found that nothing was the same anymore. They got up and gazed around, speechless. The ocean of tribulation above and the primordial tree were nowhere to be found. This was a new beginning. The start of a new epoch. One person murmured. In the 9 worlds, many lineages turned to ashes overnight. Chaos and ominous disasters took over. Alas, after destruction came creation. New lives and races appeared next. This was the order of life. Dao Lords proved themselves during this lost era. They modeled the 8 Desolaces and rebuilt the world barriers. Dragon Emperor and Spear Ancestor among others dominated the chaotic regions. Great masters fought all over the land and adventured into forbidden zones. One heroic woman rampaged and reigned over the 4 directions, beating anyone with the last name Li. A new prosperous era started with so-called immortals preaching the Grand Tao. The new epoch was in full swing. Alas, no one knew about a feeble light flashing somewhere in this new world. It required 1 billion years of gestation, quietly attempting to return. 1. I might have made a note about this before, but the sex is unknown. The current pronoun is usually male but can also be female. I don't want to use that person repeatedly, and they wouldn't work either too. Might not be literally 1 billion, just a long period of time. Chapter 3244. Verdant hills, green waters, and majestic peaks. Certainly magnificent sights. Mountain ranges filled this land. Peaks were tall enough to touch the sky with visual phenomena circling around them. Waterfalls poured down from above. Birds and beasts played in this place. The rule of hunters and preys applied. This territory belonged to Divine Black School, a large sect located in West King. Its history was as deep as an abyss, since its founding progenitor could be traced back to the previous epoch, 9 worlds. Yes, this was the new era. The legendary 9 worlds were no longer around. Thus, its epoch became known as 9 worlds. The world was rebuilt after their collapse, leaving only behind the 8 desolaces. This became the age of the Tao Lords. Immortal emperors and other classifications were no longer around. The old orders of the previous epoch disappeared in the river of time. Their brilliant characters were all but forgotten. The new epoch enjoyed prosperity and great development, with waves of geniuses and rising sections. Divine Black has been standing for so long since the last epoch, meaning that it had plenty of resources and talents. Behind the mountains was an important training ground of the school, unavailable to regular disciples. There existed a pond with water clear enough to see the fish and shrimps. The reflection of the sunlight on the surface flashed like floating gold fragments. A beautiful woman was bathing in the pond, enjoying its refreshingness. She had just come out of a long training session and decided to relax. The cold water seeped into her jade skin. A pleasant feeling took over from top to bottom. She washed with the water, cupping it with both hands. It flowed down the gaps between her jade fingers and down her gorgeous curves. The glimmers accentuated her beauty. One could see her perfect features in the reflection on the water surface. Long and thin brows, soft white snow skin, aquiline nose, and charming red lips. However, there was a hint of free-spirited heroism in her beauty. Her voluptuous figure commanded attention, akin to a mature grape tree with sparkling fruits filled with juice. Others couldn't help wanting to take a bite. Her lustrous fair skin, combined with the sunlight reflecting on the water beads, resembled a beautiful painting. She gently rubbed off her sweats while enjoying the coolness. Suddenly, water bubbles suddenly surfaced not far from her. The bubbles gradually increased in size and affected the rest of the pond. This naturally made her stop and become cautious, thinking that it could be a water demon. But this wasn't right either. How could a demon be here in their sex-guarded location? Splash! A person surfaced from the water, gasping for breath as if he almost drowned. Ah! The woman screamed after seeing that it was a man and quickly retreated while covering her breasts. Almost drowned after this rebirth in the water. The man shook his head. Meanwhile, the woman was still astounded. How could this man be here in the pond? She regained her wits and waved her hand. Her dress coiled around her right away. Clank! She summoned a sword, pointing it at the man's chest. Speak, who are you? Why are you here? She uttered with a cold glare. He looked around 20 years of age, as common-looking as can be. No one would give him a second glance on a busy street. Alas, there was something about his eyes after a careful look. She couldn't pinpoint why they were special. They seemed deep enough to attract and draw someone in. The man looked up and didn't care about the sword pointing at him, even though it was inches away from his throat, nearly pricking his skin. He remained nonchalant, as if its sharpness was not a threat. He stared at her in a rather impolite and direct manner. Remember, she only had a dress wrapping around her while still being in the water. Thus, the wet cloth stuck to her soft skin, revealing the gorgeous figure beneath. She felt naked from top to bottom under his gaze. There was no place to hide. Nothing could elude his eyes. Close your eyes or I'll get rid of them for you. Embarrassment turned into anger as she shouted and inched her sword closer. The man still didn't give a damn and simply asked, "Where is this place?" "Divine Black School. Who are you? Who sent you here?" The woman's expression soured. Murderous intent rose by this point. Not to mention an outsider, even a member of her sect wouldn't be able to come here. Moreover, this was her pond meant for bathing. Most importantly, she was completely seen by a stranger. This was unforgivable. She took a closer look at him and found that he wasn't a cultivator, just a regular mortal without any power. How could he appear in this place? The whole thing was bizarre. Li Qie, where is Divine Black? Which part of the 9 worlds is this? The man was no other than Li Qie. His primordial light had destroyed everything above. He finally obtained rebirth after years and years of effort. The mysteries behind this deed would remain a secret. No one knew and he wouldn't tell anyone either. Nonetheless, the location was actually unexpected, not a part of his plan. Never heard of your 9 worlds. Stop looking around and answer my question, she asserted. However, she did find this name a little familiar. It was only a brief thought and she didn't dwell on it. Where else can this be but the 9 worlds? Li Qie looked up. The sky was still blue. Everything that should exist was there. This made him smile. West King of 8 Desolaces. Stop playing dumb, you obviously know where you are, she said. 8 Desolaces. Li Qie murmured, that's fine, just a name change. How did you get here? She raised her voice. What is your name? He didn't answer. Gong Qianyue. She blurted out without thinking. She didn't know why she answered his nonchalant question. The whole thing felt so natural as if this was how it should be. Chapter 32:45. Gong Qianyue's embarrassment turned into anger. She had no idea why the man's words carried so much authority and power despite being a mortal. Answer my questions or I won't let you go, she shouted. Splash, splash. The water suddenly churned as if there was a spring oozing out from the bottom of the pond. This sudden development caught her off guard. Li Qie sighed and smiled wryly. I have such bad luck with water. Taking me here is one thing but coming again? Boom! A pillar of water rushed out from the bottom, causing the rest to splash upward. She herself was blown flying along with Li Qie. The pillar shot up high and eventually fell back down like a mini rain. Shit, I can't fly, Li Qie lamented during the fall. Bam! He broke numerous branches along the way, resulting in a deep pain knocking him out. When he woke up again, he saw a ceiling consisting of wood and straws. This house clearly didn't belong to a wealthy family or a cultivator, just the humble abode of a farmer. He looked around and saw a lack of decoration, only a table and basic essential items, nothing else. He tried to move but found himself tied up by strips of cloth. A strong medicinal fragrance hit him. He was treated with ointment then wrapped up, making it hard for him to move. It's really not easy being a mortal. He smiled wryly. He then inspected his own body. Of course, this was unnecessary since he knew his current situation. Just a mortal with nothing left. The explosion above decimated and truly killed him. Rebirth shouldn't have been possible. But let's not forget, he was the Dark Crow Li Qie. He needed to be ready for tougher fights in the future, thus he had prepared sufficiently for this. In the 9 worlds, wait, this was no longer the 9 worlds. The name of this place in the new epic was 8 Desolaces. He left behind ace cards here that were still around regardless of any earth-shattering changes. After years of gestation, he was reborn and became immortal again. Of course, mortal or immortal, this didn't matter to him. He only needed his Tao heart. As long as it was still unyielding as before, he would be able to rise again. He seemed amused as he smacked his lips, savoring the taste of being immortal. It has been a very long time since he experienced this feeling. He closed his eyes and enjoyed this moment of peace. Once he opened his eyes again, he saw a girl standing next to the bed. She wore a cheap dress with patches on them. She was tanned from being overly exposed to the sun, but her eyes were full of spirit. She was startled to see the man waking up and immediately ran out while shouting, "Instructor, instructor!" The man woke up. Li Qie chuckled at this sight. A moment later, the sunlight coming through the door was blocked as someone walked in. A middle-aged man with a tall and muscular frame, long arms and big hands. He wore a robe made from cheap hemp just like the little girl. However, his facial features were stalwart, giving off an austere and strong appearance. "You're awake." He sat on the bed and said, "You saved me." Li Qie looked at him. "You fell from the sky and landed in our village during the rain. Very lucky to survive." He had a strange stare because the whole thing was strange. It was a sunny day yet it started pouring out of nowhere. Moreover, this mortal landed without dying. It would make more sense if he were a cultivator instead. Li Jie chuckled in response. Everyone mistook the water pillar exploding as rain. I'm afraid you need to stay in bed for a while. The man shook his head. It was a miracle that Li Jie had survived the fall. What is your name? Where's your home? He went on. Li Jie, no idea about my home though. Li Jie smiled. The man took a closer look, thinking that Li Jie suffered enough trauma during the fall to have amnesia. This didn't seem to be the case after an observation. Nonetheless, he wasn't a curious person and stopped asking. His name was Lu Fuyo, a member of this village. He had tried to cultivate before. This medicine isn't very good. Li Jie smelled the ointment and shook his head. It's from my sect, the best type actually. Fuyo responded. Best here meant that it was the best available to him. He didn't have a lot left and used it all on Li Jie. In theory, he shouldn't have saved a stranger, especially a mortal. Yet, he still did it and used the ointment given by his sect on this guy. He didn't know why he did it either. Little did he know that Li Jie would have been fine either way. When Li Jie could walk, he would be able to find better medicines to heal in the shortest time. Okay, rest well now. Fuyo said then left. While Li Jie stayed at this village named Lu, Fuyo continued to take care of him. The two of them barely talked because of Fuyo's quiet nature. Occasionally, Fuyo stood there in a daze. There seemed to be something on his mind. On the other hand, Li Jie didn't mind this arrangement and leisurely stayed to recover. His recovery rate far exceeded Fuyo's expectations, truly surprising the guy. This morning, Li Jie could finally leave his bed. This was the first time he got out of the house. He found himself in a simple courtyard belonging to Fuyo. He left the place and was met by a clean breath of air. This was a tiny village surrounded by mountains and fogs on all sides. The refreshing breezes came from the forest nearby. The village consisted of only several dozen families. All of them had the last name Lu, hence the name of the village. It was early in the morning but the villagers were already busy. Some went hunting while others fed their livestock or began farming. Voices could be heard everywhere. Fuyo was the only cultivator in the village, so he was quite influential. Everyone else knew about Li Jie, the sick person brought back by Fuyo. A few villagers greeted him as he walked down the stone street. This was the ordinary life of mortals. Plain and simple while needing to work hard for the sake of survival. He had a smile on his face while strolling down the road and breathing in the refreshing air. He was no longer the invincible Li Jie, only another mortal. This made him feel quite carefree, able to relax. Chapter 32-46. The stone road stretched from one side to the other of the village, ending with a training ground paved with granite. It looked coarse but was made with care. Each piece was large and durable. Weeds could be seen to the sides along with farm tools. Thus, this place was most likely used as a drying field. 30 to 50 children were sitting randomly there. Nonetheless, each looked quite attentive. The youngest was around 5 or 6 with the oldest being 10 or so. They were earnestly breathing in and out. One would be surprised to see this at a regular village. Their instructor was Lu Fuyo, who had a stern gaze on right now. He walked around and would fix any child who was cultivating incorrectly. He was the only cultivator who could teach the children. This added to his prestige. Keep working hard, the sect examination is coming soon. Being eliminated then meant no more chances. You'll have to stay here and work on the farm then. If you want to fly like immortals and see how vast the world is, don't stop. Fuyo loudly encouraged after seeing some of them slacking off. His commanding voice earned him the title of Thunder Dragon Lu. The distracted ones immediately focused. Their eyes turned bright after thinking about the examination and being able to fly like immortals. They breathed in and out as instructed. After all, this was their chance to leave the village. Bad results would lead to being removed by the sect, meaning that they would need to become farmers like their parents. Li Jie watched without entering, judging each child before ending with Lu Fuyo. He only smiled and shook his head, deciding to leave instead of participating. It didn't take long for him to finish touring the small village. Nevertheless, he enjoyed this moment, listening to the birds from the forest, watching the farmers at work and their animals. Make no mistake, this lifestyle wasn't easy. However, they still had relative peace and didn't have to shoulder a heavy burden for millions of years. These mortals didn't actively care about the survival of the world, the dark existences, or the final battle. These things were too distant and removed from their ordinary lives. Thus, as a mortal, Xueqi decided to enjoy this short moment of leisure and threw the rest to the back of his mind. He sauntered during what might be the most leisure moment of his life. He occasionally stopped to look at the flowing spring, completely immersed in the act. Remember, he has seen plenty of magnificent and beautiful scenes before. Alas, he still found an ordinary spring interesting enough. He eventually made it to the entrance of the village. There existed a tablet originating from an unknown period. Moss grew on it, nearly covering the words. He came closer and saw that it was a mental incantation consisting of a few hundred characters. Next to each line was an explanation. He shook his head after reading for a bit. A sense of familiarity started to rise. "You know the All Things mantra?" someone asked as he was about to leave. It was Lu Fuyo, whose voice could be heard from so far away. He turned around and smiled. "All Things?" Fuyo stared at him and nodded, then glanced at the tablet. "Yes, it is one of the 7 most common mantras, also known as 7 Laws of the Golden Age or Laws of the Blessed. Of course, this tablet wasn't special because these 7 laws have spread all over 8 decilaces. One could find them in any bookstall on the street. They weren't considered cultivation secrets at all. The first cultivators in the village carved one of the 7 laws here, hoping that the descendants could embark on the path of cultivation. Later on, they could read this and learn even without a teacher. In current days, the disciples from the big sects didn't choose these 7 laws. Their sects had their own introductory mantras or powerful methods left behind by Tao lords. "The blessed?" Xueqi asked. "Because they are passed down by blessed Tao lord. Some even say that the great Tao lord is their creator," Fuyo explained while looking at the tablet. Xueqi smiled and didn't say anything else. Fuyo himself was surprised. He didn't know why he spoke so much with this mortal today. Xueqi didn't say anything else and returned to the street. Fuyo followed behind him, still confused by his current actions. However, following Xueqi seemed to be the natural course of action. The two of them kept this up for a while. "Do you really want to stay here in the village?" Xueqi eventually asked along the way. Fuyo halted since these words struck him deep. He calmed down and caught up with Xueqi's pace and asked, "You're a cultivator?" "Yes, a very long time ago. I've forgotten most by now." Xueqi smiled. "A long time ago?" Fuyo remained skeptical. Xueqi looked 20 years of age at best. How long ago could he be talking about? How does one forget about cultivation? Fuyo raised his brows. This was understandable. Cultivators wouldn't forget about their hard training. Plus, Xueqi was young, not a senile old man. Remember or forget? Are they different when it comes to the Grand Tao? Xueqi casually said. Fuyo became stunned. Something inside him became jolted as if struck by a lightning bolt. He stopped once again to think about the seemingly profound comment. It would make sense if Xueqi was repeating this line from an ancient scroll. However, this didn't seem to be the case. Fuyo regained his wits and followed Xueqi again. The latter stood next to a spring, watching the schools of fish playing around. Fuyo didn't find this entertaining at all, but Xueqi acted as if this was the most beautiful scenery in the world, fully immersing himself. 1. Immortal observer is a bit hard since the word can be used as a prefix with other words. It can mean rubbing, observing, or training. Picking observer for now. Note number 2. Changing immortal observer to blessed after more context. I'm guessing it's a reference to a famous poem depicting an immortal braiding the hair of a young man and teaching him the art of immortality. So rub should be the right word, rubbed or touched or interaction with an immortal. So in other words, blessed. It's hard to include the word immortal in this without making it too wordy since he has the Tao Lord title afterward too. I tried to find a cooler word for blessed but didn't see anything with a close enough definition. Chapter 3247. Once again, Lu Fuyo found himself perplexed. Why was he accompanying Xueqi when the guy was only looking at this spring? A cultivator like him was tagging behind a mortal. Strangely enough, this didn't feel too out of place. He eventually stopped thinking about it and just went with the flow. Xueqi found a spot and sat down near the spring. He casually plucked a little flower that was growing there. As his finger twirled, the flower started floating in a circular motion. The action looked natural and fluid, but Fuyo was completely enchanted by the flower. He saw it floating in accordance with the wind direction. Same with the speed. In fact, the spin of the flower was at the same speed as the flower of the water down in the spring as well. Before he knew it, he found this spinning motion to be in tune with all rhythms in the world. A perfect harmonization. As the flower gradually fell down and touched the water, a carp leaped out of the water and swallowed it. Once again, the carp didn't spot the flower nor did it want to eat it. However, the flower fell down at the exact time when the carp leaped up with its mouth opened, perfectly inside. It seemed that a karmic reaction had started the moment the flower started moving upward. Fuyo's mind became illuminated in this split moment. He thought that he had just seen a grand Tao. He couldn't believe his own eyes and started rubbing them. Maybe this was all a coincidence and he was overthinking it. He looked over at Li Chia. The guy was still sitting there with his chin resting on his palms, quietly watching the spring without a care. Fuyo heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, he thought that he was really just overthinking it. There was no harmonization of the worldly orders just now. No karma and no grand Tao. Your talent is not bad, Li Chia nonchalant said as he was relaxing. This struck him like a lightning bolt. In fact, he had heard this phrase plenty of times before when many seniors and peers praised him. However, this time was different. He stood there like a silly wooden chicken, realizing that it was no coincidence earlier. The harmonization started with a fluttering flower, all started with Li Chia's simplest motion. This left Fuyo speechless with his mouth wide open. How could a mortal possess this ability? He himself had no chance of influencing the orders and rhythms of the world. Very few in his sex could actually do so. He didn't know what to say, finding the man to be unfathomable. Was this man a hidden master? Or was there another possibility? Who are you? This was the only question he could muster. I am me. Li Chia smiled and laid down to look at the white clouds moving across the blue sky. Pretty indeed, Li Chia sentimentally added. Fuyo looked up and didn't agree. He has seen this sky for dozens of years. It's still the same as ever. He didn't understand Li Chia's frame of mind, but the guy didn't look pretentious at all. Really? Fuyo murmured. It wasn't that pretty. His sect had plenty of beautiful sceneries trumping this ordinary sky. Li Chia only smiled because Fuyo hasn't seen the destruction of a world or an empty shell of one. This beautiful sky was thanks to the effort of numerous sages. As Li Chia was enjoying the azure, Fuyo had many thoughts in his mind that he didn't dare to say. I am still me in the end. Can only be the mortal for 1 or 2 days. Back to being Li Chia then. Li Chia murmured and stood up. Fuyo could see how bright his eyes were at this exact moment. Though they didn't carry any divinity or frightening light, just this mere change of expression made Fuyo think that Li Chia had become a different person. Someone taller than the sky and thicker than the earth. This naturally stunned Fuyo. How could a mortal give off this immense feeling? He looked up and saw Li Chia already far away, then hurriedly caught up. He found that this Li Chia was no longer the same as the one before. He was absolutely sure of this. Fuyo was still at a loss for words, overwhelmed. Call me young master, Li Chia said without any hesitation. Young master. Fuyo answered right away and didn't feel bad about it in the slightest. Li Chia didn't care about Fuyo's thoughts and continued forward. I know that you don't want to stay in this small village because of your talents, Li Chia said. I was born here, so dying here isn't bad at all. Fuyo contemplated before answering while scratching his head. He had accepted this long ago. He remembered the feelings back then when he first returned. Unwillingness, humiliation, and indignation. Alas, he matured across the years. Efforts weren't enough to change anything, so he chose acceptance instead. This was his home, so even though his dream had failed, it wasn't bad living the rest of his life here. Moreover, he placed his hope on the children. If one of them were to be chosen by the sect next time, it would be great for the village on top of fulfilling one of his wishes. Do you know what your problem is? Li Chia asked. I'm either stupid or not suitable for cultivation. Fuyo thought about it before answering. Chapter 3248. Is that how you think about yourself? Li Chia smiled at the self-deprecating response. Lu Fuyo fell into silence. He was definitely not stupid. Definitely an exceptional one among the first-generation disciples in his sect. However, his cultivation suddenly stopped improving. He tried for a long time before giving up and returning to his birthplace. I see that you're cultivating 4 different laws, correct? Li Qie glanced at him and said, You're right, young master. Fuyo became startled and answered, I cultivate 2 merit laws from my school and 2 different mental mantras. The merit laws are 8-armed devil ape and celestial seal. The 2 mantras are South Fence and Mad Fiery Bull. He wondered how Li Qie knew that he was cultivating 4 different arts at the same time. I see. Li Qie chuckled. He noticed Li Qie's confident attitude. It was as if the guy had expected this, figuring it out from a single glance. Please correct my mistakes, young master. Fuyo bowed his head and requested. Others would think that Fuyo was insane for asking a mortal who hasn't cultivated a single law. The most knowledgeable and well-educated mortal still couldn't teach a cultivator anything with regard to cultivation. Alas, Fuyo, who was once considered a genius back at his school, was doing just that. His peers would think that he had gone mad from being desperate. In recent years, your cultivation had no improvements and even started declining, true? Li Qie accepted the bow and continued. Right, young master. Fuyo became increasingly shaken. He trained extremely hard for a period, yet his cultivation still stagnated. Many in the sect knew about this. However, only very few knew that his cultivation was decreasing, not just stagnating. Normally, cultivation wouldn't decrease like this while one still had plenty of vitality and youth. This would only occur for someone near death as their lifespan was running out. Fuyo was at the prime of his life with ample life force and vitality. Why did his cultivation continuously recede then? He had asked his seniors in the sect before, but they couldn't come up with a diagnosis. Eventually, he assumed that he wasn't meant to cultivate. Thus, he said goodbye to his sect and returned to the village. Elaborate on your current situation. Li Qie said. It was about a year after I reached the grand level of Conqueror Vessel and opened my 6th palace. I was preparing to break through to enlightened being manifestation, but my cultivation suddenly stopped improving. He had a sad expression at this point. Remember, he was highly viewed by his sect and had plenty of potentials. This issue during the crucial breakthrough took all of this away. After all, the level of manifestation served as a boundary. Entering this realm meant reaching an entirely new power level. Conqueror Vessel and enlightened being manifestation? Li Qie looked at him. Fuyo found this strange because Li Qie's eyes made him doubt himself. He didn't know whether Li Qie really knew cultivation or not. They're the titles of cultivation realms. Fuyo hurriedly explained about the various realms of cultivation. The epoch was 8 decalaces. The 9 worlds epoch would never return, so the previous cultivation system was also gone, no longer suitable. A new system had replaced it. There were the 12 realms listed from weakest to strongest: mortal shell, iron skin, bronze tendon, silver carapace, violet marquee corpus, conqueror vessel, enlightened being manifestation, samadhi materialization, yin-yang celestial, myriad form sanctity, grand Tao sacred physique, and Tao Lord golden avatar. Each realm had 3 levels: minor, intermediate, and grand. The highest realm was Tao Lords. These beings could sculpt a golden avatar by this point. I see, this is okay, I suppose not incorrect. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. The body becomes the vessel of the Grand Tao while the Grand Tao becomes the treasury of the body. You know this phrase? Young master? Fuyo was surprised because this guy didn't know anything about cultivation yet just blurted out one of its most famous principles. I've heard of it before. Li Qie could only smile. How could he not know about it? He was the one who started this new cultivation system, resulting in new physiques. However, these titles were given by others. They were different from Li Qie's initial Grand Tao plan but not too far off. The popular phrase earlier, in particular, has been refined into the world itself and carved into the primordial tree. He himself created it, that's why he understood its profundities better than anyone else. Tell me what you felt while cultivating. Li Qie stopped reminiscing and asked. Not much, I just stopped improving after Conqueror Vessel's grand level. Fuyo pondered for a bit before answering. Absorbing both chaos and worldly energy didn't do anything. A while later, my vitality would churn as if I didn't refine enough energy to support my true fate. This made the 4 symbols in my fate palace shrink and wither. He felt that Li Qie was his last hope, so he didn't hold anything back while meticulously detailing his circumstances. The strongest seniors in his sect had no solution to this problem. Right now, he worried that if this continued, One day he would actually drop a realm. Reverting to Marquis Corpus would be too heavy of a mental blow. You haven't cultivated anything outside of these four? Li Qie asked. Right, when I first joined the sect, I started with the most basic art, South Fence, to build my cultivational foundation. After reaching Silver Carapace, I chose Mad Fiery Bull Mantra, using that as the Tao foundation. As for merit laws, I chose 8-armed Devil Ape at first, then Celestial Seal afterward. Is there a problem here? Fuyo hastily answered. Mantras and merit laws were different. Mantras were purely meant to refine the Tao foundation and cultivation. The strongest the Tao foundation, the more power later. As for merit laws, they were offensive and defensive techniques. Your cultivation is fine, Li Qie said. Fuyo heaved a sigh of relief because he was afraid of a mistake there. This might lead to qi deviation, or in order to fix it, he would need to destroy his Tao foundation and start all over. If I'm not mistaken, you had a fight before the stagnation, Li Qie added. Exactly, but how do you know this? I was wounded after the battle, but after taking some pills, I fully recovered, no after effects. Fuyo took a deep breath and elaborated. This has nothing to do with the injuries received in battle. I'm sure you lost and overexerted yourself. Li Qie said. That's correct. Fuyo agreed. You used the bull mantra to channel your vitality and energies in full force. Then on one hand, you activated Celestial Seal to attack while using 8-armed Devil Ape as the defensive measure, right? Li Qie speculated. His speculation left Fuyo astounded. 1. The author used various words for body with these realms. My first attempt included words like form, shell, body, frame, build, and others. This would make it match closely with the Chinese version. However, I chose against it and decided to make it better for reading via omission. I could have just added physique to each one, but I thought about it and that would make it sound like a physique cultivation system, which I don't think this one is entirely. You get the physique after cultivating instead of solely focusing on improving the physique. Chapter 3249. Fuyo was at a loss for words because Li Qie described the battle vividly as if he was there in person. However, he knew that the guy wasn't and didn't see the fight. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Li Qie seemed to be the combatant given how well he knew the moves, not Fuyo. It took a while for Fuyo to calm down and started stuttering. How do you know this? It's obvious given your condition. Just a quick deduction. Li Qie said. Deduction. Fuyo thought that this level of deduction was above his station. Li Qie smiled and leisurely walked forward as if this was springtime. Young master, is this curable? Fuyo gave chase and hesitated for a moment before asking respectfully with hope in his eyes. The problem had plagued him for so long now, so Li Qie's words gave him hope. It's not a big issue. The bull mantra is a fiery merit law, the same with Celestial Seal and 8-armed Devil Ape. You ran out of vitality with nothing left, yet you still used these direct merit laws. Li Qie talked while walking slowly. And what's the result? Fuyo asked. Just like a bow pulled back to the limit. What do you think will happen if you keep on pulling? Li Qie looked at him. The string will be torn. Fuyo blurted out. Yes. But you're lucky because you weren't strong enough to break the bow, or that would be the end of your Tao foundation. Li Qie revealed. Fuyo shuddered despite Li Qie's casual tone. He actually won that fight after struggling hard. His wounds also healed quickly. Thus, the seniors never connected his problem with this fight, unable to give the right diagnosis. Now, if Li Qie was right, then he was actually very lucky. Just a bit more force and he would have become a cripple instead of this gradual weakening process. He was as impressed as can be because Li Qie didn't actually check on his conditions. The guy only glanced at him and asked a few questions before figuring out the cause. This required frightening power and abilities. Young master, are you really immortal? Fuyo asked. The strongest senior in his sect couldn't pinpoint the problem, yet Li Qie could do so in a few minutes. Li Qie definitely looked like a mortal, but Fuyo no longer thought so. Of course I am right now, Li Qie said. But, how did you? Fuyo didn't know what to say. I've just read enough books. Remember, reading is good so that you'll know more things. Li Qie said. Fuyo smiled wryly. Was this really true? Did he know this from just reading books? Young master, is this curable? Fuyo stopped thinking and asked again. Easy as pie, Li Qie chuckled. Really? Fuyo became excited. His eyes flashed brightly. This was the best possible news. Young master, so what should I do? He rubbed his palms and didn't know how to ask politely. He was ready to beg or do anything for Li Qie to help him cure this problem. No rush. You've been impatient in recent years and that still didn't amount to anything. Relax and you'll accomplish more. Li Qie said. My mistake. Fuyo understood the logic behind this and took a deep breath to mellow down. Nonetheless, his anxiousness was understandable. The problem plaguing him for several years could finally be solved. Li Qie didn't say anything else and moved on with Fuyo right behind him, looking like a servant. They have left the village, so Li Qie began looking at the forest with great focus without missing a single blade of grass. Fuyo didn't understand. What was so special about the leaves and grass? The world has changed. It's not a case of one's home being there, but their loved ones are no longer around. Now, even the home is gone. Li Qie sighed, becoming slightly emotional. Fuyo didn't get it but remained silent along the way. The two of them walked for some time before stopping in front of a large stone statue on the road, a black tortoise. It looked divine and lofty on top of being very arrogant, clearly a divine beast. Its shell looked strong enough to shoulder the sky. Strangely enough, the beast also looked kind and friendly. Li Qie found it to be very familiar, as if he had seen it before. Fuyo explained right away. My sect's name is Divine Black and this is our symbol. As long as it is still our territory, you'll find one very often. Oh, I see. What is it depicting? Li Qie asked. Our patriarch and progenitor, the divine beast Black Tortoise. Fuyo said with respect. Black Tortoise. Li Qie found this surprising. Indeed. During the ancient era, our patriarch was the mount of a great immortal. He traveled across the 9 heavens and absorbed the stars, even entering immortal paradises and treacherous grounds. Later on, the great immortal left this world, but he chose to stay and created our sect. Tell me more about this immortal. Li Qie couldn't help but smile. I don't know much. Fuyo smiled wryly. He only knew about his patriarch from the stories told by the seniors. Li Qie shook his head in response. Well, my master said that the great immortal was completely unbeatable with a penchant for massacres. He was worshipped by all despite being a destroyer of section. Fuyo scratched his head and added. Sounds like a murderer more than an immortal. Li Qie chuckled. I heard that the great immortal only killed those who deserved death. They were all evil. Fuyo smiled awkwardly after saying this. That does sound more pleasant. A great immortal. I haven't heard this in a long time. Li Qie smiled at the statue and decided to gently pat the tortoise's head. Once again, Fuyo still found Li Qie as mysterious as can be. There was something more to this smile that he didn't get. 1. So I originally translated the title of this sect as arcane. It was the word divine plus black/mysterious/profound/inscrutable/unbelievable. The latter is always hard to translate. This is the exact example of why I was wrong. I chose arcane because it sounded good and true to the mysterious meaning. Now, it turns out that black is referring to Black Tortoise. This makes the title of the sect hard to translate. Black has to be a part of it because the reference has been made. But a school named Black or Divine Black sounds bad in English. This isn't the case in Chinese because the character for black has other meanings that can stand alone. Divine Tortoise is okay, but we can't use it here because that's adding information that's not supposed to be there. When a Chinese reader saw this title the first time, they would never connect it to a black tortoise. Another option in a different scenario is to use a cooler word for black, such as obsidian or onyx. Unfortunately, it's a black tortoise, not obsidian or onyx tortoise. It has to be divine black to match the meaning of this conversation and the context. 2. The word for murder here is actually the word I translate as fierce. Chapter 3250. Li Qie stayed at the village with nothing to do. He either just sat in his room or went on a stroll around the village. He looked like a layabout, only eating and sleeping. The most productive thing he did was the occasional playing with the children. He was definitely immortal right now, and the laziest kind. Lu Fuyo would never think much of him without prior interactions. Alas, these leisure days didn't last long. Li Qie thought about leaving the village after several days. He decided to take Lu Fuyo with him as an errand boy of sorts. Fuyo was at the Conqueror Vessel realm. He wasn't a big shot or anything but could still be considered somebody. Moreover, he was relatively influential in his sect, which was a first-rate one in West King. Most would not understand why a cultivator would let a mortal order him alone. However, Fuyo didn't really mind. He quietly carried a medicine basket and walked behind Li Qie. The two of them have been very busy entering the mountain and forest looking for herbs and grass, starting early in the morning and ending late at night. The ones found weren't precious at all. Nonetheless, they were varied, ranging from herbs used by mortals to the rare ones growing on the steep cliffs or hidden valleys. Thus, Fuyo performed the hard labor necessary to grab the out-of-reach ones. He didn't utter a single grievance and followed all of Li Qie's orders with immense attentiveness. Now this one is rare. Today, Li Qie told him to get a plant growing on a precipice, sticking on it like a gecko. What is it? Fuyo wasn't an alchemist. He recognized most of the ones found recently but not all. The world had changed, so did certain things. I don't know the name, but the fundamental essences are the same. Li Qie smiled and threw it into the basket. Fuyo has grown used to listening to these inscrutable comments from Li Qie. Li Qie began refining them after gathering enough. Watching him at work left Fuyo surprised because he didn't look like an alchemist. His methods resembled that of regular people. In the cultivation world, alchemists would use their Dao fire to smelt ingredients and refine pills. As for Li Qie, he used a regular fire and drying method by leaving the herbs and grass out in the sun. It looked like he was actually booking, resorting to steaming, frying, boiling, and drying. Putting that aside, Li Qie was as skilled as can be. Fuyo felt as if he was watching a master at work. Are you an alchemist, young master? Fuyo couldn't help but ask. No, I am not. This is just a casual hobby. All are interconnected. No need to be fixated with one thing or one Dao. Li Qie chuckled. Fuyo thought that ordinary people wouldn't be able to say something like this for various reasons. Only those at the top could do so. It took a while before Li Qie finished preparing the herbs and grass. He told Fuyo to prepare a large pot. He was meticulous when adding the materials into the pots, keeping track of the weight, order, and dropping technique. He also made Fuyo watch and control the fire carefully using forced draft at the bottom. Finally, all of the materials have been added. The boiling resulted in a bubbling medicinal liquid inside the pot. It had a dark green color, looking like a melted piece of jade. May I ask what this is, young master? Fuyo respectfully asked. A one and only type of ointment. Jump in, boil for a bit now. Li Qie ordered. Me? Fuyo pointed at his nose, astonished. He wasn't ready to jump into a boiling pot. It's not like I'll make soup out of you. Li Qie glanced at him and said. Fuyo finally got the point and immediately jumped into the pot, immersing his body into the medicinal liquid. Li Qie then placed the iron lid on before adding fire, causing the liquid to churn more. A few children playing in the courtyard became frightened at this sight. Is he trying to boil, instructor? One of them murmured. Yes, I'm about to make a meat soup. Want a bowl? Human soup is extremely delicious. Li Qie saw them and decided to play around. No! The children turned pale and ran away. Li Qie chuckled and added more firewood and wind to strengthen the fire. Only the sizzling of the fire and bubbles could be heard in the courtyard right now. Eventually, a loud explosion came from the pot, similar to thunder. It was as if the pot wasn't containing medicinal liquid but rather, a pool of lightning and thunder. One could also hear the clicking noises of Fuyo's bones loosening. A powerful aura eventually came out. Li Qie remained aloof as if he didn't care about the guy boiling to death. He still added more firewood to strengthen the fire. Eventually, the fire was strong enough to engulf the entire pot. This lasted a while longer because a groan could be heard. Bam! The iron lid was pushed to the side. Splash! Fuyo leaped out of the pot. His bones were cracking as if they were growing larger. An imperial aura surrounded him, causing him to look lofty like a king sitting on his throne. It emitted considerable pressure and fierceness. I'm fully healed. Fuyo felt comfortable from top to bottom. His vitality, grand Dao, and chaos energy were roaring inside like massive waves. He had returned to his peak state. The withered 4 symbols of the Fate Palace have been healed. Power brimmed within him, akin to a bedridden person suddenly becoming better and jumping around. He realized that he was completely cured by this point. The trauma haunting him was all but gone. It became a scene of contrast. The calm Xueqi sitting down versus the ecstatic Fuyo. The latter got on his knees and bowed respectfully. "Young master, thank you for granting me another life. I owe you a debt of gratitude similar to that with my birth parents." Tears started running down. This wasn't an exaggeration. Despair struck him when the seniors back in the sect couldn't solve his problem. He thought that his cultivation would stop at Conqueror Essence, if not decrease even more. That's why he returned to the village in order to teach the children, hoping to nourish seeds good enough. Perhaps a few of them would be able to join Divine Black in the future. Keep in mind that he used to be an excellent disciple in Divine Black. This made the fall from grace even harder to accept. Chapter 3251. Lu Fuyo was moved to tears and continued kowtowing. He was ready to listen and obey Xueqi's orders. He became filled with hope and enthusiasm again. Without this problem, he would have broken into the manifestation realm already, becoming an enlightened being, a big shot at his sect. Some of his peers have already reached this level and became very influential. Though he was left behind right now, there was still hope as long as he tried his best. This opportunity was bestowed upon him by Xueqi, so he was moved to tears. "Stand up," Xueqi said. "No need to cultivate right away since you have just recovered. Just relax, let the Tao foundation become firmer or you'll repeat the same mistake again." "I understand." He bowed towards Xueqi. Xueqi waved his hand then returned to his room, leaving the happy Fuyo behind. He eventually calmed down and followed Xueqi's direction. He didn't try to break through again but instead worked on stabilizing his Tao foundation. From then on, he reviewed what he had learned back in the sect after teaching the children. Xueqi also had free time afterward, just waiting for the sun to rise and set. He had no intention of leaving the village. Of course, this was a moment of leisure for him. This period was nothing, just the blink of an eye compared to the rest of his life. Alas, this wouldn't last forever. He needed to return and couldn't stay as a mortal. Time to get started. One day, he focused and embarked on the cultivation path again. He had no cultivation to speak of, just an ordinary mortal. He had thrown away all of his merit laws and grand Tao, choosing to forget them. It had nothing to do with his long slumber. He deliberately wanted to start on a clean slate. Think of it as a work of art. Once finished, even the best work of art had its limits. It wasn't anything more than itself. However, a blank piece of paper had boundless potential. This was his epic, so if he were to start again, he would have a new foundation and be able to reach a height greater than before, completely unprecedented. He wasn't picky at first either. The beginning didn't matter since all Tao would meet at the apex eventually. Thus, he simply started with the All Things mantra found at the village's entrance, the most basic mantra in 8 decilaces. It was one of the 7 most well-known mantras and could be found everywhere. There were numerous beliefs regarding the origin of the 7 mantras. One stated that it was passed down by an immortal. Another said that after the initial destruction, these methods descended from the heavens as a blessing to the inhabitants. Most believed in the first because back in the late stage of the chaotic era, a youth received instruction from an immortal who had descended. From then on, he became unstoppable and rampaged across the worlds to stop the chaos. He earned his golden avatar and proved his Tao, becoming a supreme Tao Lord with the title of Blessed. The Tao Lord created a sect and spread mantras that later on were known as the 7. Because of this, some of the future generations referred to these mantras as laws of the blessed. However, some scoffed at this belief, especially those with sufficient knowledge. They thought that the true immortal sect was falsely padding their own reputation. Why? Because they knew that the 7 laws have existed before blessed Tao Lord. Cultivators and even Tao Lords have trained in these 7 arts. They could be traced back to the first Tao Lord of 8 decilaces, the Bduxeg buyer. The era of chaos really weakened the cultivation world. Prosperity only returned during Blessed's era. He then recompiled and promoted them all over the land. Plus, he himself never claimed to have created the 7 laws. Therefore, those in the know called them the 7 laws of the Golden Age instead. Ultimately, Xueqi didn't give a damn about their origin and names. He knew exactly where they came from already. The 7 were chaos, heaven split, divinization, all things, society, devil, and samsara. At the start of Blessed Tao Lord's era, both the mortals and cultivators studied the 7. As the myriad races found prosperity using the Tao, various Tao lords began creating their own laws and mantras. Thus, people slowly abandoned the 7 laws. The disciples from the bigger sects naturally wouldn't pick these 7. The seniors didn't encourage this either. The 7 were too common and ordinary. Anyone could learn it due to its simplicity. Moreover, both the cultivation speed and efficacy left much to be desired. On the other hand, the new introductory mantras were incredible, especially the ones created by Tao lords. In fact, just a random low-ranked golden mantra was better than the 7. As time went on, fewer and fewer people trained with the 7. Eventually, only the mortals who couldn't join any sect would pick them. Furthermore, people had different interpretations of the 7. This made them worse because the good and bad have been intermingled. Problems eventually arose. In other words, a real original source of the 7 without a single character changed was virtually impossible to find. The one carved on the tablet in front of the village wasn't an original copy either. It has been passed down and modified across the generations. Well, this wasn't a problem for Li Qie. He had forgotten all the merit laws, but he was still the creator of this epic. It didn't take long for him to derive the original version of all things while reading the tablet. This original version was special. It appeared simple but contained the profundities of the Tao. Years and years were required in order to derive this mantra to its limit and reach the cores of the Grand Tao. This statement only applied to others, not Li Qie. People would be shocked to find out that he could obtain an unfathomable level of Tao comprehension using all things. 1. This was initially Immortal Observer without context. With this context, I'm changing his title to Blessed. 2. Note, since this is an entirely new setting, some translation choices can be difficult. Some titles and proper names can be hard to tell. For example, a mighty peak can be just a mighty peak or mighty peak. As for this duck's egg buyer line, it's as literal as possible since I don't know what's going on. I'm sure the author will explain this later. Chapter 3252. All Things Mantra, meaning that everything could become laws. From the grass to the pebbles, all of them contained the mysterious Grand Tao. Each individual path could lead to the rest. This choice was as casual as can be. He simply picked it because it was already right there in the village. He morphed this version into the original one, the purest all things mantra that connects straight to the Grand Tao. He sat in the meditative pose and began cultivating by reciting the characters. His fate palace opened and the 4 symbols emerged: the pillar, tree, spring, and cauldron of life. In this current epic, the 4 symbols had a pivotal role on the same level as the fate palaces. When using the mantra to absorb the worldly, Tao power, and chaos energy, they entered the fate palace to be refined by the 4 symbols in accordance with the mantra's guideline. They eventually turned into chaos true energy. This true energy would craft a Tao foundation around the true fate. This process was happening for Li Qie. At the beginning of cultivation, regular cultivator's true fate was only a faint radiance. This was the shape of the soul. Through the gestation of the Grand Tao and chaos true energy, the true fate would slowly grow stronger and manifest into a different form. At the enlightened being manifestation realm, the true fate would look like a miniature copy of the cultivator. This would allow cultivators to control powerful weapons. All of this didn't apply to Li Qie. His true fate was unique in history and far beyond the comprehension of laymen. It fitted nicely in the fate palace with the 4 symbols protecting it. It absorbed the energy and mysteries of the world in order to create a Tao foundation. All of this was a natural process that happened every time during a channel cycle of his true fate. He eventually entered a state of Zen, something that would frighten the others if they were to find out. How could a new cultivator reach this level? Even an enlightened being with a humanoid-shaped true fate would find this difficult. They would only reach this state by sheer luck or a great opportunity. Those who could do so whenever needed to be at the Grand Tao sacred physique realm. Alas, a mortal like Li Qie could still do so. The world changed before him. The physical characteristics of 8 desolaces were no longer there. He only saw Grand Tao lines and runes before him, constantly deriving great mysteries in the shape of a profound world. Deep in this profound world was a tree with whirling branches. It could shoulder the entire world along with the myriad Tao. This was the source of the Grand Tao. He was the only one who could see this world in his Zen state. The other masters couldn't do so regardless of their power. Even a Tao Lord could only see a corner, no different from a frog under the well. Despite these advantages, he was indeed starting from the beginning again. The first realm was Mortal Shell, where he absorbed the various affinities for cultivation. He didn't use a single shortcut during this process. The 12 realms were divided into 3 levels: minor, intermediate, and grand. For the minor Mortal Shell level, using energy to refine the body was the first step. Once he had enough Chaos True Energy, he would reach the intermediate level. This consisted of gestating and empowering the 4 symbols. Normally, the 4 symbols would create and refine the affinities into Chaos True Energy. However, after having enough, the true energy would then complement the 4 symbols. Today, both mortals and cultivators had 4 symbols right after birth. Moreover, they were all 9 feet long. Because of this, there was a popular phrase among cultivators: born with 9, perfect with 10. Shed one's mortal body and exchange one's bones. Essentially, during the intermediate level, Chaos True Energy would make the 4 symbols grow 1 extra foot. At 10 feet long, the cultivator would reach the grand level. This was the time to open more fate palaces. Everyone was born with one, and opening more was a requirement for breaking through. 1 palace, 1 realm. So, a Tao Lord would have 12 palaces and a golden avatar. Li Qia's cultivation speed was awfully slow. Decent cultivators would definitely look down on him. First, he picked a crappy starting mantra. Moreover, his speed was so slow, meaning that his talent should be worthless, only 1 step from being called an idiot. Since Li Qia has been idle recently, his sudden start surprised Fuyo. "Young master, you're training? May I ask which mantra you're using?" Fuyo curiously asked after seeing Li Qia meditating. "All things," Li Qia answered. Others would be deep in concentration, but Li Qia was leaning back on his chair, looking as lazy as can be. Really? Fuyo found this surprising. In his opinion, someone as mysterious as Li Qia should cultivate something amazing. Even if it wasn't the best, it should at least be a high-ranked yellow mantra. The one in front of the village? Fuyo hesitated for a bit before asking. He saw Li Qia looking at it a few days ago. "That's the one," Li Qia casually responded. "Young master, this mantra, it's quite slow." Fuyo hesitated again. It was common knowledge that these 7 had a slower cultivation speed compared to others, hence their lack of popularity. Despite the existence of the stone tablet, no one in the current generation at the village was using it. The reason was very simple: those who became disciples from Divine Black would come back here and teach the children different mantras. For example, Fuyo was teaching them the South Fence mantra. Only those with no other option would resort to the 7. "Young master, well, you can be considered a member of the village right now, so if you don't mind, pay respect to our patriarch and you can also cultivate South Fence." Fuyo eventually made up his mind. A prestigious sect normally never let outsiders learn their mantras and merit laws. As for South Fence, it was a great starting mantra, but Divine Black wasn't overly strict about it. Their disciples could pick anyone in the sect's territory to teach South Fence, such as the children in the village. They would be considered outer disciples, and the successful ones could go on to become official disciples. Chapter 3253. Lu Fuyo agreed to pass down this mantra to Li Qia because he owed the guy a great debt. Moreover, he just needed to pay respect to their patriarch in order to become an outer disciple of Divine Black. South Fence. Li Qia smiled while looking at the guy. "Yes, it's the best beginner mantra from our sect, a high-ranked yellow mantra created by a forefather for the sake of new disciples. It's amazing at creating a solid foundation." Fuyo hurriedly explained. This wasn't an exaggeration. South Fence was famous indeed, created by South Conk Tao Lord, someone who had revitalized the sect. Virtually all new disciples of Divine Black would cultivate this mantra since there was no better option. Fuyo also did this in order to build his Tao foundation. "High-ranked yellow?" Li Qia asked. Merit laws and mantras have classifications. There are 4 of them: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Each also had 3 levels: low, intermediate, and high. There was another thing to note. Each of the 4 corresponds to 3 realms. This is a strict rule. Breaking it would result in terrible results. Fuyo explained the common wisdom in 8 decilaces. For example, a bronze tendon cultivator can only train with yellow laws and mantras. If he were to reach silver carapace, the black levels would become available. As for the levels within the 4 classifications, they differed in quality. A high level was certainly better than a low level one. As Fuyo had said, not obeying these rules could result in chi deviation. Still within the rules, not good and not bad. Li Qie didn't especially dislike the restrictions. He didn't want to see these types of restrictions, but it might be necessary since life was unfair. People had different levels of comprehension regarding the mysteries of the primordial tree. With these laws in mind, cultivators would be able to focus on establishing a strong foundation and taking it step by step instead of rushing and starting with the strongest laws from the Tao Lords. The ones with better talents could stop fantasizing so far ahead and focus on the present. But, young master, you're an exception. You have an inborn true fate, so these restrictions don't apply to you. Fuyo wasn't so sure when making this statement. He based it off the fact that Li Qie was so amazing despite being a mortal. Perhaps he had the legendary true fate. An inborn true fate gave one incredible talent like the favorites of the heaven. Merit laws and mantras restrictions no longer applied. However, there was one thing missing in Li Qie. He wasn't looking down on the guy, but he had seen someone with an inborn true fate before. They had a special aura evident from a first glance. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Don't overthink it, I don't have this so-called inborn true fate. Young master, I didn't mean to offend you. It's my fault for having shallow. Fuyo smiled wryly. It's fine. I'm not angry or anything. Li Qie waved his hand and interrupted. I appreciate your goodwill, but all things will do just fine. Nothing is better than the 7. Are you planning on cultivating all 7 then? Fuyo became surprised. Why not? The palaces store the 4 symbols that protect the true fate used to build the Grand Tao, resulting in the heart scripture with 7 laws to reach the primordial. Li Qie smiled. You know this too? Fuyo found it strange because this was a profound line in the cultivation world. Many geniuses racked their brains trying to understand and implement this line. On the other hand, Li Qie didn't know conventional knowledge, yet he could spout these abstruse lines so easily. It's simple. The fundamentals are contained in all the mantras, all things included. Li Qie said. So your plan is really the 7 together. Fuyo realized something. Certainly doable. To which Li Qie responded. I heard people only cultivate 4 at the most, from lowest to highest. I don't think anyone does 7. Fuyo scratched his head. Cultivators at higher realms would start switching to the higher level mantras for 2 reasons. Harmony and power potential. For example, after reaching silver carapace, Fuyo swapped to the Mad Fiery Bull, an intermediate black mantra. Both South Fence and Mad Fiery Bull were derived from all things, so they were connected. Most importantly, when using Mad Fiery Bull, his 8-armed devil ape and celestial seal became far stronger. Therefore, cultivators only really needed 4 mantras before reaching the height of power. That's why Fuyo found Li Qie's choice astounding. This could be viewed as a waste of time. Many considered the 7 laws to be inferior to low-level yellow mantras by this point. Wasting effort and time on them was unacceptable. Just doing it because I want to. Of course, Li Qie didn't want to waste time explaining since Fuyo wasn't at the right level. Fuyo was still confused. Nonetheless, he became more curious and paid attention to Li Qie's cultivation sessions. Li Qie didn't mind this at all. After observing Li Qie for some time, Fuyo found Li Qie's chaos true energy to be majestic and immense. His true energy seemed capable of giving birth to all things. This was something Fuyo had never seen before. He saw mortals trying this mantra out in the past. Their chaos true energy was ordinary or even impure, unlike Li Qie's. Young master, I was wrong. The all things mantra has been turned into something magical in your hand. He couldn't help but praise. It's not me. All things is this magical and peerless from the start. I'm just following it to cultivate. Li Qie shook his head. Peerless. Fuyo's eyes widened with skepticism. As a gifted cultivator, he had looked over this mantra in the past. He didn't think it was on the same level as South Fence, a high-level yellow mantra created by a Tao Lord specifically for the newcomers. You disagree? Li Qie stared at him. Well, Fuyo stood there awkwardly with no response. Didn't you say that they are also called the 7 laws of the blessed? Do you think this Tao Lord spread these laws because he's an idiot? Li Qie asked. Fuyo became frozen as the words traversed through his mind, causing him to ponder. Chapter 3254. Blessed Tao Lord was a great paragon in history. Lu Fuyo wasn't the only one who thought this. Many wise sages and masters had this evaluation of blessed. The Tao Lords in future generations felt the same way. It's true, Fuyo thought. Even their great ancestor, South Conk Tao Lord, was far inferior in comparison. Blessed Tao Lord clearly valued the 7 mantras. This wouldn't be the case if they were inadequate. So how is all things magical? Fuyo finally asked. Terrible teachers erroneously taught future generations. Li Qie said, one mantra can have a million solutions and paths. Some just assumed that they had the correct one. Fuyo had no response since he was one of them, thinking that all things was inferior to South Fence. This might not be the case. Nonetheless, he knew that given his abilities, he wouldn't be able to truly understand all things, unable to grasp its essences. Of course, he didn't know that the all things engraving in their village wasn't the original copy. It had been changed by numerous cultivators, no longer containing the same principles. Only those on the same level as Li Qie could derive the source from the numerous mistakes. Fuyo could see how easy cultivation was for Li Qie, unlike beginners who usually had troubles. That's why Fuyo knew that Li Qie was a real master with peerless comprehension of the Tao and cultivation. He naturally became envious as a result. Others called him a young genius once. Alas, he was far from being as carefree and leisurely as Li Qie right now. Some people were meant to cultivate since birth. He thought about something but didn't dare to say it. His mouth opened several times but he eventually swallowed his words. Spill it. Li Qie glanced at him and said. He turned red and rubbed his palms awkwardly before speaking. Young master, well, the truth is that the children in our village all yearn for the Tao but they lack a capable teacher. I am foolish and can't educate them well. The truth is that I hope when you have time, you can teach them a little bit? Fuyo was tempted because he saw Li Qie meditating and showing off his abilities earlier. Li Qie had only started but it wouldn't be long until the guy surpasses him. Plus, nothing was better for new cultivators than having a good teacher. Li Qie would do a far better job at teaching the children than him. Li Qie gave him a stern glare. Of course, let's pretend I didn't say anything if you don't have time, young master. Fuyo became afraid. I don't like teaching. Educating them is your responsibility. I'll just give them a few pointers when I have time. Li Qie said while shaking his head. Thank you, young master, thank you. The entire village will be grateful. Fuyo got on his knees and bowed. Li Qie sat there, accepting the grand gesture. The next morning, Lu Fuyo started his lecture with Li Qie sitting nearby. The field was filled with children sitting down in an orderly fashion. Their black, innocent eyes were fixated on Li Qie. The village was just an ordinary one with members who usually relied on farming and hunting for subsistence. However, a few managed to become disciples of Divine Black. Unfortunately, they had limited achievements and eventually died from old age. Not many returned to the village. Fuyo's case was unheard of. In fact, he wouldn't have stayed in the village if it wasn't for the prior issue. It's a sad fact that many cultivators would eventually leave the mortal world, forever separated from their previous life. This was especially true after their parents passed. There was nothing else worth remembering for them. No point in returning to their home. They would cut all ties afterward. Fuyo was quite influential in Divine Black. The villagers didn't know what happened but were willing to send their children to him for instruction. Cultivation gave these children a chance to rise, becoming dragons instead of ordinary. Instructor, is he learning with us? A young girl with little freckles curiously asked while staring at Li Qie. She was the one who was there when he first woke up. From today on, young master is your teacher. Whoever doesn't listen will have to talk to the whip. Fuyo said with a stern expression. The children saw the long whip in his hand and shuddered. No one dared to say anything despite being very curious. Nice to meet you, teacher. The rest then bowed towards him under the order of Fuyo. They respected Fuyo and would always listen to him. Li Qie nodded in response. He didn't start teaching them right away, only quietly listening to the side during Fuyo's lecture. The children focused on their lesson and forgot about Li Qie. Fuyo finished the lecture eventually and looked over at Li Chia, then asked politely, "Young master, do you have anything to add? Your South Fence mantra is derived from all things. It's not a bad introductory method and quite suitable for them. However, there is one mistake in the lecture today. Gaze at the western moon and scale the sun." He had a soothing voice with profound yet accessible explanations, succinct yet penetrative to the core. Fuyo was talented enough to be frightened by the explanations. The way he taught was in accordance with his sect's standard interpretation. He thought that this was the best way to teach South Fence. Now, the disparity between his teaching and Li Chia's was as clear as day. Though Li Chia had never seen South Fence before, it was derived from all things which he had mastered. Thus, South Fence couldn't be simpler for him. Memorize what he is telling you guys. Fuyo understood that Li Chia was many steps above his sect in terms of Tao interpretation. He began correcting the children. Her Tao foundation is fine, just too soft. Li Chia then pointed at the talkative girl prior. Recite the mantra faster and add a higher concentration of chaos true energy. You're too eager for success. The Tao flame is in your heart already, resulting in a potential disaster. He told an older one. I'm sure you train hard at night too. The older child lowered his head. Working hard is good, but you have to do it the right way. Doing less but gaining more. Otherwise, it's just a waste of effort. It's fine to train at night. Just start at midnight and absorb energy from the moon. Chapter 3255. Li Chia used very few words to solve the problems of the children. Lu Fuyo had never noticed them before. This made him admire Li Chia even more. He realized that asking Li Chia to teach the children was the wisest thing he had done. Though Li Chia didn't speak a lot, he always got straight to the point. The children were totally convinced by his abilities. Sure enough, they could sense something changing within them in just a short time. The slow learners gradually caught up to the rest. It didn't take long before he turned into a great teacher in their eyes. However, he had no intention of taking in any disciple. He wasn't their master, so he told them to refer to him as young master. He didn't spend every day teaching the children, only occasional at best. Nonetheless, all of them and Fuyo still appreciated him. In this period, he also brought some villagers outside to find herbs and grass. He would then help them plant these materials in the village. The villagers stopped focusing on food herbs and more on medicinal ingredients. They initially knew very little about alchemy, but under Li Chia's guidance, they started learning how to manufacture these ingredients successfully. Fuyo saw the grass and herbs. They were relatively common, but mortals couldn't cultivate them. Only the sects could do so. Alas, Li Chia taught them the right method to plant the seeds. The latter grew at a fast pace as well. He understood why Li Chia did it. These materials were far more valuable than grains and provisions. This was a great development for the village. Of course, Li Chia only did so during his downtime. It was no big deal for him to help them out a little. On the other hand, they didn't feel the same way and thought that they owed him a great debt. This was changing the fate of their village. Thus, all the villagers loved and respected him like a deity. Today, Fuyo was having another lesson. Li Chia sat nearby and kept an eye out for the children's development. Rumble. Sudden loud noises outside the village stole their attention. Numerous figures came out of the forest nearby. Rah! A howl scared the nearby animals away. It was a large panther. Dozens of other beasts came after it. White tigers, rhinoceros, stallions. Members of the sects. Many children became ecstatic. The villagers put down their tools and stared at the entrance. They could finally see the cultivators sitting on these large beasts. Not just humans but demons as well. Some had a tiger head and a human body. One was a tree demon while another was a snake demon. These demons might cause a disturbance at another place, but the villagers were used to this scene. They were disciples from Divine Black. This was a routine patrol. Their sect was an influential one to the north of West King. More than half of its members were demons. Lu Fuyo came over and the man sitting on the leopard jumped down. The latter wore a light color robe while possessing a treasure glow indicating his cultivation level. An enlightened being. Long time no see, senior brother. The man laughed and gave Fuyo a hearty hug. Congratulations, junior brother. You're at the intermediate level now. Fuyo smiled and congratulated. The man's name was Huang Jie. He was from the same branch as Fuyo and purposely came to visit Fuyo during the patrol. Divine Black's territories were vast, so these patrols were necessary. Normally, this exercise required speed and the groups wouldn't linger for long. However, Huang Jie came to this village specifically to see Fuyo. The children stared at the beast riders with admiration and hope. They also wanted to join Divine Black and become capable enough to ride these fierce beasts or even the flying swords. Hell, some wanted to be able to fly themselves, traversing through the sky or magically moving through the earth. I barely broke through, it's no big deal. Huang Jie humbly shook his head. It's great already, you'll definitely be able to reach the Samadhi realm. Fuyo smiled. I hope so. Huang Jie was only a slightly above-average disciple in Divine Black. An intermediate enlightened being wasn't a big deal in Divine Black. You would have reached Samadhi long ago. Senior brother. You do look better than last time though. Huang Jie looked at him and said. Fuyo had indeed recovered thanks to Li Qia. However, he was just cultivating his Dao foundation instead of trying to break through. I'm getting better. Fuyo nodded but didn't dare to run his mouth without Li Qia's permission. I'm happy to hear this. Given your talents, it won't be long until you surpass me. Huang Jie was happy for the guy. No one can predict the future. Fuyo humbly responded. I believe in you, senior brother. You used to be a famous genius in our sect for a reason. Huang Jie tapped Fuyo's shoulder. Let's not bring up the past. Fuyo laughed. He was in a good mood. Huang Jie then turned towards the children. He also glanced at Li Qia but didn't care too much. Li Qia looked like a new cultivator. Nothing special. The children are doing great. They'll be qualified to enter the sect soon. Huang Jie was pleasantly surprised. Looks like you really know how to teach. A good cultivator and a great teacher all in one. The children naturally loved to hear this since joining Divine Black was their dream. I can't claim the credit since I've gotten help from some amazing men. Fuyo didn't act complacent. It has been a while since your last return. When will you come back to the sect? Little Chenyue is an enlightened being now. Huang Jie's expression became serious. Wow. Fuyo couldn't help but praise. I remember when she first joined, just a little girl. Only a few years and she's an enlightened being already? Putting all of us to shame. An inborn true fate is not something we can compare to. She's definitely the most brilliant one now. I think she's on the same level as senior brother Su back then. Huang Jie said before ending with a sentimental sigh. Yes, the young will surpass us in time. It's a shame that he's no longer around. Fuyo became sad as well. After he was gone, we all thought that you would. Huang Jie didn't finish the sentence. I'm too foolish and lack talents. Fuyo shook his head. That's a little insensitive, don't you think? We cultivated together so I know your talents. You might not be on the same level as senior brother Su but definitely not weaker than anyone else. Huang Jie smiled wryly. Fuyo smiled back, not wanting to bring up the past. 8 Zhang Peak is still doing well? He changed the topic. Relatively. Huang Jie showed hesitation and only let out a forced smile. It's just missing a pillar. Fuyo pondered a bit before answering. My presence there wouldn't change anything. The Peak Lord is doing well but our generation is one person short. Huang Jie said. Chapter 3256. No point in talking about this. The sect master and the Peak Lords know what they're doing. Lu Fuyo sighed and said. The sect had changed considerably since his departure. Internal power struggles have intensified and he didn't wish to be involved. Senior brother, come back, you'll still be able to rise again. Huang Jie earnestly persuaded before glancing at the village. Fuyo was no longer the genius of the past. However, he was still a conqueror, enough to preside over a large territory. Staying here like a turtle hiding inside its shell was a waste of his power. Fuyo turned towards Li Qia but the guy was just calmly sitting there, not giving any opinion. He then looked towards the direction of Divine Black. Huang Jie didn't know that Fuyo had recovered completely. This version of him could indeed soar once more. However, he still hesitated about returning. He was confident about reaching a higher level but in his opinion, no one was wiser than Li Qia. Staying with Li Qia meant that he could learn so many more things. We'll talk about this later. Fuyo withdrew his gaze and shook his head, refusing the invitation. I won't force you, senior brother, but our door will always be open for you. Huang Jie had no choice but to give up. He didn't want to stay for long and bid goodbye to Fuyo. He then smiled at the children and said, Little brats, keep on working hard, Divine Black is waiting for you. I'll be the one to greet you when you get there. An enlightened being like him being so friendly to the children was because of his relationship with Fuyo. The children's eyes lit up with hope and dream for the future. This was the reason why they have been training so hard. Huang Jie and his group left. Fuyo returned to his spot and told the children to go back to training. He fell into silence. Want to go back? Li Qie asked a while later with a smile. I rather stay with you, young master. Fuyo had a wry smile. This was not mere flattery since he was telling the truth. Staying with Li Qie was clearly the better choice. I won't be here for too long. Your future prospect will still be in your sect. Li Qie smiled. Fuyo had expected this because a true dragon would never stay on the ground. He hesitated from speaking his mind and eventually let out a sigh. Our Divine Black is a great demonic sect, he paused, finding it hard to choose his words. The problem is that you're a human. Your talents resulted in competition within the sect back then. Li Qie added, aware of these mundane issues. Of course, he found them trivial and boring. Fuyo sighed again and didn't dwell on this matter. The children became livelier after seeing Huang Jie and trained harder. Joining Divine Black has always been their goal. For these villagers, accomplishing this would be the greatest glory, more than enough to make their ancestors elated. They had members joining Divine Black before Fuyo. However, they didn't do anything special. Fuyo had great potential but still ended up returning to the village. Nonetheless, this was still good news because the children gained an instructor instead of needing to learn cultivation by themselves. Their path became easier with Fuyo's guidance. Now, with the addition of Li Qie, they were granted a heaven-sent opportunity, allowing them to improve considerably. In fact, the village transformed with Li Qie's presence. He taught them various methods on how to farm spirit grass and medicinal materials. Fuyo knew that just these casual acts from Li Qie were enough to change the direction of their village. Keep in mind that even the major sects wouldn't reveal the farming methods of special plants. Moreover, ordinary cultivators that weren't alchemists had no knowledge of this. Fuyo was one example. This was the reason why it was such a big deal for Li Qie to teach them. His methods were extremely effective as well. Their materials grew at a rapid rate, far faster than those back in Divine Black. He let the village sell a portion of the harvest to Divine Black while keeping the rest. The villagers were ecstatic because the profit far exceeded previous years. He didn't keep the rest of the materials for himself but rather boiled them into ointments for the children to strengthen their body. Fuyo became jealous because he didn't have such luck during his youth. He had to learn cultivation all by himself, let alone having access to augmentation ointment. These children were enjoying a privilege unavailable to most cultivators during their age. In Fuyo's opinion, just 1 year with Li Qie was more than 10 years at Divine Black. Of course, Li Qie didn't spend that much time instructing the children. He only occasionally corrected their mistakes on the cultivation path. He focused on his own cultivation the majority of the time, seemingly lost in thought. Fuyo didn't know what Li Qie was thinking each time, but intuition told him that they were matters far beyond his station. On another day, Li Qie sat beneath the shade of a tree next to the stream, staring at the current. Fuyo prepared him some tea. He boiled the water then left right away, not wanting to disturb Li Qie. Only 2 sounds remained, the gurgling water and the tea boiling. Oh, also the occasional crackles of the fire. The gentle breezes were pleasant and comforting as well. Li Qie was enjoying his big chair, leaning back and closing his eyes. He tapped his fingers with a special rhythm. The order of the world itself needed to follow his lead. Just like that, time slowed down around the area and turned into eternity. A while later, he opened his eyes and ordered, "Come out, it's tiring sitting on a branch." The wind accompanied by a sweet fragrance was caused by a girl floating down, a great beauty in a green dress. Her great spirituality resembled that of a forest fairy. Her hair draped down her shoulders like 2 waterfalls. They fluttered to the wind like an immortal in a painting. A phoenix hairpin was placed casually on her hair. The phoenix itself looked incredibly animated, ready to fly away with the wind. Her eyes were brimming with spirituality as if all the spirit energy in the world were there. A red dot could be seen on her forehead, akin to a ruby being engraved there. It occasionally flashed with a magical light. Others would be enthralled at this beauty's sight. Alas, Xueqi only gave her one glance before closing his eyes again. She tilted her head while analyzing him. This was a fruitless endeavor. Her red dot exuded a radiance only to find that he was a mortal who had only started cultivating. Chapter 3257. This naturally confused her. Xueqi looked as ordinary as can be. His lazy manner showed a lack of aspiration. However, her wondrous talent and bloodline told her that he was as extraordinary as can be. That's all she knew, unable to figure out the actual details. Could it be that her bloodline was incorrect? No, they were too special to be incorrect. She continued her observation, but nothing changed. One could find someone like him anywhere on the street. It's just that her intuition told her otherwise. During this process, she gradually found him very familiar, as if she had seen him before. This was impossible because of her impeccable memories. She racked her brains and still couldn't come up with a previous meeting with this new cultivator. "May I ask for your name, young noble?" She slightly bowed towards him, showing ample respect. She seldom performed this act, not even to sect masters, let alone a new cultivator. In fact, people wouldn't dare to accept this gesture from her. Normally, they would be the ones kneeling in her presence. For her to initiate a conversation? This was a peerless honor. Xueqi, on the other hand, still didn't open his eyes. He simply asked, "How's the water?" The girl became surprised. This was her first time experiencing something like this. Even the sect master of Divine Black would need to tread carefully in her presence. The great geniuses of West King would be lost in elation and pride right now if they were in this man's shoes. Unfortunately, he didn't even stand up to return the gesture, not bothering to talk to her eye to eye. Perhaps he didn't give a damn about her beauty or status. This was something new to her. "Don't just stand there, make the tea." Xueqi interrupted her stupor. She naturally became astounded, thinking that she had misheard. She looked around and there was no one else here besides the two of them. You're talking to me?" She pointed at her nose, astonished. She has grown used to being treated as a jewel wherever she went. Others would be offering the finest tea to her. They would find it an honor for her to take a sip. Now, this nobody was telling her to make tea like a maid? "Who else but you?" Xueqi nonchalantly responded. "You." She became angry right away. No way would she play the part of a servant for anyone. Alas, he ignored her outburst and seemed to be asleep. Maybe he didn't care about whether she would agree or not. She took a deep breath to calm down and kept on staring at him. Only a man of high status would act this way. No, a madman would too. He didn't look insane though. If anyone dared to talk to her in this manner, she would have taught them a lesson. In this case, her talents and bloodline told her to not mess with Xueqi. She wasn't angry enough to the point of losing her reason. Putting her annoyance to the side, she ended up making tea for him. Fetching the water, rinsing the tea leaves, shaking the tea, checking the color. These procedures must be carried out correctly. She rarely made tea before in the past since others have always served her. Thus, this whole thing was truly unbelievable. She herself thought that it was ridiculous, but ultimately, she needed to listen to her innate gifts. Finally, a tea aroma lingered in the air after she finished making the green tea. She begrudgingly carried a plate with the tea over to him. "Drink." She spoke up, still unhappy. "Call me young master," he casually demanded. The fire in her mind ignited again. She had already acquiesced once by making tea. This was giving him plenty of face. Now, he wanted her to call her young master? This was a case of win an inch and want a foot. Once again, she restrained her anger in accordance with her intuition. The other party paid no attention to her feelings. The reality was that he wouldn't even mind her being angry enough to try and kill him. He finally stood up and raised a cup for a few sips. He put it down, then leaned back on his chair once more. She stared at him, clearly wanting to hear an evaluation since this was her first time making tea for someone. She suddenly realized this and found it ridiculous. Was she going crazy? Why would she care about his opinion? He should be thanking her for having this honor. If your tea-making ability was half as good as your cultivation, you would have boundless potential. Li Qie finally spoke, clearly being sarcastic. The fire returned again. She gritted her teeth while having the urge to wring his head off. This was her first time seeing someone so arrogant and insensitive. Who do you think you are? A Tao Lord? A god? Completely unbeatable? Nonetheless, she still had enough sense to not do anything about it. Boundless potential from making tea? She uttered coldly. Being able to make tea for me means boundless potential. He replied. She thought that it would be awfully difficult to find another person like him in this world. Is that so? She didn't buy it. He was only a new cultivator while she was far more prestigious than most young lords and geniuses from the big sections. Chapter 3258. His deliberate aloofness of her feelings exasperated her. She felt like twisting him into a fried dough. She didn't know why her bloodline was so afraid of him. It seemed that this instinct has been imprinted into her blood, perhaps from one generation to another. What's your name? She took another deep breath. This was already her lowest bottom line. Any more and she would really explode and take it out on him. Li Qie. Li Qie nonchalantly said, still relaxing. Li Qie. She murmured. She had never heard of this name before, at least not in the northern region of West King among the list of geniuses. She certainly would have remembered. Wait a minute. She kept on thinking about this name and found it familiar as if she had heard it long ago. It's a shame that she couldn't come up with any specifics. Have we met before? She was no longer angry after reflecting on the circumstances. She felt as if she had met him before. Now, even his name sounded familiar. This feeling only grew stronger. No. Li Qie said. The girl still didn't like his tone. She snorted and decided to leave. Lingering here would only serve to infuriate her even more. Send my regards to your clan's old men. Li Qie casually spoke as she was leaving. She naturally froze for a moment before turning around again. You know who I am? She thought that Li Qie didn't know who she was at first. No, but I know your bloodline and your eye. It's different, but the seal in the bloodline can't change. Li Qie still didn't open his eyes. Who are you? The girl was astonished. He seemed to know their clan's secrets. Remember, they were extremely old, dating back to the ancient era or even an older epoch. Li Qie. Li Qie repeated. She didn't know how to respond because of his attitude. Who do you want me to tell? The girl took a deep breath and asked. The oldest geezer in your clan then? Li Qie nonchalantly said. She staggered backward while staring at him in disbelief. Do you really know our ancestor? She said with uncertainty. Very few people had the privilege of meeting their strongest ancestor. You have a certain something on you. Li Qie opened his eyes for a look before returning to his lazy state. She stood there in a daze, lost in thoughts. Go now, remember to learn how to make tea. That was terrible. Li Qie waved his hand. She didn't know what came over her, but she immediately followed his order. After traveling a long distance, a gust of wind woke her up. She shuddered, not understanding why she obeyed several times in one meeting. The whole thing felt like a dream. She thought that he had put a spell on her. She regained her composure and knew that something was going on. No, I have to return to the clan to get to the bottom of this. She glanced back at the village and became determined. She then sped off towards the horizon. On the other hand, Li Qie didn't care about her visit in the slightest. The children improved greatly. After a period of hard training, they broke out of mortal shell and entered iron skin. Fuyo was ecstatic. Already being iron skin cultivators at their age? They could definitely join Divine Black. This was 10 years earlier than his expectation. Such achievements were beyond his wildest dreams. He still hasn't become an enlightened being yet since he listened to Li Qie and focused on his Tao foundation instead. A strong one would bear greater fruits in the future. However, there was one thing confusing him. The children were at the iron skin realm, yet Li Qie was still stuck in mortal shell. It took him a long time to go from minor to intermediate. Even the slowest child in the village was faster than Li Qie in this regard. Fuyo didn't think that Li Qie lacked talents and comprehension. Someone like that wouldn't have been able to teach the children so well. Young master, why are you cultivating so slowly? He finally asked one day. Cultivation requires slow and steady to go further. Li Qie leisurely responded. Fuyo didn't respond. He understood the logic, but it didn't really apply to him and the others. This might be Li Qie's own path. When Huang Jie returned to the village the next time, he was caught off guard by the children's development. Senior brother, looks like you're as good a teacher as you're a cultivator. Huang Jie said. I bet you will be a famous instructor back at the sect. It's not because of me. Fuyo shook his head. Huang Jie assumed that the guy was only being humble and took another gander at the children. Senior brother, the children are qualified to join the sect now. Fuyo discreetly glanced at Li Qie after hearing this. Huang Jie saw the hesitation and said, Senior brother, the sect needs talents, especially our peak. 1,000 demon and furious tiger outnumber us. If we don't keep trying, we'll lose our influence completely. Sorry, forget about this mess. Just think about the children though. There are many merit laws for them at the sect. You can't keep them here forever nor teach them new merit laws that belong to the sect. He continued. Huang Jie was right. Fuyo only had 2 merit laws and they might not be suitable for the children. Moreover, he couldn't actually teach them without permission from the sect, not even to his own children, let alone the villagers. Let me think about it. Fuyo eventually said. Yes, the Peak Lord would love to have them join. Huang Jie said before leaving. What is your opinion, young master? Fuyo then asked Li Qie. It's fine to join Divine Black because this place is under its jurisdiction in the first place. Making them stay here will narrow their vision. Let them go out and see the world. Li Qie agreed with Huang Jie. Chapter 3259. You'll be leaving too, young master? Fuyo became disappointed and wondered. Li Qie had taught the children but had no intention of taking them in as disciples. He would leave this place soon or later, probably when the children embarked for Divine Black. I'll be going too since there's a connection between me and yourself. A visit will be fine. Li Qie had a faint smile while looking towards the direction of Divine Black. Really? You'll join too? Fuyo became ecstatic. This meant that Li Qie would stick around. Both the children and he would benefit from Li Qie's teaching for a little bit longer. Li Qie nodded and didn't say anything else. I'll be going first to see the situation. The happy man bowed towards Li Qie and said. He began making preparations for the children to go. This was indeed the best option for the children. Everyone in this territory dreamed about joining Divine Black. On this day, Fuyo gathered the essentials and returned to the sect. An unprecedented number of children were eligible, so he needed to talk to the seniors first. He returned a few days later with good news. Train hard because in just 1 month, the sect will open its door and recruit more disciples. Everyone will get a chance. Don't blame me for being a bad teacher if you're disqualified. You'll need to come back and work on the farm then. He was only scaring them a bit. They were already at the Iron Skin realm and could join the sect. He had talked to the seniors as well and took care of various arrangements. These children would have a great starting point compared to the other recruits. Yes! The children exclaimed and started celebrating. Their parents became happy as well. Joining Divine Black was a proud achievement, bringing honor to their family. This is the biggest event in our village. So many children are joining the immortal sect at once. The old men in the village became sentimental. Some were even moved to tears. After all, this might change the fate of their village. Perhaps it would become a part of Divine Black. The news inspired the children to work harder in the next month, not daring to relax. Fuyo's scare tactic actually worked. No one wanted to be sent back home. Joining Divine Black was their biggest desire. This could allow them to become immortals, something they always saw in their dreams. The month passed by quickly. The children woke up early this day, ready to leave. Their mother's eyes were red from crying. Their fathers became sad. They knew that they would rarely see their children again. In fact, maybe only once or twice for the remainder of their lives. Alas, they still chose to let them go. It had nothing to do with the village, only so that their children could become amazing immortals. The children also cried because this would be their first time away from home. Some kept on sobbing the entire time. The man with the thunderous voice, Fuyo, didn't say anything. He let them have their moment since he started vividly recalling his first time leaving home as well. On the other hand, Li Qie had seen this scene too many times and didn't feel much. Son, go, listen to the young master and instructor there. The parents eventually pushed their children forward towards the duo. They knew that the kids were very lucky. In the past, only 1 or 2 in each generation made it to Divine Black. Plus, they needed to rely on themselves as well since they didn't know anyone there. Let's go. Li Qie finally gave the order. He got on a mobile chair, carried by the oldest children. No one had a problem with this because Li Qie was the village's biggest benefactor. He taught their children on top of giving them farming methods. He was the reason why these children could join Divine Black so early. Fuyo had no objection either. This type of labor was good training for the children. They would face harsher trials on the path towards the Tao. Divine Black wasn't that far from the village for cultivators. Alas, the children needed several days to get there. Fuyo didn't help them along the way. This was the start of their training. Li Qie enjoyed himself during the trip, seemingly asleep the entire way. Fuyo told them the history of Divine Black and other stories along with important rules and powerful characters there. Divine Black might not be the strongest lineage in West King, but it was certainly mighty and famous. Most importantly, it could be considered one of the oldest. Remember, it originated from the ancient era back in the previous epoch. Their patriarch was an invincible divine beast, a black tortoise. According to the legends, their patriarch was blessed by a great immortal and obtained incredible fortunes and a peerless bloodline. It eventually started Divine Black. Later on, the 9 worlds crumbled but its lineage still stood strong. It fell into decline until the appearance of South Conch Dao Lord. It became the strongest lineage in all of West King. This was no longer the case, but it was still very influential in this region. It was one of the 2 biggest demon sects. The other was Dragon Phoenix Valley. The latter didn't actively recruit disciples. Thus, the demons, whether born naturally or touched by the Tao, would join Divine Black. Its rich history was a great advantage. It had access to Tao Lord merit laws and ancient arts. The merit laws from their patriarch in particular were suitable for demons, able to harmonize with any demonic Tao. Even the demons outside of their territory would make the long journey to join. Its territory spanned for 1 million miles, consisting of thousands of cities and more than 1,000 sections. The actual sect was built on a majestic mountain range. It was reclusive, unlike the big clans that prefer to stay in the cities. The children got a better understanding of Divine Black after listening to Fuyo. Instructor, when can we have special moves? One innocent kid asked. Special moves. Fuyo smiled. Like an immortal, able to fly from one place to another or other stuff. Another's eyes flashed brightly. They believed that those who can fly were immortals. Wait until you reach enlightened being manifestation. Fuyo said. Chapter 3260. Divine Black definitely looked the part of a first-rate sect given its majestic landscape. While observing with a panoramic view from the distance, this sect would look like a massive turtle. There were too many mountains and peaks to count here. Their ancestral peak was the tallest one, looking like the head of a tortoise roaring at the heaven. A great river circled the area as if it was a spirit snake of the great tortoise. Outside of the ancestral peak, there were 5 more clearly taller than the rest. These were the 5 main peaks of Divine Black, extremely renowned. The 5 peaks represented the main branches of Divine Black. There were many entrances that could lead to the main sect, but the official gate lies in the south, a place that resembles the tail of the tortoise. This entrance had a twisty road leading to what seems to be the back of the turtle. It eventually led to its head or the ancestral peak. This was the general terrain of Divine Black. Lu Fuyo and the children finally made it to the southern gate. They stood at the base and looked up. Some children gasped in admiration. The peaks were hidden among the clouds, decorated by the stone paths leading upward. They also saw experts flying around or riding their beasts and treasures. They had imagined the land of immortals to be exactly such. Wow, Divine Black is so pretty. An older child praised and the rest nodded in agreement. See, our sect resembled the divine beast, Black Tortoise. Fuyo said. Our patriarch turned into the land? They became curious. I'm not sure, but according to the legends, the great patriarch reformed the land by moving oceans and mountains. This resulted in the sect having a peerless momentum. Fuyo smiled and said. The children were lost in admiration. thinking that this patriarch was a supreme immortal who could do anything. Well, such an amazing feat of changing the landscape could only be done by immortals, at least in their mind. Li Qie finally opened his eyes, still drowsy. He took a gander at Divine Black and saw the tortoise shape. Looks about right. How unexpected. Li Qie had a faint smile. Okay, let's go faster, let's not be late. Fuyo looked ahead before telling the kids to move on. They followed behind him. It was good that he was here since they would be lost right now. In fact, the recruitment process had started several days ago. There was a long line below the entrance. These people all wanted to join Divine Black, ranging from ordinary mortals to strange demons and beasts. There were young children around the group's age as well, their eyes brimming with curiosity. The majority came from this area under the direct rule of Divine Black. Some older children came from distant territories. They came for the sake of pursuing cultivation. Young cultivators were among them as well, either vagrant cultivators or coming from the smaller sections. The latter could be considered outer disciples of Divine Black since some sects were created by its members. This group could enter Divine Black as long as they satisfy the requirements. Strangely enough, even gray-haired men came to seek immortality. One of them looked around the age of 80 with unstable footsteps. His family helped him stay in line for a prolonged period. This naturally attracted ample attention. One Divine Black disciple took note and shook his head. "Uncle, this is your 35th attempt already, please just give up." So it turned out that he was from a nearby town, born in a wealthy merchant family. As he aged, he started wanting to cultivate. Alas, Divine Black didn't accept him. "Little brother, I have entered the beginning state in accordance with the sect's rules. An intermediate mortal shell should be able to join, right?" The old man revealed a friendly smile. This disciple didn't know what to do and gave up. "It's not up to me, wait for the senior brothers to decide." The lowest entry requirement for vagabonds was intermediate mortal shell. Of course, this was the bare minimum. Divine Black could still refuse for other reasons. There was no lack of demons lining up either. Some came from smaller clans or weaker sections. Some have cultivated for a while. Others have just gained intelligence. One was a demon with branches and leaves growing on his body, a tree ant. Another was a snake demon with the obvious snake tongue and tail. A humanoid tiger could be seen as well. These existences naturally wanted to be a part of this Divine Black, a famous demon lineage. The young ones became afraid after seeing so many demons in one place. Of course, nothing bad would happen here. Fear turned into curiosity soon enough. Those from Lu had a big advantage thanks to Fuyo's lead. Huang Jie himself came out to greet the group and hugged Fuyo. "Senior brother, you're finally here. Welcome back," Huang Jie said. Meanwhile, Fuyo became sentimental after returning to his sect once more. Huang Jie then told the children, "These kids are really not bad at all, they'll be the pillars of our 8 zhong soon enough." "It's too early to say." Fuyo smiled wryly. "He is." Huang Jie eventually spotted Li Qie on the carriage carried by several children. The guy seemed to be sleeping, looking just like a spoiled young master. "What's going on here?" Huang Jie's expression soured. Entering Divine Black meant experiencing numerous tests and trials later on for the sake of improving. This guy, on the other hand, looked to be enjoying himself. Making the children carry him was utterly ridiculous. Fuyo pulled him to the side while shaking his head, telling Huang Jie to be quiet. "Senior brother, what is happening here?" Huang Jie found this bizarre after seeing Fuyo's serious expression. He had seen Li Qie during the previous visits at the village. However, Li Qie was too ordinary on top of being too old. The guy would have been an intermediate mortal shell at best given his late start. His haughty showing was the complete opposite of his actual abilities. "That's young master," Fuyo whispered. "Young master? What?" Huang Jie didn't understand. His senior brother never acted in this manner before. "Be respectful," Fuyo added. "I'm a little confused, senior brother," Huang Jie said. His senior brother had experienced many things and wasn't one to be intimidated. "My problem is fixed. I am a grand completion conqueror now and will be preparing to reach the manifestation realm soon," Fuyo revealed. "Really?" Huang Jie became ecstatic for the guy. "This is thanks to the young master. He taught me the way to fix it," Fuyo seriously said. "Him?" Huang Jie stared at Li Qie and remained skeptical. 1. Mortal shell, iron skin, bronze tendon, silver carapace, violet marquee corpus, conqueror vessel, enlightened being manifestation, samadhi materialization, yin-yang celestial, myriad form sanctity, grand Tao sacred physique, and Tao Lord golden avatar. Chapter 3261. How can this be? Huang Jie wouldn't believe it if he didn't hear it from Fuyo himself. Only a selected few knew about Fuyo's problem. Mainly the seniors. Huang Jie was another. They too had deep ties, so he knew everything about Fuyo's circumstances. The guy with a bright future suddenly started becoming weaker. A genius was ruined just like that. The seniors tried their best. Even the sect master, Ping Suowing, didn't know the source of the problem. How could a new cultivator like Li Qie fix this issue? Why would I lie? Fuyo quietly said. Look, I didn't do anything for the children. My teachings can't make them improve so quickly. It's all young master. I can't believe it. Huang Jie blurted out and glanced over at Li Qie again. Yes, the guy was only an intermediate mortal shell, the weakest cultivation level in the group. The other children have at least reached iron skin. This meant that his talent must have been rotten. Alas, he managed to teach the children well on top of curing Fuyo's problem. No one would believe this story. Nonetheless, Huang Jie knew that Fuyo wasn't lying to him. There was no need to do so. Why is his cultivation so low? Huang Jie asked. Such a knowledgeable master should have incredible cultivation. There was no logic in this. We can't fathom the mind of a master. Fuyo was extremely respectful towards Li Qie. Okay. Huang Jie had no choice other than accepting this. He came forward and waved at the children. Over here, we're going to the assessment area. They hurriedly followed him into the sect. Lu Fuyo had already arranged everything during his last trip back. This assessment was nothing more than a formality. Others needed to wait in line, perhaps several days and nights. They, fortunately enough, managed to skip the wait. Li Qie was still sleeping the entire time, seemingly aloof about outside matters. Those in line took note of him and pointed their fingers. Even the disciples and seniors from Divine Black had a bad impression of him. Just think about it. Cultivation was about hard work and training the mind, not pleasure. This was especially true for beginners who would taste plenty of bitterness. Everyone in Divine Black had experienced this tough period once. Now, this new cultivator had no achievements to speak of yet. He dared to act so frivolously? Others needed to look up to see him? Utterly ridiculous. You're here to be a cultivator, not a young master. Can't even handle climbing up the mountain? Just go home already. An older disciple on patrol saw this and shouted at Li Qie. He looked majestic at the silver carapace realm. The children naturally became frightened. Stop yelling, you're scaring the kids. Li Qie didn't even open his eyes to respond. Ignorant fool! How dare you be so disrespectful in Divine Black Dash? The disciple became furious. Yangxi, go patrol somewhere else, this place is fine. Huang Jie, standing a little far away, waved his hand. Junior uncle, but... The disciple named Yangxi was still angry but didn't dare to disobey. Huang Jie was relatively influential in the sect on top of being an enlightened being. Go! Huang Jie left no room for negotiation. Yangxi gritted his teeth but didn't dare to act out in front of a senior. He glared at Li Qie once before leaving. Unfortunately, the guy didn't bother to look at him anymore. Huang Jie took careful note of this and started believing Fuyo. Remember, Yangxi shouted earlier with enough force to scare the children who were at iron skin. A mortal shell like Li Qie shouldn't have been able to ignore it. His mental fortitude exceeded that of a new cultivator. The group finally made it to the assessment area where the seniors were waiting. They saw a statue as big as a hill in the shape of a black tortoise. It looked like a miniature version of the sect's geographic features. Clear ancient runes were carved on it. No one could read these runes. Not one person in Divine Black. This statue was placed in this place, seemingly acting as a defender. Li Qie finally opened his eyes to take a look before chuckling and returning to his relaxed state. The children from Lu were being examined. Both their background and cultivation level were fine. After all, they grew up around here on top of being taught by Lu Fuyo. They were already outer disciples long ago. Brother Lu, you're still as incredible as before. They're not innately talented yet their foundation is amazing. Even some of our current disciples might not be a match for them. Yes, they have great potential. An examiner said. He was from the same generation as Fuyo and Huang Jie. Fuyo was no longer as dominant as before, but some still remembered his friendship. Moreover, the sect had already agreed to take the children in. It would have been fine even if one or two were lacking. Fuyo had already brought enough this time. That's why the examiner was ready to let anyone go through. He didn't expect the entire group to be so excellent. It's because they've put in the effort. Fuyo smiled. It was finally Li Qiye's turn after the children. The examiner stared at this guy who was still sitting in his carriage. How improper. He grimaced and turned towards Huang Jie and Fuyo. The two shook their head, causing the examiner to be confused. He had no choice but to keep going. Name and origin. The examiner started. Li Qiye, Lu Village. Li Qiye lazily answered like a young master without bothering to stand up. Barely at the intermediate level of mortal shell. The speechless examiner frowned again after checking Li Qiye's cultivation. Not qualified to enter our sect then. Another person spoke. Yang Si. He was still annoyed at this disrespectful mortal. That's why he wanted to kick the guy out. How could their sect recruit someone so useless? Fuyo and Huang Jie naturally didn't appreciate this interference. Chapter 3262. The examiner didn't like this either. An intermediate mortal shell could still join the sect. To do otherwise would be rude towards Fuyo because they have discussed this prior. Fuyo had given the sect so many seeds so 8 Zhang Peak was definitely on his side. Both Divine Black and 8 Zhang Peak wouldn't mind taking in 1 or 2 pieces of trash along. Thus, this whole examination was only a formality. Now, Yang Si had brought too much attention to this deal. An intermediate mortal shell is fine, the start of cultivation. He can still join. The examiner said. With all due respect, junior uncle, our sect is looking to recruit some talents today. An intermediate mortal shell is simply the lowest requirement. In my opinion, he has a mortal fate, mortal palace, and mortal body on top of being too old. It's not worth it. Yang Si purposely raised his voice so that everyone could hear. The other potential recruits started paying attention right away. Yang Si, I can make my own decision. The examiner frowned, not wanting to make a big deal out of this. Junior uncle, this pertains to the reputation of our sect. It's not fair for others if a piece of trash like him can join. Yang Si had no intention of letting this die down. Many eyes turned towards the examiner with skepticism. His expression soured, thinking that Yang Si was trying to force his hand. Fuyo's brows furrowed. Normally, the hierarchy was respected in Divine Black. In this case, Yang Si was being too aggressive and overstepping his bounds. You've been gone for too long. Huang Jie shook his head. This Yang Si kid is not bad among the first-generation disciples. Most importantly, he has been chosen by Furious Tiger Peak. That's why he's so haughty. Fuyo understood right away and snorted. Furious Tiger was the demon branch among the 5 while Fuyo and Huang Ji came from 8 Zhang ruled by humans. The competition between the 5 peaks has never stopped. They were locked in constant strife. Though Yang Si was a human, he has been picked by Furious Tiger. This decision stemmed from his dislike towards Li Qiye on top of wanting to cause trouble for 8 Zhang. True, Divine Black is one of the most prestigious powers in Northern West King. No way it'll do something like this. Someone in the line whispered. A few intermediate mortal shell cultivators earlier got denied. Another added. I'm at Grand Mortal Shell, so it should be no problem for me to join if he can, right? One demon said loudly. Yeah, we want fairness. The crowd became agitated. Silence. The examiner roared thunderously. He was quite powerful so the roar was enough to intimidate and make people dizzy. A few nearly fell down. The place became quiet once more, only soft whispers could be heard. Even the recruitment process is unfair. How can this first-rate sect keep its reputation? I'm sure Divine Black will be partial. Another said. The crowd only spoke quietly among themselves now while staring at the examiner. He was in a tough spot. Not dealing with this wisely would affect his personal reputation and the sect's. If he were to let Li Qiye in, He would be the one receiving all the criticisms from the terrible optics. He glanced at Yangxi, but Yangxi wasn't afraid. The latter had his own backings. He shifted his focus over to Fuyo and Huang Jie. He wanted to help them out, but everyone in line knew about the potential unfair recruitment now. Change the assessment, Fuyo said. The examiner agreed. Divine Black also recruited disciples for other reasons, such as potential alchemists or knowledgeable scholars. What are you good at? The examiner asked. Li Qie was still sitting lazily in his carriage to the examiner's chagrin. He didn't know why the other two wanted to help this unsavory fella. He would have kicked the guy down long ago without this special circumstance. I can eat and sleep, Li Qie responded. The examiner nearly vomited blood. The other disciples from Divine Black naturally didn't like this answer either. The same for those waiting in line. They started becoming rowdy again, looking down on Li Qie. Anything else? The examiner's patience was running thin. He has never seen someone coming to join the sect in this manner before. Try stone placing. Huang Jie told the examiner his idea. Stone placing? Fuyo turned his sight towards the turtle statue near the gaze, stopping at the runes. Really? The examiner hesitated and asked Fuyo for his input. Not many new recruits can do this. The other disciples became surprised. Only the truly gifted can do so. An older disciple quietly said. The last person to do this was senior sister Chenyue. Yes, nearly everyone would rather do something else than stone placing. A younger disciple nodded. Senior sister's talents are peerless because of her inborn true fate. That's why she wanted a challenge. Those in the known have turned their attention towards their patriarch statue. They knew that it consisted of numerous ancient runes. They were part of a Tao chapter unknown by all. The sect had a special stone. If one were to correctly press this stone against the corresponding rune, the latter would light up. They could then move up to the next. There were a total of 13 runic sections for 13 stones. Activating the embedded runes in all the 13 sections meant winning an unthinkable reward. So how about it? Fuyo asked Li Qie. Over there. Li Qie glanced at the turtle and its runes with a smirk. Yes, use an ancestral stone to activate the first rune. If you pick the right one, the rune will flash and you'll have another try. The examiner elaborated. Is this a joke? He has no chance because doing so requires extreme comprehension. Someone with extreme comprehension wouldn't have such a low cultivation. A disciple on the sideline commented. So why does junior uncle Huang Jie want him to try? Another became confused. So that he would get the hell out of here instead of acting like a young master. I think junior uncle is very annoyed at him. A friend answered. This was naturally not the case. Huang Jie simply wanted to see if Fuyo was right about Li Qie's abilities. Chapter 3263. Huang Jie heard that Li Qie had fixed Fuyo's problem and taught the children how to cultivate. This meant that the guy would have a special view of the Grand Tao. If this was truly the case, then he wouldn't have a problem activating the runes, at least 5 of them. That's why Huang Jie made this suggestion. Fine, might as well. Li Qie casually said. Very well. Please bring an ancestral stone here. The examiner immediately agreed. He himself didn't buy it. In essence, activating one section meant connecting the runes together into a mantra. Something extremely difficult and requiring great comprehension not seen in the average new cultivator. By this point, a disciple brought out the ancestral stone. It fit snugly in one's palm with an ashen color. It also had ancient profound runes carved on it and was made from an unknown material. It felt heavy at first, then a cool feeling would come. A few disciples became serious because using this stone was normally reserved for the special geniuses. Ordinary newcomers wouldn't experience this test. The examiner wouldn't have done so without Huang Jie's suggestion. Of course, they didn't object to this either. In their eyes, Li Qie was no different from a piece of trash, nearly 20 yet still stuck at intermediate mortal shell. The whole thing was a joke. He had no chance of success and would have to roll down the mountain soon enough. Yangxi gloated with a sneer, thinking that this ant was about to learn a lesson for acting haughty in front of him. Fuyo didn't say anything since he was completely confident in Li Qie regardless of the test. Huang Jie, on the other hand, remained tense with a touch of anticipation. Was this man as mysterious as described by Fuyo? What if I activate all 13? Li Qie glanced at the stone and casually told Fuyo. All 13? Yang Si burst out laughing. Do you know what you're saying? Not to mention you, who knows if anyone in Divine Black can actually do so, ignorant fool. How many have done so in the course of history? I can't believe the gall on this guy. Another joined in. Yes, even senior sister Qianyue only lit up 5 sections, that's amazing enough. One more said with a serious tone. Don't compare him with senior sister Qianyue. She has an inborn true fate and is already an enlightened being. Him. Mere trash. Another sneered. Most disciples from Divine Black viewed Li Qie as a clown by this point. You just need to light up 5 runes in the first section, that's enough. The examiner also felt the same way and even pointed at the first section for him. Activating all 13 was nothing short of impossible. Those in the sects capable of doing so were extremely powerful. Fuyo smiled wryly. This was indeed a tough task, but he believed in Li Qie and nodded. Go for it. Very well, then I'll do all 13, don't be stingy after. Li Qie casually tossed the stone towards the statue. The examiner frowned in response. There was no way this would hit the right rune. Gong Qianyue back then contemplated for a long time before making her first move. Nonetheless, he felt better because this was Li Qie's fault for failing the examination. Lu Fuyo and Huang Jie couldn't blame him for this since he had tried his best. The brat won't even get a single one. One disciple said with disdain. Boom, boom, boom. The stone actually bounced up from the statue and started leaping from one spot to another. People couldn't keep up with its amazing speed. Boom, boom, boom. Runes lit up from every single impact, then the first section, the second section, the next. Everyone was stunned, including Fuyo's group. 1, 2, 3. A disciple started counting. 5, 5. Another shouted after the 5th section lit up. Impossible. No one could believe it. Among the first generation of Divine Black, only Gong Qianyue managed to activate 5 sections. 7, 8, 9. The previous disciple was still counting. The leaping stone didn't stop at all, activating one rune after another. 9 sections have been fully lit. A turtle shell had a maximum of 13 sections. This was also the case for a black tortoise. Am I seeing things? The other examiners came to watch the show earlier. They were simply astounded by this illogical development. 10. The spectators shouted. He's a monster, Huang Jie quietly murmured. Though he was prepared for some outlandish events, this still fully stunned him. He thought that lighting up just 5 sections would have been amazing, let alone 10. It'll be 13. Fuyo sighed. He didn't need to watch to know the outcome since he was Li Qie's biggest believer. 11, 12, 13, he got 13. One disciple started shrieking towards the end. No way, just no way, there must be something wrong. The seniors of the sect couldn't accept this. The entire crowd was stunned because no one could remember the last time this happened. Does our sect have anyone who has done this before? One expert quietly asked his peers. Not when they're young, no. His friend mused before answering. Only after they became accomplished, but that's 2 different matters. Buzz. The statue itself became radiant. The reward. One disciple cried out. All eyes were on the turtle's mouth, wanting to know what the reward would be for 13 sections. Buzz. A plume of light flew out with a scroll inside. It issued a roar that made everyone's legs go weak. That's the 9 immortal primeval laws. Huang Jie recognized the roar and became startled. That's one of our strongest merit laws. I don't know what to think. The first examiner became speechless. These supreme merit laws were passed down from the Great Black Tortoise to the sect. Chapter 3264. No one could stay calm at this juncture as they stared at the radiant scroll. It slowly floated down and landed in Li Qie's hand. Buzz. The scroll turned into runes and entered his mind. This was the most direct way to pass down an art. The scroll wasn't the original version, only runes that could be imprinted in this manner. Since this art was one of the strongest merit laws in Divine Black, the actual copy was naturally hidden in the most secretive place. So many salivated at this sight. Very few in the sect were eligible to learn it, for most weren't qualified. Even the seniors felt envious. They couldn't cultivate it yet, but just grasping a version was good enough. Perhaps in the future they would be able to comprehend it. Only one person in our sect has cultivated it before. One protector murmured. Yes, only Bodhi King. Moreover, he only learned one of the 9, Kasha. A different expert nodded. Numerous tales sprung off this origin. Some said that because the black tortoise followed the great immortal into battle, the latter taught the tortoise, allowing it to create the 9 arts. Or, it could be that the immortal was the one who created the laws and passed them down to the tortoise. Some listed it as a high-level heaven merit law. A few ancestors disputed this. They believed that the merit law came from the ancient era and couldn't be classified using the current system of this epoch. Nonetheless, its mighty power was beyond doubt. It didn't take long before people stared at Xueqi with both envy and jealousy in their eyes. A new disciple had just received the 9 immortal laws. How lucky could one get? There were those who couldn't accept this reality, thinking that the statue or stone was off in some ways. How could a mortal shell activate all 13 sections? Alas, the truth was that Xueqi really did receive the 9 primeval laws just now. Yang Xi's expression was as ugly as can be. He purposely tried to make it difficult for Xueqi but ended up just doing the guy a favor. Xueqi checked the 9 laws and smiled. So this is your 9 primeval laws? Xueqi smiled. Fuyo could only smile wryly after seeing the guy's casual expression. He had just gotten their best merit laws yet still acted as if it was no big deal. All in Northern West King understood the value of these 9 laws. Just not this guy. Did I pass? Xueqi then returned to his carriage and lazily glanced over at the examiner. Yes, absolutely. The stunned examiner blurted out. Come on now, if someone who had just activated 13 sections still couldn't join their sect, no one else would be qualified. Plus, he got their merit laws now. They definitely wanted to keep him around instead of risking these laws being spread outside. Let's go set up a place for you guys. Fuyo shouted at the children. The group cheered and followed Fuyo into their dream. They have finally become official disciples of Divine Black. Huang Jie still stood there in a daze, shocked by the result. He fully believed in Fuyo's words now and started admiring Xueqi. So what if he got the 9 primeval laws? The strongest ones are still just trash in his possession since he can't study them. Yang Xi scowled while watching Xueqi enter the sect. Right, our top members aren't strong enough to learn it, let alone a new disciple. It's useless to him. Many disciples agreed. Since it was considered a high-level heaven law, only one of the 5 peak lords managed to cultivate it. Myriad Demons Peak Lord, Thousand Arms Bodhi King. Moreover, Bodhi King only cultivated one of the 9 laws, Kasha. Rumor has it that he was actually not strong enough for these merit laws. However, his unique bloodline allowed him to bypass this requirement for Kasha. Maybe there's something wrong with the ancestral stone? One expert asked. The main examiner glanced at the stone and said, "We'll find out soon." His eyes locked onto the runes on the statue. They seemed to have changed a bit compared to before. Go! He released the stone and it started leaping, eventually lighting up 3 sections. It's fine, the examiner said with confidence. So he really got 13. The seniors stared at the statue. Their expression varied. They didn't know whether this was a sheer stroke of luck or the will of the heaven. Some immediately ran back to report to the higher-ups. The news of this examination traveled through the sect like a storm. Most couldn't believe it after hearing the first time. They still felt the same way after confirming it. In the main peak surrounded by clouds and mist, Ping Suowing stood by the edge and stared at a floating sword. His eyes didn't move in the slightest. An ordinary disciple able to activate all 13 sections. He pondered after receiving the news. Maybe it's just a coincidence. The messenger said. Definitely not. This is a Supreme Tao chapter with ultimate profundity. No luck, only comprehension. Suowing smiled and shook his head. That's even more outrageous. The messenger responded. Suowing didn't respond and continued staring at the floating sword. His powerful aura made him look unfathomable. The messenger had nothing but respect because their sect master was also the strongest member of their sect, always wise in his choices. Myriad Demons Peak, a place of verdant trees and beautiful valleys. There seemed to be a Bodhi tree growing on the pinnacle facing the recently risen sun, absorbing the mists and clouds. This was their peak lord, Thousand Arms Bodhi King. The 9 primeval laws? His eyes became profound. Yes, peak lord. A disciple respectfully said. The peak lord used to be the only one who was training the 9 primeval laws. Now, a newly recruited disciple has obtained the full version. The protectors, elders, and even the peak lords took this matter very seriously. A miracle, really. Even little Xueqi only activated 5 sections. The Bodhi King found this astonishing. It has to be luck, he can't possibly compare to Xueqi. The disciple speculated. Chapter 3265. It has nothing to do with luck, or maybe. The Bodhi King's eyes became profound but didn't finish his line. The disciple stared at him with respect. Everyone in Divine Black knew that their sect master was the strongest, but some believed that the Bodhi King was hiding his true abilities. The human's prosperity in this generation is the sect's fortune. He eventually added. What should we do? The disciple asked. The competition between humans and demons wasn't a secret in Divine Black. All disciples and their seniors knew about it. No one was lucky enough to stay neutral either. Just keep watching. A tall tree will always face the strongest wind. The king eventually concluded. He was quite inscrutable, so his followers always had a hard time grasping his intentions. Furious Tiger was the most majestic among the 5. Its main peak pierced through the azure like a tiger fang. One could hear the howls of beasts. Wild auras permeated across their territory. The majority of disciples from Furious Tiger were demons, mainly originating from regular beasts and birds. Their peak lord had the title Iron Rod Demon King. His eyes turned frighteningly cold after hearing the news, causing the messenger to tremble in fear. How can a new recruit activate 13 sections? The Demon King would have considered this rubbish if it wasn't for multiple confirmations. Yes, it's too bizarre. Could it be that the examiners are conspiring together to make this up? The messenger immediately supported. How? The 13 sections can be faked, but what about the scroll? The Demon King glared at him. Well, the disciple had no response. This was indeed the case. Faking the light on the statue might be possible, but not the actual scroll. Taking out those merit laws was a serious matter requiring the agreement of the 5 peak lords. Idiot. The Demon King concluded. The disciple hurriedly stood to the side with his hands straight down, no longer daring to state his opinion. A mortal shell cultivator capable of this, devilish indeed. Far more devilish than that girl Xueqi. He rubbed his chin in rumination. Xueqi's activation of 5 sections back then caused quite a stir due to her age and inborn true fate. Some believed that she was comparable to Su Su. Now, this Li Chia activated all 13 at the mortal shell realm. Worst of all, his 3 constitutions were at the mortal level. If his innate talents were better, then this would be understandable, but just at the mortal level? There's something strange about him. He went on. Yes, a sinister plan perhaps. The disciple couldn't help adding. Gong Xueqi first, now Li Chia. What is the goal here? The Demon King wondered. In case of foul play, the first person he thought of was their sect master. He was the only one capable of activating all 13 sections. His expression became serious. The situation in Divine Black has changed and became complicated after the appearance of the talented Xueqi. Everyone knew that Ping Suowing would retire from his post one day. The next sect master could change the situation entirely. Right now, humans enjoyed a great status in Divine Black because Suowing was a human. After Xueqi became an enlightened being, whispers in the sect spoke of how she could be a potential candidate. Of course, just this realm alone was far from enough. However, she was young and had plenty of potentials. Surpassing Suowing might be possible. The Demon King naturally didn't want to see this. He wanted the demons to rule Divine Black, especially his Tiger clan. They had ruled Divine Black in the past for a long period. It was time for another repeat. This person is problematic. The king said sternly. Do you mean? Peak Lord. The messenger performed a throat-slitting gesture. Fool. The king glared at him again. Don't come up with ideas on your own. Killing a fellow sect member is punishable by death, so don't drag our peak down with you. Make a mistake and I'll wring your dog neck. Yes, I understand. The disciple got cold sweats and nodded repeatedly. Jade Bird Peak. The place was lively with the influx of new recruits. This was the weakest peak among the 5. Its lord, Flame Wolf King Yu, was 1 generation younger than the other 4. This made him the weakest. He was meditating on a stone bed in an alchemy chamber while listening to a report. In fact, he had heard about the rumors prior. He fell into silence afterward. "What should we do, Peak Lord?" the messenger asked. "Investigate and get to the bottom of this. I want to know everything about this Li Chia. Don't miss a single detail." Zhang Yu ordered. "Really?" He was brought here by Junior Uncle Lu. Moreover, the messenger hesitated and stared at the Wolf King. "We should think about this carefully since Junior Uncle Lu has Mountain King as his backer." "Humph. Thunder Dragon Lu." The Wolf King scowled. "No, it is our responsibility to find out who is joining our sect. Letting someone with a shady background roam freely can have negative consequences. Our peak is responsible for taking care of the new recruits. We cannot take this lightly. I will talk to Mountain King myself." His eyes turned cold. "I understand. I will investigate this Li Chia," the messenger said and left. "Remember, don't be blatant. Keep it low-key," the Wolf King reminded as the disciple was leaving. "Yes," the disciple said. "Tell Zhan Hu to come see me too." The Wolf King waved his sleeve. "Lu, you think you can still rise again?" Zhang Yu's eyes became even colder after the messenger left. Zhang Yu was from the same generation as Lu Fuyo. He, Fuyo, and Su Su were the most talented disciples back then, known as the 3 prodigies. He was the oldest of the trio, but since Su Su was Suowing's direct disciple, Su Su became the first brother. Su Su was also the most talented with an inborn true fate. Zhang Yu was second and Fuyo was last. Later on, Su Su died in battle while Fuyo's cultivation stagnated. Only Zhang Yu improved swiftly enough to become the peak lord of Jade Bird. The top candidate for this position was actually Su Su. He competed with the elders for this position since Zhang Yu was still weak and Fuyo was on his side. Alas, Zhang Yu eventually won due to the circumstances. Now, Fuyo returned and caused such a big commotion after being gone for so long? This made Zhang Yu suspicious. Of course, he wasn't worried about Fuyo alone. The difference in power was too great now. Fuyo wasn't as strong as before while he became far mightier. He only cared about the ones backing Fuyo in the background. Chapter 3266. Lu Fuyo prepared a place for the children and was eventually summoned by none other than his master, the peak lord of 8 Zhang, Mountain Bearer King. He was from the same generation as Ping Suowing but still looked quite young. In fact, others would think that he was younger than Fuyo. Appearance alone can be deceiving. He didn't have a tall and sturdy build contrary to his title. He looked rather elegant and scholarly. Only his impressive and awe-inspiring aura indicated his power. He looked like a strategist that could eventually become a lord. After Fuyo arrived, the king paced steadily around the chamber. 8 Zhang Peak was surrounded by clouds. As he was walking around, it felt as if he was pressing down and torturing this great mountain because of his mighty presence. "Fuyo, the children are excellent. Your village might become the sect's branch one day," he said. In Divine Black, most people called Fuyo by his nickname, Thunder Dragon or Leilong. Most have forgotten his real name by this point. Only his master would call him by his actual name since they were close. "I hope they'll be able to fly later on and contribute to their home." Fuyo had high hopes for the children. The children were very fortunate. They had a good Dao foundation already on top of being established at the sect because of Fuyo's and the Mountain King's support. Ordinary recruits didn't have these advantages. "Don't tell me you alone taught them how to build their Dao foundation." The king had a strange smile on his face. "Yes, master, it's not my doing alone. Young master was the one who taught them this," Fuyo replied. He couldn't hide anything from his master because the latter watched him grow up. "Young master." The king had a strange expression. "Yes, young master Li Chia. I have taught them for several years but the good result was due to his little guidance." "I know you well." The king walked slowly while speaking. "Everyone considers you as all brawl and no brain. I know this is not the case, and that you actually have an air of arrogance in your personality. Very few can truly win you over. Yes, young master saved me and granted me another opportunity. He had fixed my problem." Fuyo nodded and respectfully said, "Did you just say that your Tao problem is fixed by him?" The Mountain King stopped pacing and stared at his disciple. His astonishment was justified since he spent ample effort to try and fix it. The guy was his proudest disciple, but his methods were useless. He had no choice but to give up. Now, a junior like Li Chia managed to do so? This was a shock tantamount to the lighting of the 13 sections. "Yes, it is thanks to the young master," Fuyo truthfully answered. He wouldn't have divulged this secret if his master wasn't the person he trusted the most. "I see." The king didn't know what to think. It was one thing if a hidden master was the one behind this, but Li Chia was a mortal shell cultivator on top of using ordinary spirit grass. To have such effectiveness with common materials, that made the whole thing even more unbelievable. "I didn't report this to you because of how sensitive it is," Fuyo said. "You're not a child, so you can have your secrets and privacy. Plus, I've taught you to be loyal." The king waved his hand. "Thank you, master." Fuyo bowed slightly, always having respected his master's tolerance. "This Li Chia," the Mountain King mused before continuing. "How strange, it doesn't make any sense. What do you know about him? Where is he from?" "I don't know." Fuyo retold the story of their meeting. The mountain found the whole thing weirder. This hidden master was actually a mortal? Strange indeed. He couldn't come up with an explanation. "Are you worrying about something else? Like he is a spy from Three Truths?" Fuyo didn't suspect Li Chia, but he thought that his master could. "No." The king shook his head. Any sect would highly value and groom such an amazing seed. No way they would send him away as a spy. That's the same as throwing a meat bun to hurt a dog. It's just that we can't make head or tail out of it right now. Fuyo smiled wryly. He had tried to think about the potential scenarios but couldn't come up with a good answer, so he eventually stopped. "If you're right, then he's unfathomable. I don't think he wishes to enter our sect as an ordinary disciple in that case." The king said. "What do you mean?" Fuyo became worried. "It's nothing. Just keep watching. It's fine for our sect to have a supreme genius, no? We'll get our answer one day." The king smiled and shook his head. Fuyo was worried that the sect might conspire against Li Chia out of suspicion. "I will keep this a secret for you," the king said. "I won't report this to the sect master or the other peak lords. All in all, just be careful. Don't let anyone take advantage of this and use it against you, because I might not be able to protect you if something big happens." "I understand and will exercise prudence." Fuyo nodded. "It's different now." The king sighed. "Demons are in charge of 3 peaks out of the 5. Our 8 zhong can't clap as loudly as before. If only Su Su is still around." Fuyo became sentimental. He was closest to Su Su among his own generation. "What about the sect master?" he asked softly. The leaders in charge of the humans were the Mountain King and the sect master, Ping Suowing of South Conch Peak. The sect master needs to be impartial. The king shook his head. In recent years, he rarely came down from South Conch nor participated in mundane affairs. What is his intention? Fuyo didn't get it. He remembered that the sect master has always been diligent with his work. We can't guess what he's thinking. Or maybe he has higher aspirations since he has become a saint for many years now. The king said. "A heavenly sovereign?" Fuyo was shaken. Suowing was the only person at the Grand Tao Sacred Physique realm in their sect. This made him the strongest here. The next step would be the legendary heavenly sovereign level. However, it has been a long time since their sect had one. A successful breakthrough would have immense significance for the sect. His status as the sect master would be untouchable then. Maybe. The king wasn't sure. But if your problem is cured, you will have to shoulder heavy responsibilities later. I can rest easy now that 8 zhong has a successor. This branch has been lacking a potential new leader ever since Fuyo left. Chapter 3267. Li Chia also joined the other new recruits at Jade Bird Peak. This place served as the starting point for newcomers. The majority of disciples at Divine Black had cultivated here before. Li Chia lived alone thanks to Fuyo and Huang Jie's planning instead of staying with the other disciples. Fuyo knew Li Chia's personality and temperament. The latter simply didn't like being bothered. Plus, a secret was hard to keep when many were in the know. That's why it's better for Li Chia to have his own peak. The place was remote, but at least no one was around to bother him. Jade Bird was one of the 5 branches, so it had nearly 100 peaks under its jurisdiction. Jade Bird was simply the name of the main one here. Li Qiye had a peaceful and comfortable time at his own place. He didn't go to lectures like others and only stayed here, cultivating his merit law and reading books. Jade Peak had several libraries, so he would borrow from them. The majority consisted of entertainment and leisure reads, at least in the eyes of the others. Activating all 13 sections made him famous in Divine Peak. Both the new disciples and older seniors knew about him. However, he was even more well known for his laziness regarding cultivation. He would only read books, something frowned upon. Many gossiped and criticized him for doing so since they didn't want to waste time doing anything other than train. Li Qiye also didn't join any seniors' banner. The teachers at Jade Peak were told to let him be by Huang Jie and Fuyo. Plus, he had 3 mortal aptitudes. No one wanted to take him in because it was difficult to teach someone like him. They didn't want to ruin their reputation. Li Qiye ignored all the gossip and simply focused on doing his own things. He read about the history, legends, and conditions of 8 Desolaces. From these things, he could derive certain truths and origins, such as the background of a Tao Lord or the existences behind the Forbidden Grounds. Ordinary disciples couldn't spot these details, only someone at his level. The libraries here were impressive with books passed down from the epoch called 9 Worlds. After reading plenty, he gained a deep understanding of 8 Desolaces. Today, he picked the main library on Jade Bird Peak itself. It had few entry merit laws compared to the other peaks, just an ample selection of other books. His arrival attracted plenty of attention. "Look, that Li Qiye is here again," one whispered. They knew that he was a frequent visitor to the libraries, focusing on entertainment instead of merit laws, a strange breed compared to the other disciples. What a shame that someone like him would have the 9 primeval laws. Many were jealous of him. Some even gritted their teeth with animosity. Just think about it, the 9 primeval laws were essentially their sect's strongest laws. Anyone would be immersed in training if they were lucky enough to obtain these laws. If they weren't strong enough now, they would do everything to get to the level where these laws became accessible. Li Qiye and Thousand Arms Bodhi King were the only 2 in possession of these laws right now. Or, he could even trade in the laws for something else more suitable. Alas, he wasted his time reading trivial books. Others considered this an unacceptable waste of the 9 laws. He knows his own limit. An older disciple sneered, his talents alone can't cultivate anything worthwhile. He probably doesn't even understand anything after reading the 9 laws and lost hope. He chose to be a piece of trash instead, just idling through the days. But he activated 13 sections, more than senior sister Chenyue. How can he lack ambition like this? A few felt bad for him. Li Qiye's feat during the recruitment test could be described as a miracle, far outperforming Gong Chenyue. He should have been working harder to become the sect's strongest disciple afterward. This wasn't the case for Li Qiye. No one had seen him at a lecture before, let alone training. Some wanted to slap him so that he would wake up from this self-inflicted stagnation, pulling him out of the quagmire. However, he chose to be alone and kept a distance from everyone else. No one got the chance to persuade him otherwise. Bah! Don't compare him to senior sister Gong. He needs to take a look at himself with a piss mirror. A fan of Gong Chenyue said with contempt. She was a beautiful genius, so she had no lack of fans in the sect. Thus, any comparison between Li Qiye and her swiftly incited a strong distaste. But he activated 13. Senior sister Gong only had 5. One disciple found the whole thing to be magical. Humph, you can't attribute this to anything other than luck. How can a mortal shell cultivator with the worst innate constitution activate 13 sections? It's impossible. A fan dismissed the feat. The first disciple had nothing to say. It became a near consensus that the activation was nothing more than a stroke of luck. After all, Chenyue and her inborn true fate only managed to get 5. The lack of logic resulted in doubts. Li Qiye ignored the negative whispers and headed for the library. There existed a large statue made from an unknown material. It had a gray color while exuding a cold chill. It depicted a person riding a black tortoise flying towards heaven. It told a story of domination, one of a ruler surpassing all else. Other existences would need to prostrate before him. His peerless aura and style allowed him to ride on the great divine beast. The The presence of this statue commanded respect and reverence. Other disciples would quiet down when walking by this area. Xueqi wanted to laugh every time he walked past this place because of how amusing the statue was. He stopped by each time to take a brief gander. He had to admit that whoever made this statue put in a lot of thoughts and efforts. The patriarch created this statue. A disciple got near and quietly told Xueqi. He was young with a tiny pair of antlers on his head. Chapter 3268. Xueqi glanced at the youth, clearly possessing a demon bloodline. His cultivation wasn't strong enough for a complete transformation, and he only had 2 horns. This meant that he was a mixed blood. My name is Lu Daowei. I have heard of you long ago, senior brother Li. He stretched out his hand to show his goodwill. Call me young master. Xueqi glanced at him and said nonchalantly. Lu Daowei became awkward. He joined the sect earlier than Xueqi, so the guy should be calling him senior brother instead. He assumed a lower status in order to show respect to this famous guy. Who would have thought that the guy would demand to be addressed as young master? Cultivators wouldn't do so because this was how servants would address their masters in the mortal world. Who would want to assume this position? Not to mention, Xueqi was weaker than him. Well, Daowei scratched his head, confused. For some unknown reason later, he still acquiesced. Young master. He heard the children from Lu village call Xueqi this before. The same with senior Uncle Lu. It might not be that bad to do the same. Xueqi acknowledged and turned his sight towards the statue. Daowei saw his interest and immediately elaborated. This statue depicts the great immortal, the ultimate existence in our world. Peerless across the ages and in the ancient era, he dominated everyone and earned the reverence of all. I see. Xueqi chuckled, finding the whole thing amusing. The patriarch traveled with the great immortal across the lands of immortals and saw wondrous paradise. Daowei had a look of aspiration, eager for an adventure. You believe in the existence of this immortal? Xueqi couldn't help but smile after seeing the guy's appearance. Daowei didn't expect Xueqi to actually make small talks. People have been telling him that Xueqi was a cold person who didn't care for anyone outside of the children from the village. The immortal is real. There are numerous records in the sect, plus our patriarch has met him too. He taught and gave many wondrous things to our patriarch. Some scrolls contain the patriarch's oral recount, written by his disciples. This is as reliable as can be due to the abundant evidence. Daowei said seriously. I see. Xueqi nodded. A few stories have gradually changed after many generations. The records of Divine Black were close to reality despite a few exaggerations and embellishments here and here. Most were still based on actual events. I read that this statue has a special significance too. Daowei could see that Xueqi was interested. Go on. Xueqi said. The statue depicted a young man riding a black tortoise. Of course, it wasn't a black tortoise back then. So, the great immortal was an erudite scholar and knew everything. The patriarch created this statue in order to encourage our sect's disciples to read more and learn about the world instead of just focusing on cultivation. The patriarch also had lectures in front of this statue regarding this issue. That's why many of our disciples during his era knew everything, from history to other disciplines. They gathered plenty of books, resulting in one of the greatest libraries in existence. Unfortunately, this culture eventually died down and our libraries deteriorated, losing many books in the process. Daowei sighed at this point. Reading, huh? Xueqi had a thick smile after hearing this while still staring at the statue. He has forgotten about many things by this point, but Daowei reminded him of his long past. For example, this whole reading issue. He used to give this answer whenever people questioned his knowledge, whether it be the Iron Palace or the Sandy Lake. Looks like you also know quite a bit. He stopped his remembrance and told Daowei. I've participated in the official tests before cultivating. That's why my hobby was reading random scrolls. I rarely have time for it now, but I still know these old stories. Daowei scratched his head in response. Xueqi smiled and entered the library with Daowei right behind him. Xueqi returned some books and took one manual from the shelf. This was his first time borrowing a merit law manual ever since he got here. He picked Society, one of the 7 arts. Divine Black had a strong emphasis on merit law. Each disciple required approval from a senior before reading or cultivating any merit law. The higher level the merit law, the more contribution points required. Of course, the talented disciples had more leeway. For example, Gong Qianyue was an exception due to her inborn true fate. She started with the best merit laws instead of starting from the bottom like the others. The sect master and the peak lords granted her special permission. After all, a genius at this level was too precious. As for someone with terrible talents like Li Qie who hasn't contributed anything, it was impossible for him to pick a good merit law. However, the 7 laws of the Golden Age were available for anyone to read. They were actually arranged among the regular bookshelves instead of the cabinets. The library also had numerous versions of the 7. Nonetheless, very few took the time to read them. For many disciples, both reading and cultivating these laws were meaningless. Their South Fence mantra was so many times better, so there was no point in wasting time. Society mantra? Dao Wei became surprised after seeing Li Qie take this scroll off the shelf. You want to use it to break mortal shell, young master? A cultivator could pick one mantra at each realm, but they wouldn't do so. The majority would stick with one mantra every 3 realms along with matching high-level merit laws. Soon, I'm done with all things, so it's time for society. Li Qie patted the dust off the cover and smiled. It has been many years, so this manual was filled with dust. Your first mantra was all things? Dao Wei's astonishment increased. Li Qie nodded and opened the manual. As expected, this version contained countless errors and lost its true essences long ago. You should select something else, young master. Dao Wei suggested with good intention and picked a different manual from another shelf. He quietly said, "Yes, a simple South Fence version with notes from our ancestor. The seniors said it was developed from all things and is one of the best for new learners. Since you started with all things, choosing South Fence now will be perfect." He knew that Li Qie hasn't gone to any lecture and should lack general knowledge regarding cultivation. 1. Li Qie was famous in Divine Black. Not a single disciple didn't know about him. After all, knocking the 13 sections and obtaining the 9 primeval laws were shocking matters, enough to stir the entire sect. Both the higher-ups and regular disciples knew his name. I omitted this paragraph because it is as redundant as can be. I believe it has been mentioned several times already within the last 5 chapters. 2. Who in Divine Black would be stupid enough to cultivate all things? Their entry mantra, South Fence, was so many times better. I omitted this line since it has been repeated enough. These are some examples of repetition that I try to remove. The egregious offenders. Chapter 3269. No need, I'm fine with society mantra. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Dao Wei naturally didn't know that South Fence couldn't compare to the 7 laws, at least the original versions that Li Qie wanted. He wouldn't be the only one confused by this choice. Virtually everyone wanted the best mantras and merit laws possible. Even a fool would know to pick South Fence over society, the former being a high-level yellow mantra created by South Conch Dao Lord for beginners. Don't you have the immortal laws? Dao Wei pondered before suggesting. You might not be able to cultivate them now, but you can still exchange them for other merit laws, definitely some really strong ones. He was referring to the 9 primeval laws. The sect allowed for exchanges if one couldn't cultivate something they already had. It's fine. Li Qie shook his head. Others needed to take it step by step, going from low to a high level for the merit laws. This didn't affect Li Qie. Oh, the famed cultivator of our sect is here? A sarcastic voice suddenly interrupted them. It was no other than Yang Si, who had tried to cause trouble for Li Qie previously. His posse also laughed right away. They clearly came ill-intentioned, evident by the sneer on Yang Si's face. An obvious showing of contempt. Li Qi ignored them and picked out several books meant for light reading. Society. Yang Si raised his brows before mocking. Our sect's genius can't be picking this trash, right? His group naturally burst out in laughter afterward. In reality, the two of them didn't have a feud at the start. Yang Si was just annoyed at Li Qie's attitude during the recruitment process. This made him want to humiliate Li Qie. It was a bit different now since Yang Si was under orders to supervise Li Qie. He took advantage of this and got closer. Li Qie's brows slightly furrowed. His lips curled into a smile. He's with senior brother Zhan Hu and got chosen by Furious Tiger. Dao Wei quietly reminded Li Qie. He didn't want to mess with Yang Si. Yang Si had a humble background, but his talents weren't bad. Jean, who taught him a bit after he joined the sect. Later on, he was recruited by Furious Tiger as well. This elevated his status in Jade Bird. First, Jean, who was one of the most gifted cultivators of the present generation on top of having a noble background. Xueqi was his follower. The other four peaks didn't pick recruits from the outside. They would normally pick the descendants of their disciples, then get the rest from Jade Bird. In a way, the other four peaks were one level higher than Jade Bird. The latter was the weakest on top of being the starting point for new recruits. On the other hand, Furious Tiger was once the strongest branch in Divine Black Old and had plenty of resources. Li Qiye ignored the taunts, but Xueqi purposely sought trouble. Don't you have the amazing 9 primeval laws? Why are you picking society mantra now? Seems idiotic. Xueqi pushed the issue. Senior brother, he can't cultivate the 9 laws anyway given his shallow cultivation. He has to start from the basics. A disciple nearby smiled. So what else can he use but society? Only a trashy mantra of this level is suitable for him. Right, the 9 laws are no different from waste paper in his possession. Another snorted. He'll never be able to cultivate them. Stop talking about our genius like that. Xueqi laughed. Maybe enlightenment will dawn on him one day and he'll have supreme talents, able to learn the 9 laws in one night. He'll dazzle you guys then. Haha, we'll be eagerly waiting for that day. Of course, there were some spectators on the sideline as well. These students only wanted to watch out of spite and jealousy towards Li Qiye. Dao Wei blinked at Li Qiye, gesturing for him to leave soon. It wasn't wise for Li Qiye to clash with Xueqi right now due to their cultivation gap. Indeed, your dog eyes will go blind. Li Qiye smiled and commented. The smile and laughter stopped. They were clearly stronger than Li Qiye on top of having the number advantage. They were sure that he would stand there and take it instead of retorting. Plus, his nonchalant attitude indicated his disdain for them. They naturally didn't like it. Do you actually think you can cultivate the 9 laws? You got lucky once, but it won't happen again. Maybe only in your dream, trash. Xueqi barked back. Idiot. Li Qiye wasn't angry at all. Xueqi was no different than a speck of dust in his eyes. Xueqi turned red after being called an idiot by Li Qiye, whom he deemed inferior before his friends. Everyone quieted down and stared at Li Qiye. The majority of disciples in Jade Bird were wary of Xueqi. They might not like him but wouldn't dare to publicly call him an idiot. The situation forced Xueqi to push the issue. Ignorant fool with no respect for your senior. I'll teach you a lesson on how to be a proper disciple today. Xueqi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Dao Wei tugged on Li Qiye's sleeve, once again telling him to leave lest something unfortunate were to happen. You're finished. Come outside. Li Qiye started leaving without looking at Xueqi. Jaws dropped to the ground. People exchanged glances of bewilderment. You heard that, right? Is he insane? One disciple asked. Everyone could see that Li Qiye was a mortal shell while Xueqi was at silver carapace. To put it bluntly, Xueqi could destroy Li Qiye with one hand. The two weren't on the same level at all. That's why Li Qiye's claim seemed so ridiculous. Dao Wei was stunned as well. This was a difference between 2 full realms, a gap akin to heaven and earth. How could Li Qiye ever take down Xueqi? Chapter 3270. Nearly everyone stood in a daze while watching Li Qiye leave the library. Few among the first generation of disciples dared to challenge Xueqi. Those with lower cultivation definitely wouldn't do so. The difference of a realm was insurmountable, to say the least. Challenging those above was akin to courting death. One needed a special innate skill or peerless treasures to overcome this. Now, Li Qiye was 2 realms below Xueqi. A mortal shell versus a silver carapace. The disciples here found this ridiculous, especially Li Qiye's claim to take down Xueqi. Who will kill who? This brat is crazy. He can cultivate for another 10 years and it still won't be enough. One disciple shook his head, thinking that Li Qiye had gone mad. He's tired of living for wanting to fight senior brother Yang. Another snorted. Ha ha ha. Xueqi himself guffawed after calming down, not expecting this outrageous development. Take me down, huh? Xueqi was actually furious by this public disdain from an insignificant disciple. I want to see how a mortal shell will miraculously overcome 2 realms to kill me. Senior brother, Teach this ignorant guy a lesson. A disciple cheered. Yes, let him know about the proper hierarchy at our sect, that he can't act haughty and need to tuck his tail between his legs. One more said. These disciples had a good relationship with Xueqi, so they naturally cheered him on. Hurry up, I have to go red after I kill you. Xueqi stood outside the library with both hands behind his back. Others in Jade Bird have heard the news and immediately came to see the fun. They heard that a mortal shell disciple was challenging Xueqi, going as far as saying that he would kill the guy. They wanted to see how Xueqi was going to teach this Xueqi a lesson. You choose hell instead of heaven, so I'll let you have all the torture you so desire now. Xueqi chillingly declared before walking outside. His goal was to gather some information from Xueqi by antagonizing the guy. This escalated into a great opportunity. He wanted to teach Xueqi a lesson rough enough that the guy would never walk with his head held high again. Are they really fighting? The outer area of the library was filled with disciples by this point. Obviously. An older disciple said, that Li guy ran his mouth, so now, he has to face the consequence. Senior brother Yang is among the top 10 in Jade Bird while he's a new disciple. This is what he gets for being disrespectful. His ego swelled after getting lucky at the recruitment trial. He probably thinks he's a great genius. That's gonna stop today. Senior brother Yang won't hold back. Another gloated. Xueqi didn't have many fans in Jade Bird because they were both jealous and envious of his luck. That's why some were more than willing to see him taken down a notch. Xueqi stood with his back by the statue while facing Xueqi. His face had an ominous smile. Let me know how you want to end this, all your bones broken or your face stomped in? He never thought about killing Xueqi at the start but definitely had murderous intentions by this point. He despised Xueqi's nonchalant and confident attitude. You're the one who needs to say your last words while you still have the chance. Xueqi replied. Ha ha ha, last words? You can't be serious. Where is this confidence coming from? Do you think you're an actual young master or something? No, you're nothing more than a village boy stuck at mortal shell. An insignificant ant. Xueqi laughed from being too angry. The others thought that Xueqi didn't know what he was doing as well. He definitely didn't get enough sleep last night, trying to fight someone 2 realms higher. One student coldly uttered. He'll wake up soon enough, but it'll be too late then. He must pay a price for his action. One more added. Start if you have nothing to say. Xueqi said flatly. I start first? Are you going to let me get 3 moves first too? Oh, great genius who can perform miracles? So much shameless ego. Xueqi was furious. A cultivator like him should be able to crush Xueqi with one palm strike, turning him into a pile of flesh. Now, Xueqi calmly said that he could start first, showing nothing but disdain. The whole thing was ridiculous and infuriating. The crowd snorted as well. They thought that Xueqi didn't know that he was about to die and that he was nothing more than a clown. Dao Wei smiled wryly. He tried to drag Xueqi away at the start but failed. The situation had escalated beyond his control. No one could save Xueqi now. Go. Xueqi maintained his air of arrogance. Have it your way then. I'll let you die an agonizing death. Xueqi was ready to kill. Clank. His chaos true energy poured out and latched onto his body, forming a shiny silver armor. This was the so-called silver carapace. This cultivation realm allowed its user to turn energy into a full set of armor, increasing their defensive capabilities along with physical prowess. Ordinary weapons, especially those in the mortal world, had no chance of hurting Xueqi. He could stand still and mortals still couldn't hurt him. Even weapons at the yellow grade weren't enough unless his opponent was stronger than him. Intermediate silver carapace. Many students blurted out in astonishment. Xueqi was no genius, but his talents weren't bad. It was impressive for him to be at this level given his age. Chapter 3271. The spectators didn't need to watch to know the outcome of this fight. Xueqi had no chance at all. They were only watching to see how he would die. It's gonna be bad, extremely brutal. One disciple snorted. Clank. Xueqi pointed his sword at Xueqi and taunted. Brat, which arm should I cut off first? Time is running out if you don't make a move soon. Xueqi didn't bat an eye. Haha, let's see what you can do then. Cutting off your limbs might be too merciful. I'll take my time ripping them off. Yongxi actually put his sword away. Li Qie still didn't give him the time of day despite the threats. This only served to infuriate him further. You're mine. Yongxi lunged forward, wanting to grab Li Qie's right hand with a tiger claw technique. He's done. The spectators thought that Li Qie wouldn't be able to dodge due to the power gap. Even if he managed to evade the first blow, it would only be a matter of time. Is he scared silly? A few saw that Li Qie wasn't reacting and thought that he was paralyzed with fear. Li Qie retaliated by simply raising his finger and focused energy, resulting in a quiet noise. Ordinary disciples didn't think much of it, but those who could understand this sound would become shocked. It contained the orders of the world and could be heard everywhere to the keen listeners. Ripples formed in the air and an invisible force of an unparalleled magnitude erupted. Unfortunately, no one here realized what he had done and its profundity. They did notice something. The statue in front of the library suddenly fell down on Yongxi. Crack! His silver armor broke off. What? He bellowed in fear while trying to lift the statue off him. Alas, its weight was incalculable as it pushed him down on the ground. Ah! His scream echoed across Jade Bird before he turned into meat paste inside the newly created pit. Some blood flowed out and stained the statue in mud. Its stench permeated at the tip of everyone's nose. They became slack-jawed by this sudden development. This simply didn't make any sense. Yongxi could have lifted something weighing 10,000 pounds or more. This statue was only several thousand pounds at best. Not to mention killing him, it shouldn't have been able to crush his silver armor. Everyone would think that this was a bad joke. How could a silver carapace cultivator be crushed by a statue? Alas, this was indeed the case. What's left of him was below the fallen statue. Strangely enough, the statue has always been here without a problem. Why did it fall down today without any warning? Moreover, Li Qie did something with his finger right before. Yongxi's death was too much to be a coincidence. This was the first time seeing someone dying for some disciples, especially when it was their senior brother who was perfectly fine earlier. They started vomiting. Overwhelmed. He's dead, he's actually dead. One pale disciple murmured. Lu Daowei's complexion turned pasty, thinking that he was just dreaming. Li Qie, on the other hand, didn't show any emotion unlike the rest of the crowd. It was as if in his eyes, only an ant had just died, not a person. Daowei noticed this and trembled. Clang! 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 Gongs could be heard around the peak as a group rushed over. It consisted of elites wearing a stern expression, enough to intimidate the spectators. The death of a disciple was a big deal, so the disciplinary members were very serious. The disciplinary enforcers. Many retreated to the side to make way for them. What happened here? A youth asked with a deep voice. He had a human body and a tiger head. His eyes had a frightening glint that could deter anyone. His regal aura left others breathless. Senior brother Zhan Hu. Someone recognized him. He was one of the strongest disciples among the new generation of Divine Black, also the first brother of Jade Bird. Some spectators stared at him with admiration. He had another prestigious status outside of being the first brother here, the son of Furious Tiger Peak Lord. Iron Tiger Demon King didn't have a child until he was older, so he placed all of his hope and love onto Zhan Hu. He spent a lot of effort on improving the boy and decided to let him train in Jade Bird. Zhan Hu didn't let his father down, already being at the Conqueror Vessel realm, worthy of being called a genius. He was more brilliant compared to Lu Fuyo back then. He was strong enough to shoulder responsibilities, so the Flame Wolf King had high regard for him. The Wolf King rarely showed up due to being busy with cultivation. Thus, Zhan Hu took care of Jade Bird's administrative duties. People even said that if the Wolf King were to become an elder, Zhan Hu might take over as the Peak Lord of Jade Bird. That's why he had a special authority and status here. The most influential figure in Jade Bird in the absence of the Wolf King and the elders. What the hell happened here? Zhan Hu finally saw the statue and the blood. He did it. One disciple pointed at Li Qie while shaking. So many were afraid of his wrath. Senior brother Yang wanted to fight with Li Qie but for some reason, the statue fell on senior brother Yang. A different disciple stammered while recalling the event. Zhan Hu's expression changed, thinking that this statue had never fallen down in the past. Chapter 3272. A statue that has been stable for millions of years suddenly fell on Yangtze? Jean, who wouldn't believe this if he wasn't here in person. He frowned slightly because he was the one who ordered Yangtze to keep an eye out on Li Qie. Some people of the upper echelon in the sect wanted to know more about Li Qie. Who would have thought that something like this would happen so quickly? He didn't believe that this was a coincidence and started surveying the area. Maybe someone was helping Li Qie. Otherwise, a mortal shell like him wouldn't have accepted this challenge. He couldn't make the statue fall down either. However, Jean, who didn't spot a stronger cultivator nearby and started pondering for a bit. Killing a fellow sect member is a serious offense. What do you have to say? Jean, who eventually uttered. His goal was to capture Li Qie first, then bait out the people backing him up. The other disciplinary members immediately surrounded Li Qie with their hands on their weapons. The atmosphere became austere. The spectators hurriedly retreated, not wanting to be involved in this mess. These enforcers didn't mess around. Disciples weren't allowed to resist or they could rightfully kill on the spot. Everyone knew that they weren't messing around right now. Li Qie needed to obey in order to avoid death. He'll be going to prison this time, maybe awaiting his execution day. One disciple laughed. A life for a life, this is how it should be. Jealousy seemed to be a common theme in the crowd. Perhaps Li Qie was too lucky and some wanted to see him suffer. Good doggies don't block the road, move or die. Li Qie glanced at them before threatening. His casual tone surprised and infuriated them. Jean, whose expression darkened with a cold gleam in his eyes. The rest became scared out of their mind, Dao Wei included. Did he just say that to the enforcers? Is he insane? One disciple blurted out. The disciplinary group had great authority in Divine Black. Appeals were possible later, but resisting arrest was problematic. This was more than that since Li Qie threatened to kill them. This was far more serious than challenging Yangtze. Li Qie would have nowhere to hide in Divine Black. The only place he could go was the prison. Last warning, surrender or we will kill you right here and now. Jean, who ordered. One could hear a powerful regal aura coming from him along with tiger roars. He gave a chilling impression of being a primal tiger, ready to lunge on its prey. The others naturally staggered backward in fear. Even the new recruits knew that Jean, who was at the Conqueror vessel level. Not many young disciples possessed this power in Divine Black. It won't be long until First Brother reaches the manifestation realm. An older disciple quietly said after feeling his powerful aura. This made those nearby have even more respect towards Jean, who. Li Qie responded to the warning with a dismissive glance before turning to leave. Insolent brat. Jean, who was livid and wanted to kill. He suffered the same phenomenon that Yangtze did earlier. There was something about Li Qie's nonchalant attitude that rubbed them the wrong way. Plus, no disciples in Jade Bird have ever dared to question his authority. No mercy for those who disobey direct orders. His eyes became murderous as he commanded. Clank. The enforcing members unsheathed their weapons, ready to attack. So suicidal. Everyone present thought that Li Qie had a death wish. Stop. A thunderous shout froze the scene. The crowd tumbled backward from the deafening blast. Even the enforcers who were stronger than normal members of the sect became frightened and staggered in fear. Jean, who immediately turned around and saw Thunder Dragon Lu running over. Junior uncle, are you trying to protect the offender? He uttered coldly. Fuyo had a mighty aura around him. The enforcers had more people, but they couldn't actually beat him. They were only a small group from Jade Bird, the weakest peak. Jean, who started wondering if Fuyo was behind this. He was definitely capable of doing this because he has been a Conqueror vessel for so long now. If Fuyo wanted to kill Yangtze in a secretive manner, no one here would have a clue. It's Senior Uncle Lu. Many disciples knew him since Fuyo used to be a big shot among the second-generation disciples. He used to be a genius in our sect, right? The young ones have heard of his stories. Virtuous nephew. Law enforcement requires incorruptible neutrality. Don't be accusing others so quickly. Yangtze's death is just an accident witnessed by everyone here. An accident? As if there can be such a big coincidence. How can someone as strong as Yangtze be crushed by a statue? Jean, who retorted. You're not the one with the final say. The elders and the peak lords will make a decision. Fuyo raised his hand to stop the enforcers. Meanwhile, Li Qie didn't really care about any of this, continuing to walk away. Sure, But we must throw the suspect into jail first. Don't tell me you wish to break the rules of our sect? Zhan Hu aggressively took one step forward. Fuyo frowned after seeing Zhan Hu not backing off. He was one seniority level higher than Zhan Hu, yet the latter didn't show any respect. It seemed that he was confident in both his strength and backing, no longer needing to be afraid of Fuyo. You wish to force my hands? Fuyo became aggressive. He didn't want to cause trouble, but that didn't mean he would let a junior walk over him. Ultimately, he wouldn't let Li Qie be captured by the disciplinary group either, since nothing good would come from that. Junior uncle, if you insist on protecting this villain and violate our sect's rules, then yes, I will have to overestimate myself and witness your skills. Zhan Hu pushed on. The spectators retreated farther away. They also expected this because Li Qie came from Lu village, so Fuyo would naturally back him up. Okay, calm down everyone. A clear and bright voice disrupted the tense atmosphere. Huang Jie continued. Further deliberation is necessary, no need for fighting. Let the sect decide who is right or wrong. He had some influence right now on top of being an enlightened being. On the other hand, Fuyo has been gone for too long. His authority was no longer the same as before. 1. This seems a little off to me because first should be older than second. Just going off the author right now. Chapter 3273. Huang Jie's support of Li Qie made it difficult for Zhan Hu. The latter couldn't question Huang Jie's authority at this moment. A few smart disciples immediately noticed that this went beyond a regular conflict. Even the relatively slower ones realized by now. Humans and demons didn't coexist peacefully in Divine Black. Zhan Hu came from Furious Tiger, so he was naturally on the demon side. On the other hand, Huang Jie and Lu Leilong came from 8 Zhang, the camp of the humans. Thus, this issue of Li Qie was only a spark. The real problem was the ongoing competition between the two races. Junior Uncle Huang, you want to protect this villain too? Zhan Hu strongly replied while trying to gain the moral high ground. Huang Jie was too experienced to be deterred by this accusation. He responded, he's not a villain just because you say so. It's a bit too early for that conclusion. Why are you so eager to push a regular disciple to his death? What is your actual intention, virtuous nephew? Huang Jie was far more eloquent compared to the hot-headed Fuyo, able to turn the situation against Zhan Hu. Many humans present gave Zhan Hu a weird stare. On one hand, Li Qie didn't have a good reputation nor friends in Divine Black. The majority of people didn't have a good impression of him. That's why they sneered at the start of the conflict. However, the optics have shifted. Why was Zhan Hu so eager to push Li Qie towards death? The guy was only a regular disciple. Even in the case of Li Qie being guilty, it wasn't up to Zhan Hu to carry out the punishment. This required the permission of their peak lord. Some human disciples felt that Zhan Hu was taking advantage of this to suppress their race. Their dislike towards Li Qie suddenly switched to a feeling of solidarity. They felt the urge to team up against Zhan Hu. Your accusation is baseless and misses the point. I am simply performing my duty and upholding my responsibility. There is zero personal motive here. I'm glad to hear that. You're definitely the pride of our sect. Huang Jie swiftly interrupted. I'm sure you have no problem with letting the elders and peak lords decide then. I will certainly report to them how dutiful you were. Zhan Hu suddenly had no excuse to capture Li Qie, unable to carry out his agenda. I hope so. He snorted in response. Lawlessness isn't tolerated in Jade Bird. All perpetrators will have to pay eventually regardless of their backing. I'll make sure of it. It is our fortune to have someone like you around. Huang Jie clapped while smiling. However, the main party, Li Qie, was still walking away and didn't hear a single thing. Fuyo caught up and asked, Young master, do you have anything to add? He hoped that Li Qie would say some de-escalating words that fit the current situation. He didn't want Li Qie to cause trouble everywhere in Divine Black. What is there to say? Just one dead guy, even 1,000,000 dead is no big deal. Li Qie continued walking without looking back. Fuyo couldn't do anything but smile wryly. Huang Jie was caught off guard by Li Qie's aggressive comment as well. Did you all hear that? Zhan Hu unhappily scowled. The ones nearby thought that Li Qie was being too arrogant. He certainly didn't earn any goodwill with that answer. The news of Yang Xi's death traveled across Divine Black, shocking one listener after another. Their astoundment was understandable since a silver carapace cultivator being crushed to death by a statue was practically unheard of. What a terrible, terrible way to go. Most shared this thought. But how? The older ones were confused. The statue couldn't weigh that much while Yangxi should have been able to lift up 10,000 pounds. Li Qie must have done something. Yangxi's friends said with indignation. That's impossible. Others didn't think that a mortal shell could pull this off, killing a silver carapace regardless of the methods. It's just a coincidence, a terrible stroke of luck. Another concluded. However, weird things have certainly been happening around Li Qie. Someone else might be behind this. Another disciple came up with another possibility. He thought that someone stronger than Yangxi might have done something from the shadows. A few disciples came up with some names but didn't dare to say it out loud. Making baseless accusations was a grave offense, especially when it was directed towards the seniors. Of course, Zhang Hu didn't let this go so easily. He went to complain to the elders and the 5 peak lords. The Wolf King, Zhang Yu, took this matter seriously. First, he held high regard for Zhang Hu. Second, this death happened under his jurisdiction. Thoroughly investigate this. Report back to me when you find something. Zhang Yu ordered. Peak Lord, there's no way a mortal shell cultivator can kill a silver carapace. Someone else did something. A disciple nearby said softly. Don't speculate without evidence or face the consequences. A flash appeared in Zhang Yu's eyes, then dimmed down. He then uttered coldly. Yes, I understand. The disciple became afraid and lowered his head. Tell Zhang Hu that he has my full support regardless of the opposition. Figure out what's wrong with this Li Qie. Zhang Yu went on. The disciple acknowledged the command and left. Zhang Yu started contemplating while looking outside with a cold expression. Fuyo's return didn't matter since the guy was no longer a threat. However, these new recruits gave him an ominous feeling. Certain circumstances landed him his position. Many others were eyeing his seat. Just one mistake and he could be replaced. Crushed by a statue. The Bodhi King stood still after receiving Zhang Hu's complaint. How mysterious. Is it just a coincidence? His disciple found it strange as well but kept his comments to himself. Too much to be a coincidence. The king elaborated. That statue has been around for millions of years. Have you ever heard of it falling down? The disciple agreed with this. That statue was built by their patriarch and never had unstable issues before. Now, it fell down right on top of Yangxi. Chapter 3274. This Li Qie. The Bodhi King's eyes focused on the direction of Jade Bird. First came Gong Qianyue. Now Li Qie. The former had an inborn true fate allowing her to be exceptional. All the seniors expected greatness out of her. However, Li Qie's case was different and bizarre. What happened around him could only be explained as coincidences. But were they? The Bodhi King thought that someone was secretly scheming in the background. Thunder Dragon Lu? No, he didn't have this ability and wheeliness. Only one person in Divine Black could do so. Ping Suaweng. But why? Is this his will? The king wondered after this disciple coming out of nowhere. However, patience won out and there was no need to pursue this issue. What should we do about Zhang Hu's complaint? The disciple nearby asked. Reject it. The king answered right away. The disciple didn't expect this response because Furious Tiger and Thousand Demons were allies in the sect. Zhang Hu clearly wanted the Bodhi King to support him. This was a way for him to gain both experience and future popularity. What if Zhang Hu wishes for an audience? The disciple asked. Refuse him. The king directly answered. His eyes became profound, seemingly in rumination. The disciple found this even weirder. Zhang Hu was the son of another peak lord but the Bodhi King didn't seem to be too receptive of him. Zhang Hu himself couldn't believe it. Though he had the support of Zhang Yu, the chance of maneuvering against Li Qie became slim without the Bodhi King's approval. Sure enough, Zhang Hu's official complaint didn't even get the attention of Mountain Bearer. No need for a meeting regarding something so trivial. It's blown out of proportion. The Mountain King said without holding back. In reality, Furious Tiger and 8 Zhang never liked each other. Their competition was fiercer than the other peaks. It's getting more and more interesting. Just who the hell is this brat? The Mountain King wondered while rubbing his chin. He stared at the main peak, South Conch. He wanted to know what Ping Suowing was thinking. Others felt the same way. Humph. Protecting a murderer? Such lawlessness. Humans aren't the only race in Divine Black. Iron Whip Demon King scowled. He obviously chose his son's side. Moreover, Huang Jie and Fuyo's reaction made him cautious. It was no longer a matter of a death resulting from a fight between two disciples. Fuyo and Huang Jie seemed to be challenging their peak, so the Demon King wouldn't just sit idly by and watch. Want to take over? His eyes gleamed chillingly. He had no worries about his own position, but this wasn't the case for Zhang Yu. The latter was the youngest and didn't have that strong of a foundation. The Demon King would never let this happen because Zhang Yu used to be a member of Furious Tiger. Thus, these two were of one mind on all issues. He then stared at the main peak, also curious about the sect master's stance. In fact, he thought that only the sect master would be able to replace Zhang Yu. Moreover, this position should have belonged to Su Su if it wasn't for his untimely death. The humans also thought about pushing Fuyo for this spot, but because of the guy's cultivation problem, he failed to compete against Zhang Yu. Overruled. Don't bring up this trivial matter again. Ping Suowing didn't bother looking at the official complaint. His eyes remained on the floating sword. The messenger followed the order without any hesitation. This Li Chia. A follower of his quietly murmured. If it's a problem, it'll come anyway. There's no avoiding it. Suowing looked up and said. The follower didn't quite understand. Our sect is too weak. Something will happen eventually. Suowing looked at him and said. Sect Master, are you saying that this Li Chia is a spy from Three Truths? The follower speculated. Not necessarily, but our sect is under prying eyes. Suowing shook his head. They won't break the armistice, will they? The follower became worried. Hard to say, we do need an ally. Suowing gazed towards the horizon. Are you talking about Dragon Phoenix Valley? This was the only sect the follower could think of. The Valley and Divine Black were the two strongest demon lineages in northern West King. I heard the Valley has a new disciple. Suowing remained silent for a bit before speaking. His follower became confused. Why would their sect master care about a random disciple? This disciple is rumored to be from that clan. An amazing bloodline. Suowing said. The legendary one? The follower shuddered before asking. Suowing nodded in response. It's so ancient. I thought that they stopped coming out? The follower had heard stories before. That clan has deep ties with our sect. Suowing didn't answer the question. The follower didn't know about this. It is said that our patriarch and their primogenitor are good friends. Is that mythical primogenitor still alive? The follower took a deep breath. I don't know, but we need an ally not just because of Three Truths. Suowing said. Sorry. The follower didn't understand. Their sect was definitely first-rate in their region. Very few would actually dare to oppose them. Why was the sect master worrying so much? I hope for a miracle. Suowing eventually concluded. Well, that Li Chia is as strange as can be. Maybe he's a miracle. The follower said. Some at the sect have started calling him the son of miracles. Just think about it. How could someone of his talents be able to activate 13 sections? That was definitely a miracle. I hope so. Suowing turned towards Jadebird Peak. The examination is coming soon. We'll see some clues then, perhaps. He then focused back on the sword, not caring about the Peak Lords observing him or Zhan Hu's complaint. The follower sighed. For some reason, his sect master has changed recently and rarely went outside. In the beginning, he thought it was because of Su Su's death. However, it has been more than a year. Chapter 3275. Zhan Hu's official complaint was only approved by Furious Tiger and Jadebird while being dismissed by the other three. This nullified the complaint, so Zhan Hu couldn't do anything to Li Chia. Zhan Hu was simply trying to use Li Chia to deal with Thunder Dragon Lu and Huang Jie, therefore inflicting some damage on 8 Zhang's prestige. Nothing came from this weak finish. Nonetheless, some smart disciples could still sense that something was amiss. This pertained to the ongoing competition between the humans and demons at their sect. The demons had the upper hand for a long time now in the sect's recent history. This lessened when Ping Xueqi took the reign. The main character in this matter, Li Qie, didn't give a damn about Divine Black's internal struggle. He didn't come here to clean this crap up. He simply focused on reading books and cultivation in the last few days. The library of Jade Bird had plenty of historical scrolls, some dating back to the ancient era of the Nine Worlds. He found much useful information from them. Next, he finally reached Grand Mortal Shell, so he started with the second mantra, Society. 4 ordinary cultivators, going from Mortal Shell to Iron Skin, required opening a second palace. This palace would allow them to break through to the next realm. There were a total of 12 realms from Mortal Shell to Golden Avatar. This meant that a Tao Lord would have 12 palaces. At the same time, each realm would make the 4 symbols inside the palace 1 foot longer. For example, a mortal who has never cultivated would have 4 symbols at 9 feet long. At Mortal Shell, 10 feet. At Iron Skin, they would grow again to reach 11 feet. Therefore, a Tao Lord would have symbols spanning for 21 feet. Chaos true energy engulfed his fate palace. The worldly energy, grand Tao power, and self-vitality were being channeled and refined into this true energy by the 4 symbols. It served to gestate the true fate. As the true fate grew stronger, so would one's techniques and abilities. His true fate had a halo around it, made from peerless runes. This halo was a grand Tao created by all things. This served as one part of his Tao foundation. Tinier runes floated around his true fate, still scattered about like the stars in the sky. As more true energy was being added, they gradually came together in the shape of another halo. These runes were from his second mantra, Society. Normally, one would start on their second mantra after reaching Silver Carapace. This would allow them to cultivate a law at the black level, far stronger than the previous yellow law. Li Qie did something different. He started much earlier and didn't use a higher level mantra versus all things. Both all things and society were part of the 7 laws. Others would laugh at him for doing something they consider extremely foolish. Some disciples actually caught wind of this and began mocking him. So impatient and dumb, starting with another mantra after reaching Iron Skin, one at the same level too. One said. They believed that this was due to his despair and willingness to try anything at this point in order to cultivate faster. Of course, Li Qie didn't hear any of this. He wouldn't have cared anyway. The world simply didn't know that they could cultivate all 7 laws. The limit of 4 wasn't a thing. Moreover, finishing all 7 would create a firm foundation that allows them to reach higher profundity. Perhaps they didn't understand or have forgotten about this in the present day. Remember, Li Qie created this epic. He knew more about this system than anyone else. He didn't rush his way through and continued fortifying his Tao foundation and other aspects. At the same time, he reached a Zen state allowing him to spirit walk. He saw everything in divine black. Not a single secret was kept from him. His trip here wasn't prompted by a sudden impulse. He purposely came here due to certain connections from the past. Lu Fuyo and Huang Jie heard about his second mantra choice and became perplexed. They naturally knew more about him to not consider this idiotic. Nonetheless, they came for a visit and saw him sitting lazily on a big chair, gazing at the mountain range. Lu Fuyo prepared some tea for him and sat to the side. Meanwhile, Huang Jie didn't know what to think. Even their peak lord, the Mountain King, didn't act like a young master requiring Fuyo to wait on him. Alas, this scene came so naturally with Li Qie. It wouldn't look out of place for high gods and heavenly sovereigns serving Li Qie. Everything about Li Qie was a mystery, especially the things that happened around him. Huang Jie had tried to move the statue that crushed Yangtze. It wasn't that heavy and shouldn't have been able to kill a silver carapace cultivator. He speculated that when it crashed on Yangtze, it must have had a weight comparable to a mountain. He told Fuyo, who simply responded, "Don't be surprised at anything happening around the young master." Fuyo was Li Qie's biggest believer. Li Qie could cure a problem that even their sect master couldn't solve. No one in Divine Black could do this. Huang Jie stared at the ordinary looking at Li Qie and only saw an inscrutable question mark. "I heard you have started training with society, young master." Fuyo poured a full cup for him before asking. "Yes," Li Qie answered, still gazing at the scenery. "May I ask why, young master?" Fuyo knew that the guy had his reasons. Why are they the 7 laws of the Golden Age? Why not 4, 6, or 9? Li Qie finally glanced at Fuyo. The two couldn't answer because the 7 laws have always existed. They were conventional knowledge by this point. No one ever wondered why there were 7 and not any other number. A coincidence, perhaps, that the creator came up with 7. Huang Jie pondered and said, "This is not a coincidence." Li Qie chuckled. Blessed Tao Lord chose to spread the 7 of them. Why didn't he lower this number? This indeed made sense because cultivators should only cultivate 4 mantras. Why didn't the great Tao Lord compile them into 4 mantras instead? 1. Not sure if these are cultivation realms. They can be used to describe powerful masters. Pretty common terms. Going literal for now. Chapter 3276. Huang Jie and Lu Fuyo were still contemplating about this issue because it wasn't debated in the past at all. The 7 laws have been around since the ancient era. Everyone was used to their existence. It was so common across the land. Now, many sects have abandoned them. No one really ever took the time to wonder why there were 7 but not a different number. Was it just a coincidence? They came from blessed Tao Lord who spread it across 8 decilaces. If there were potential changes or necessary adjustments, someone as brilliant as Blessed would have changed them long ago. What is it? Li Qie asked the two lost in contemplation. They regained their wits and exchanged glances while rubbing their palms awkwardly. Young master, there is a big examination each year in our sect to pick excellent disciples. The brats have a good foundation but their merit laws are lacking. Please teach them. Fuyo spoke up about the children from Lu village. Their foundation and mantra cultivation were excellent but they lacked merit laws compared to their peers. After all, the village didn't have many to offer them. On the other hand, their peers were already adept at this front. Some came from the 5 main branches of Divine Peak and had access to superior merit laws. That's why Fuyo came seeking Li Qie's help. Huang Jie had an earnest expression while listening. He heard about Li Qie's exceptional comprehension of the Tao from Fuyo before. That's why he also had questions regarding cultivation for him. Li Qie didn't answer Fuyo. He gazed forward and eventually stood up to say, "Let's take a walk." He was already out the door while the two were still surprised. They hurriedly caught up, not knowing his intention. Divine Black was massive with numerous mountainous paths. One could go from any mountain to another via these paths. Li Qie continued heading deeper into the sect. The two had no choice but to follow him. They met many disciples along the way who were also confused by this scene. Li Qie was as common as can be. The only thing rare yet not rare about him were his 3 mortal aptitudes. Rare because he was most likely the only one here with them. Not rare because most mortals suffered this lack of innate talents. Strangely enough, 2 seniors in Fuyo and Huang Jie were walking behind him. That made people wonder why these two would be showing so much respect to this regular disciple. Of course, they didn't dare to gossip in the two's presence and waited until the group got farther away. Some believed that Li Qie might be an illegitimate child of a big shot. Another said that he was under the protection of the sect after obtaining the 9 primeval laws. After all, the sect should be afraid of potentially leaking their strongest merit laws. Having this plan in place made sense. Call it supervision instead of protection. He's dead if he dares to leak it. One disciple assumed that this was Fuyo and Huang Jie's job. In Divine Black, disciples were allowed to roam freely with the exception of certain important locations along with the 5 actual main peaks. The trio made it to the ancestral peak before they knew it. This was the main peak in Divine Black, looking like the head of the greatest tortoise. It seemed to be roaring at the heaven. A great river surged around the lake just like a spirit snake. One could hear the currents from a distance. Li Qie was by the river right now and went up a high platform to take a look at the peak engulfed in clouds and fog. To the back were the 5 other peaks with several hundred more. They made up the shell of the turtle, capable of shouldering anything. The ancestral peak, unlike the other 5, had no disciples or lineage. Just climbing up there was a challenge. For some unknown reason, this peak has been sealed all this time. The elders themselves couldn't go there. Only the official ceremonies were carried out beneath the ancestral peak. It was normally deserted. Li Qie stared at the peak with a smile on his face, seemingly able to see something wondrous there. The two found this strange. What are you looking at, young master? Fuyo eventually asked. Do you know what is up there? Li Qie was still looking at the pinnacle. Well, I don't know since no one has gotten up there. Fuyo scratched his head. No, one forefather has gotten up there before. South Conch Dao Lord. Huang Jie added. This Dao Lord was the one who revitalized their sect and the only person who obtained a golden avatar. The second will be me, Li Qie said, leaving the two shocked. Huang Jie took a deep breath. He certainly thought that Li Qie was amazing and unfathomable. He still found this claim to be exaggerated. No one has been up there outside of their patriarch and South Conch Dao Lord. Our sect master still can't get up there, he eventually said. He's him, I'm me, can't compare the two of us. Li Qie didn't mind. Huang Jie needed to take another deep breath after this. Their sect master was the strongest cultivator in their sect. In fact, he was a big shot across the northern West King, yet Li Qie spoke as if he was no big deal. Huang Jie looked around and fortunately, there was no one else near. The comment could have been persecuted for being disrespectful. Young master, you truly want to climb up there? Fuyo himself found this hard to believe. Remember, the previous person to do this was a Dao Lord. Stop being so surprised, it's just climbing, Li Qie said. The two were at a loss for words. Fuyo's admiration for Li Qie couldn't be any higher, but he still hesitated regarding this matter. Didn't you ask me about teaching the kids some merit laws? Li Qie looked back at Fuyo and asked. Chapter 3277. Right, right. Please teach them, young master. Fuyo hastily said. Teach them tortoise fist, that's plenty. Li Qie gazed at the surging river. Tortoise fist. The two were astounded. Both thought that they have misheard. Yes, the sect has this move. The two of you certainly have heard of it before. Li Qie didn't avert his gaze. The two exchanged glances, not knowing what to do. The name of this technique wasn't that pleasant. I do know about it, it's Black Tortoise Fist, an entry martial art technique in the sect. Fuyo coughed and said. What is this Black Tortoise? Li Qie smiled and shook his head. The name is Tortoise Fist, no need to embellish a title. Does calling it Black Tortoise make it stronger or unbeatable? The two had an awkward expression after hearing this. Their sect really had a technique named Tortoise Fist, the lowest and coarsest entry merit law at the low-ranked yellow level. Some even thought that this was giving it too much credit. Why? The fist only had 3 actions or moves, as simple as can be. Many in Divine Black wouldn't consider them techniques, akin to an old man in the mortal world attacking randomly. It was slow and weak. Even the new disciples wouldn't want to use it, let alone older ones. A mortal who had only trained in martial arts for a couple of days could beat the crap out of its user. Thus, what was the point of training in what essentially amounts to a training exercise for old men? Leaving aside its effectiveness, just its name was terrible. Some decided to change the name to Black Tortoise instead. This still didn't get more students to learn it. That's why the two were so confused. And here they thought that he would come up with a preeminent plan. Really, we're letting them train this technique? Fuyo was worried because he cared about the children's future. Why not? It's a great merit law. Just 3 actions encompass the essences and style of a tortoise. Well, it's still just a tortoise, Huang Jie mumbled under his breath. What do you think your patriarch is? Li Qie gave him the side eye. Our patriarch is a black tortoise with the bloodline of a divine beast, one of the strongest demons of that era. Huang Jie smiled wryly and responded. Black tortoise. Li Qie laughed in response. Future descendants always exaggerate. Sure, your patriarch definitely obtained a great fortune or transformed, one akin to a carp turning into a dragon. It had some divine bloodline, but this doesn't change the fact that it used to be a tortoise. That's his true root. Stop, stop. Fuyo shushed him, nearly wanting to cover his mouth. Huang Jie became afraid and kept on looking around before heaving a sigh of relief at the lack of people. After all, their patriarch was the ultimate existence in the sect. Its status in the heart of the disciples could never be replaced. Everyone knew that it was a divine black tortoise. Thus, Li Qie's comment could be considered blasphemous, a serious offense. No need for this. Li Qie smiled. It's fine to be a tortoise. All living beings start as nothing, then they become something. In this case, a turtle becoming a demon through the Tao. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Please stop, my little ancestor. Fuyo started begging while Huang Jie was horrified. Enough tempering will turn anything into steel. This applies to the Grand Tao. Tortoise or black tortoise fist, whatever, one just needs to understand its essences to reach the right path. Li Qie said. The two felt much better when he was no longer talking about their patriarch. They carefully thought about his words. Tortoise fist is an important foundation block of your patriarch. Make use of it more. Li Qie told them. Really? The two tried to remember the origin of this move, but there was no record of it. Absolutely. The patriarch had indeed created this merit law. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that it was a passing down of instincts. A turtle at birth would stretch its head, move its legs, and carry its shell, all instincts. As the patriarch gradually gained intelligence, it practiced these movements and began cultivating. Alas, it lacked a good teacher and didn't know how to do so until it met the great immortal. He taught it how to refine its movements. This culminated into a merit law named Tortoise Fist. This was long ago and many forefathers in the sect didn't wish to bring it up. It didn't sound cool to let others know about their patriarch's origin. Thus, they started spreading the black tortoise narrative. This merit law also became forgotten. The future descendants didn't wish to train it. The two remained skeptical about this claim. Putting the name aside, just 3 movements. What could this actually do? South fence is derived from all things. All things include a turtle, a tortoise, and everything else. With enough training, even a tortoise can become a black tortoise. So tell me, what's better than your patriarch's initial merit law that got it so far? Li Qie said. Fuyo became tempted. Huang Jie not so much. They thought about it and maybe this was worth a shot for the children. One little turtle might not be able to do anything. But a dozen? They will eventually grow up too. The shell of one turtle has its limit, but when you stack a dozen shells together, how tough would that be? Li Qie elaborated. The two quietly listened. Now, what if these turtles turn into black tortoises? Imagine the potential result. Li Qie finished. Is this possible? Reaching that level? Fuyo still wasn't sure. Your patriarch did it, going from a regular turtle to a so-called black tortoise. Li Qie laughed. Okay, we get it. The two became startled since this topic was brought up again. Well, I don't care, your choice whether to teach them or not. Li Qie said. The two exchanged glances. This was a serious choice because it pertained to the children's future. 1. This is a hard one to translate the meaning across. Unlike the other divine beasts, black tortoise's characters actually don't have the word turtle/tortoise in it. It consists of Xian, black, and Wu, martial. Everyone knows that Xian Wu equals black tortoise automatically. The other beasts are obvious: white tiger, azure dragon, and vermilion bird. They have the corresponding character, Hu for tiger, Long for dragon, and K for bird. So in Chinese, the character for turtle actually has a negative connotation. Especially for this fist, Wang Ba. It can mean tortoise, cuckold, insult with the flavor of bastard, son of a bitch. That's why Wang Ba fist just sounds so silly. No one wants to learn a technique with this name, but when you translate it to English, you get tortoise fist, which isn't as bad. The problem will be with the next line too. Continuation of the previous note. So for this name, it is Xian Wu fist, or black tortoise fist. This one doesn't have the same negative connotation as Wang Ba fist. However, how do I actually translate this to make Wang Ba negative while making Xian Wu neutral? The first obvious one is tortoise versus black tortoise. There's virtually no changes there. I've spent 20 minutes on this so far and can't think of anything. It will just have to be tortoise versus black tortoise with the context in the note 3. Yeah, the impact just isn't there with tortoise and black tortoise. Chapter 3278. Huang Jie had his reasons for worrying. The children from Lu had an amazing foundation, meaning that there was great potential there. They were excellent seeds from the perspective of 8 Zhang. They could join it later on and become pillars with enough grooming and training. They still had choices when it came to merit laws. However, Lu Fuyo wanted more for them. That's why he came to ask Li Qie. In the beginning, the two assumed that Li Qie would come up with an incredible plan, one that certainly wouldn't include tortoise fist. Fine, we'll follow the young master's guidance and let them learn it. Fuyo gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Hesitation persisted, but he chose to believe in Li Qie, who managed to cure his affliction, unlike the others. Moreover, Li Qie had done such a good job with the children in a short period of time, turning them into exceptional seeds. Thus, there was no reason to doubt him. Huang Jie opened his mouth but refrained from speaking up. Though the children weren't officially Fuyo's disciples, they were pretty much that. He brought them to Divine Black and had the right to make decisions for them. Okay, bring them tomorrow and I will personally teach them. What they accomplish after is up to their own fortune. Li Qie calmly said. Great. I'll bring them here tomorrow. Fuyo happily agreed. Li Qie only taught them a little bit, yet they have gained so much. Now, he was going to teach them a merit law? Fuyo immediately realized that they have nearly missed a great opportunity. Quicksand River. Li Qie smiled and turned his focus back on the surviving river. He then glanced at the ancestral peak one more time before leaving. We're leaving, he said. The duo hurriedly followed behind him. Along the way, they suddenly heard a poof and saw a flame rushing out from the top of a peak. It had 3 colors filled with divinity and Tao power along with chaos true energy. The scorching temperature seemed to be rearranging heaven and earth, capable of incinerating a large hole in the sky. Fortunately, this raging fire was under perfect control thanks to the majestic Tao power. It didn't hurt anything nearby, not even a blade of grass. Samadhi flame. A really strong type. The duo became startled. They weren't the only ones. Many experts in Divine Black took note of this, including the elders and peak lords. That's the training place of that girl? Huang Jie carefully judged the direction of the flame. Yes, looks like she has reached the Samadhi materialization level now, no longer an enlightened being. Amazing, that's an inborn true fate for you. The purity of that flame is not inferior to first brothers back then. Fuyo became sentimental. We're old now. Huang Jie smiled wryly, feeling a bit frustrated. After all, being caught up to by a junior wasn't a good feeling. Huang Jie was an upper-tier cultivator during his generation. He worked hard but was still only an intermediate enlightened being. Fuyo was even more talented, yet he was stuck at Conqueror Vessel right now. But ultimately, even without his Tao problem, he wouldn't have been as good as her if they were the same age. The Samadhi realm was quite powerful. No one else among the young generation had reached it in Divine Black. In fact, there were just very few cultivators at this level. They were strong enough to uphold some real responsibilities. We watched her join not long ago. Now she has surpassed us. Fuyo added. As for Li Qie, he only took one look and smiled, not paying it any mind. The others in the sect became emotional at this sight after seeing the flame. Nothing can stop the young generation from excelling. She'll leave us behind in the dust in just a few years. Mountain Bearer King on top of 8 Zhang took note of this. She'll be the second in our sect to reach the sacred physique level, maybe a heavenly sovereign, the Bodhi King in Thousand Demons commented. You might be faster, Peak Lord, a disciple nearby said. The king didn't respond. He stared at the flame and fell into rumination. Iron Whip Demon King in Furious Tiger also saw this. He had no choice but to praise Gong Qianyue even though she was a human. Simply incredible, this girl is definitely superior to Su Su. All the good disciples are taken. He then glared over at South Conk and scowled. Qianyue seemed unstoppable right now. Her momentum was on an upward trajectory. She would definitely become the next successor of the sect if she could reach the sacred physique level. This would truly pressure the demons in Divine Black. Both Furious Tiger and Thousand Demons Peak would have no way to compete against South Conk. Samadhi materialization. Zhang Yu on Jade Bird carefully observed the flame, the number 1 of the young generation. He had no choice but to admit this. His expression became serious. He knew that it was only a matter of time before she surpassed him at this rate. His position would be up for grab then. Maybe he would need to abdicate and become an elder instead. As the future successor, she wouldn't take over the sect master's role so quickly. She would need to gain more experience as a peak lord. Thus, among the 5 current peak lords, he was the most likely to lose his position. Damn this inborn true fate. He became very annoyed because this constitution has been a thorn in his side. In the past, he was the oldest of the 3 geniuses, but Su Su surpassed him because he also had an inborn true fate. Gong Qianyue was repeating the same thing. No, she seemed even stronger than Su Su at the same age. They're really the heavens' favorites, he eventually said. He was quite powerful already as a member of the second generation, being a yin-yang celestial. He really earned his spot as a peak lord despite certain circumstances. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough to compete with Qianyue. Someone like her had such an easy time with cultivation. Senior sister Qianyue is at the Samadhi materialization realm now. This news spread across the sect like wildfire. She's the best in our sect. Even the most talented disciples couldn't do naught but accept inferiority. For example, mighty youths such as Zhang Hu and Huang Ning became dejected while staring at the flame above. Chapter 3279. Gong Qianyue has proven her supremacy among the young generation of Divine Black by reaching the materialization realm. Junior sister Qianyue is the greatest genius of the Northern West King. One male fan of her said, clearly infatuated with her. Her talent wasn't the only brilliant thing about her. Her beauty was just as dazzling, the prettiest in Divine Black. She naturally had no lack of suitors as a result. This wasn't limited to their sect. Other young cultivators all around West King wanted to win her hand. She'll definitely become the next sect master, another disciple admiringly said. Her cultivation improvement shook Divine Black. It became a hot topic for many disciples and seniors. On the second day was when she would come out of her training session. The young ones did everything they could to come there in order to greet and congratulate her. A few experts from the older generations also came. They wanted to see the true extent of her current cultivation. Some elders were also present. This treatment was unheard of for the younger cultivators. Both Zhan Hu and Huang Ning never got to this level of prestige. This made many think that she would really become the next sect master. Li Qie didn't pay attention to any of this. It was just another day for him. Fuyo has brought the children to Li Qie's place. The latter had already borrowed a tortoise fist manual from the library. Of course, the sect didn't give a damn about it. Anyone could borrow for as long as they want. He didn't pass down the original fundamentals of the technique to the children right away and chose to change it. It only consisted of 3 actions, but after his refinement, everything became different. It touched straight to the source of the Tao of the fist. All of its profundities were added to the 3 actions. The children were awfully excited to see Li Qie again. They naturally wanted him to teach them over the instructors in Jade Bird. Why? They realized the gap between Li Qie and their instructors after listening to a few lectures. Though Li Qie only occasionally gave them pointers, he managed to answer all of their questions in a concise yet profound manner. He also kept it simple and easy to understand. This made them want to listen even more. As for the instructors, the children felt that there was something off, but they couldn't put it into words. They didn't care whichever merit law it was because whatever he taught would be the best one for them. He personally taught them tortoise fist this time around in order to give them a great chance for the future. They were used to his instructing style and quickly understood this merit law. Tortoise fist is not about the punch itself. It is an extension of instincts to reach all things and their profundities. Each breath contains derivations. Each action channels chaos energy. Its power stems from the Tao. He began imparting the true mysteries into the group. Others had no idea that this merit law and its 3 actions could reach the source of the Tao. It encompassed a perfect defense on top of being very easy to start due to its simplicity. Moreover, it served as a perfect match with the All Things mantra. Though the children didn't cultivate this particular mantra, their South Conch was derived from it. They had the same origin, thus they could perform tortoise fist. The children learned the merit law quickly under his short tutelage and admired him even more. Who is more amazing, young master or senior sister Qianyue? They became curious after learning the fist technique. In recent days, Qianyue enjoyed the spotlight in the sect. She became the undisputed #1 genius, so that's why this comparison was brought up. The young master, obviously. The freckled girl immediately said. He knows and can do everything even if he's weak. True, he activated 13 sections while the senior sister only got 5, she can't compare to him. An honest child laughed and said. The kids knew many of his deeds, curing their instructor, teaching them how to cultivate, and changing the fate of their village. He became their most respected idol. However, some experts from Jade Bird didn't like it, especially the main instructor responsible for the children. He was a human and had high hopes for the kid. Now, they left him to learn under Li Qie. The whole thing was ridiculous in his eyes. Ridiculous, nonsense. How can you let a mortal shell teach them? The expert loudly protested. An iron skin. Fuyo corrected him. So what? The expert became even louder. Senior brother Lu, what are you thinking? These children are amazing seeds, but you're ruining their future. I'm the one who brought them here, so I care more about their future than anyone else. I view them as my own disciples, so I won't do anything to jeopardize them. Fuyo said. But, Li Qie has terrible aptitudes. Fine, leaving that aside, you're letting him teach them Tortoise Fist? I was about to ask the Peak Lord for a few high-ranked merit laws to teach them. I appreciate your good intention, junior brother. I'm doing this for their sake. The Mountain King has agreed as well. Fuyo sincerely said. The experts couldn't pursue this matter. He became frustrated, not knowing why their Peak Lord would agree to this. Sure enough, the news of the children learning Tortoise Fist spread across the sect. Tortoise Fist? Taught by that Li Qie? Is this a joke? You're letting someone with 3 mortal-level talents teach others? And Tortoise Fist on top of that. Many found this ridiculous. This must be a cruel joke. Only an idiot would want to learn Tortoise Fist. Another sneered. Numerous disciples heard about this and wanted to come to take a look. Foolishness. They confirmed that Li Qie was really teaching them this merit law. There are so many better merit laws. So many idiots here. A spectator shook his head. It's because there are only 3 actions to this, so easy to learn. They're from the mortal world, so they need to learn the easiest merit law. Maybe they can't understand anything harder. One more sneered. Chapter 3280. By this point, everyone in Divine Black knew about the Tortoise Fist phenomenon. The majority made fun of Li Qie, thinking that he was as stupid as can be for trying to teach children who were stronger than him. Some thought that it was ridiculous, unable to understand why the children would play along. The Peak Lords found it strange. They knew that Li Qie wasn't actually foolish, so this made even less sense. The sect had plenty of choices due to its age and power. There were numerous manuals available, especially at the yellow level. Several hundred or more. He could have picked any intermediate or even the high-level ones instead of this lowest type, Tortoise Fist. For many generations now, no disciple had picked this merit law simply because its name was terrible and inelegant. Moreover, it was just too simple with 3 actions. It had no effective power to speak of. What is he trying to sell? The Bodhi King had no idea. Tortoise Fist. Ping Suowing murmured before falling into silence after hearing this news. Ridiculous. Zhang Yu shouted and said, any other merit law is better than that crap. He was knowledgeable and earned his position. Many disciples have heard of Tortoise Fist, but they haven't actually seen it before. Zhang Yu had read the actual manual. He thought that the 3 actions were useless. Perhaps they were effective for body training or to increase one's health in the mortal sense. But to use it to cultivate? It would have 0 effect. Go bring the disciples back. Don't let Li Qie do this unauthorized. He ordered. Peak Lord, isn't this what we want? The humans are ruining their own future. These children are actually good cultivators, but they'll be chosen by 8 Zhang soon enough and will oppose us. Thus, this Li guy is doing this foolish thing on his own accord and will slow down their growth. 8 Zhang will have fewer capable cultivators as a result. That's good for us. The disciple nearby hesitated. He was right. The competition between humans and demons has always been going on in Divine Black. 8 Zhang represented the humans while Furious Tiger represented the demons. You fool! Zhang Yu glared at this disciple and scolded. Humans and demons are both members of Divine Black. They're part of the future and need to be excellent, for the sect's well-being or decline will be inevitable. Humans don't all join 8 Zhang. They can flourish in the other 4 peaks too. This was indeed the case. Despite the fierce competition, many humans still joined the other peaks, and 8 Zhang had demon disciples as well. He certainly stood on the side of the demons for many aspects such as resources and authority, but when it came down to it, he would throw away this racial conflict and focus on what's truly important, the future of Divine Black. Yes, I understand. The disciple got cold sweats and stopped talking. Tell Jean who to bring the children back to their hall. The previous instructor will teach them again. Zhang Yu uttered coldly. The disciple immediately left to carry out the command. Fog rose early this morning and the children from Lu were up already. The same with Li Qie. The group started learning again. Li Qie slowly raised his hand and shifted his leg in the mist and fog. Each action was slow and meticulous. The children imitated him. This scene was quite strange. It would make more sense if they were older men. In that case, it would look like a scene of skilled practitioners at work. However, they were just too young and this style didn't suit them. Their moves were so slow that they wouldn't be able to hit a mortal. One would just need to step to the side to dodge. Nonetheless, Li Qie took his time. Each move and breath were deliberate. The children had no idea that some people were making fun of them, completely immersed in their training. Look, they're doing tortoise fist again. A few disciples passed by and began talking about it. I can learn that crap in one go. Why are they trying so hard? It's been a while too, right? One took a gander and shook his head in disbelief. To put it bluntly, even the most idiotic cultivator could master these 3 simple actions in a single day. So what if they finish learning this? They can be the best masters at it and it still won't become black tortoise fist. One demon uttered coldly. True, there's a limit to this merit law regardless of the effort exerted. The others agreed. The disparaging comments occurred throughout the day but Li Qie and the children were completely immersed in their session. The observers were just too weak to see the mysteries behind it all. Li Qie and the children's actions seemed simple and weak but their breathing and power were in tune with the rhythm of heaven and earth. They became one with the great entity. As they raised their tiny hands, they could move the momentum of the land. At the same time, their true chaos energy performed a full cycle across the 4 symbols in their fate palaces for greater purity. These minute changes couldn't be seen by the observers. They needed to be better at the Grand Tao with a greater understanding of its mystics before grasping it. First brother is here. One disciple noticed and everyone turned around. Zhan Hu and the enforcers have arrived so they quickly made way. They were aware that trouble was coming for Li Qie. He still ignored Zhan Hu's group and continued teaching the kids. They weren't affected either. Zhan Hu didn't tell Li Qie to stop right away. He posed with both hands in front of his chest while glaring at the scene. He waited till they're finished before speaking. The best teacher still can't make gold out of tortoise fist. You're hindering their education. This is a serious offense. Is that so? Li Qie didn't bother to look at the guy. Chapter 3281. Li Qie's insipid attitude infuriated Zhan Hu since he hated the guy acting cool the most as if nothing in this world could move him. It exuded contempt and disdain as if all others were mere ants. In a sense, this would be acceptable if Li Qie was an amazing genius or a supreme character. Unfortunately, the guy had the worst talents possible for cultivation. He had nothing to back up his attitude. This made Zhan Hu truly want to slap or stomp on the guy, forcing him to see reality and how insignificant he was. The guy was courting death for acting haughty in front of Zhan Hu. I'm under the order of the Peak Lord to bring them back to the hall. They'll stay there and train from now on. Also, instructing without permission is now forbidden in Jade Bird. Anyone who tries to go against this will be punished. The children stopped and stared at Li Qie. They rather stayed here with him because they could feel something different while training Tortoise Fist. Ask them if they want to go back with you, Li Qie said. Zhan Hu stared at the children and saw them shaking their head repeatedly. No, we want to study Tortoise Fist with the young master. One frightened child said. Yes, we rather stay here to learn Tortoise Fist. The others claimed. Zhan Hu's expression soured. This was akin to slapping him on the face. Idiots. An outsider saw this and found it inconceivable. Humph, the Peak Lord's good intentions are viewed as malice. So blind. One demon uttered coldly. Just forget about them, let them do whatever. It's not up to you. The Peak Lord has ordered for you all to return or face severe punishment in accordance with the sect's guideline. Zhan Hu said coldly. The children became startled and stared at Li Qie. They will stay here. Don't make me repeat myself. Li Qie stated his intention, ready for some suicidal dissenters. So haughty. You're a nobody here in Jade Bird. It's not up to you to make orders. You're not the young master here, but even if you are, you'll need to follow my order in Jade Bird. Zhan Hu's eyes turned cold. Li Qie got tired of wasting his breath on this guy and didn't respond. Take them away. Punish anyone who stands in the way. Zhang Hu glared at Li Qie. He was eager to teach Li Qie a lesson and show him the cruel reality of this world. Of course, his goal was different from Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu simply wanted the children to not waste their time, but Zhang Hu was fixated on dealing with Li Qie. The two had no real grievances, but as the first brother of Jade Bird, Zhang Hu couldn't tolerate his authority being challenged repeatedly by a piece of trash like Li Qie. The disciples from the disciplinary group surrounded the children. One member uttered, "Don't make us force you now. Stop." A thunderous roar erupted as Fuyo entered the scene. Humph. Zhang Hu didn't like this at all. He believed that Li Qie's backer was Lu Fuyo. If Fuyo wasn't a senior, he would definitely challenge the guy to a fight. Junior Uncle Lu, you're right on time. Unfortunately, there is nothing you can say to change this. Don't worry about the business of Jade Bird, he said. The listeners nearby exchanged glances. This has become another conflict between humans and demons. Zhang, who was the first brother of Jade Bird on top of being Iron Rod Demon King's son. On the other hand, Fuyo was a disciple of Mountain Bearer King. Ordinary disciples wouldn't dare to get involved in this mess, so some of them quietly retreated. Of course, senior brother Zhang can take care of Jade Bird's matters. However, from today on, the children from Lu are no longer disciples of Jade Bird. They have been chosen by 8 Zhang. Fuyo said flatly. The listeners didn't expect this. The 4 other peaks would always pick members of Jade Bird since the latter served as the starting place for newcomers. Jade Bird would have their own picks while the rest was up for grab. The ones not chosen would continue to stay in Jade Bird. However, the 4 peaks had a high standard when selecting disciples in this manner. Normally, it would only take place after the examination. That's why this sudden selection took everyone by surprise. Nonetheless, the older ones found it reasonable. The children from Lu should be together. Solidarity could help their future cultivation path. Plus, Fuyo would naturally take them there in due time, being from the same village and all. Words alone aren't enough evidence for this matter, Junior Uncle Lu. Zhang Hu scowled, no longer showing respect to a senior, only pride. This is a decision from our peak lord. Feel free to report it to senior brother Zhang. Fuyo calmly took out a scroll and handed it to Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu opened the scroll and sure enough, this was an order from Mountain Bearer King. He couldn't stop this any longer. Not even Zhang Yu. This was in accordance with the rules of Divine Black. The only exception would have been if Zhang Yu had already chosen the children as official disciples of Jade Bird. Humph. Zhang Hu gestured for the disciplinary members to leave. He glared at the children, then at Li Qie. So what if they're chosen by 8 Zhang? They still won't amount to anything while training this tortoise fist. Trash will be trash. He sneered. The children naturally didn't take this public humiliation in stride. Alas, he was the first brother on top of being far stronger. There was nothing they could do. Give them a few years and they'll be able to knock your teeth out with just tortoise fist. Li Qie finally looked at him for the first time. What did he just say? The listeners became astounded. We misheard him, right? Another murmured. Arrogant fool. Who do you think you are to run your mouth like this? A demon disciple immediately shouted. Lu Fuyo himself smiled wryly, speechless. Ha ha ha. Zhang Hu's anger turned into laughter. This was the most hilarious thing he had ever heard. Them using the tortoise fist can knock out my teeth? How could he not be angry? He might not be the most talented in Divine Black but was still among the top 3. Moreover, his bloodline was exceptional, certainly superior to these brats. This was before mentioning his cultivation at the Conqueror level. How could these brats use tortoise first and take him down? Thus, Li Qie's statement could only be construed as utter disrespect. Chapter 3282. Nearly everyone here thought that his comment was too arrogant and ludicrous. They knew that Zhang Hu was very close to becoming an enlightened being. Several more years after that and he would be at the materialization level. At that stage, how could these children and their tortoise fist defeat him? Simply impossible. First, Zhang Hu would have access to mightier and more profound merit laws in the future. Second, His demon tiger lineage was quite powerful as well and had its fair shares of amazing techniques not inferior to the sex merit laws. That's why his father had such an imposing title, Iron Whip Demon King. Ignorant fool. One demon snorted. Senior brother Jean, whose inherited Iron Whip is peerless. Even a Black Dao Lord Merit Law can't stop it. Ha ha ha, I see, Tortoise Fist must be the best. Ha ha ha. Jean, whose eyes became murderous while laughing. You must think that you have the greatest talents, enough to be an ultimate teacher? Coming here and recklessly teaching disciples. They can train for another 100 years with Tortoise Fist and I can still destroy them with a single finger. He added. The first part is true. Li Qie said. Even the weakest student of mine will be countless times stronger than you. Are you listening to yourself? Jean, who finally erupted with fury. If you're really talented, then you wouldn't be a mortal shell right now. Oh wait, my mistake. Our young master is at the Iron Skin realm now, so miraculous, the best in our sect with matchless Dao comprehension, the number one in all of Northern West King. His sarcasm was as clear as day. Some of the crowd bought it too and laughed while staring at Li Qie with disdain. He's nothing without his protectors. One disciple quietly said. Of course, they wouldn't dare to name Fuyou and Huang Jie. Nonetheless, they thought that this was the case. Li Qie wasn't worth a single coin. Even the terrible disciples in their sect were superior to him. Li Qie ignored the sarcasm and leisurely said, Seems like you finally know your place and recognize greatness. Yes, I am indeed number one in the world when it comes to talents and comprehension. He blew his own trumpet hard enough to stun the crowd. It was as if he took Jean Hu's sarcastic comments seriously. Fuyou smiled wryly. He didn't know what Li Qie wanted to do by playing along with the guy. He's stupid enough to misinterpret it? One disciple stared at Li Qie. Maybe, there is no limit to stupidity and ego in this world. One demon added. In the world? You're not even the number one in Divine Black. Jean, who had a tough time. Others would be embarrassed by all the criticisms and mockery. They wouldn't be able to keep their head up high, but this Li Qie didn't give a damn at all. Just Divine Black? No, I'm definitely number one here. No big deal. Li Qie smiled. You're the number one from the bottom up. One disciple immediately became annoyed and shouted. Senior Sister Qianyue is our number one. Oh. Far inferior compared to me. Li Qie chuckled before sitting down in his chair, closing his eyes. Humph. How could a scowl sound so pleasant? A beauty appeared out of nowhere. She commanded everyone's attention. Senior Sister. A furor erupted because of her. She's visiting our jade bird. So many became overwhelmed with excitement. Look, she's definitely the prettiest in the sect. The older ones were enamored with her. Someone like Gong Qianyue would have this response wherever she went due to her talents and beauty. She wore a light green dress, looking like a forest fairy. It accentuated her perfect figure, stealing the soul of men and the confidence of women. A faint flame could be seen around her. It didn't exude any heat, but people couldn't help feeling respect. This was the sign of the Samadhi materialization realm. Jean, whose expression changed as well. They were both geniuses and he was older than her. Moreover, he was born in a prestigious clan, so he had access to more resources. Alas, she still surpassed him. Her flame could annihilate his weapons and turn him to ashes right now. Junior Sister. He revealed a wide smile and came up to greet her. Unfortunately, she only had eyes for Li Qie, ones filled with coldness. This animosity had nothing to do with Li Qie's comment earlier. It was due to their first meeting back in the pond when he saw her naked. She tried to find him after the pillar pushed him out but failed. From that point, she swore that if she were to meet this jerk again, she would teach him a lesson. She slowly walked towards Li Qie. A few spectators snorted and gloated. Humph, the boasting idiot is about to get it. Let's see how Senior Sister will deal with him. Bah, she can take him down with one finger. Can't believe he bragged about having superior talents to her. He should take a look at himself in a puddle of piss to see what he really is. Another said with disdain. Senior Sister shouldn't waste her time on a piece of trash like him. I'm more than happy to make him stay in bed for a month or so. An admirer of Qianyue sneered. Meanwhile, Jean, who watched this scene with a smirk. He was more than happy to see Qianyue take care of Li Qie. In this case, Even Huang Jie and Lu Fuyo wouldn't be able to protect him because her backer was the sect master himself. Li Qie was still laying in his chair with his eyes closed, completely ignoring her. Still acting haughty in front of senior sister? Many disciples didn't like this. She stood in front of him and didn't make a move just yet. And here I thought you would hide forever. Li Qie finally opened his eyes. Humph. Her cultivation was strong enough to intimidate others with just a single scowl. They no longer dared to look straight at her outside of Li Qie. You're very confident. She spoke coldly. Nonetheless, her voice was still pleasant enough. Though many in the sect admired her, they didn't dare to get close due to her cold and distant nature. Chapter 3283. She had no interest in competing with him in terms of talents or anything else. She simply felt annoyed after being seen by him the previous time. That's how I have always been, unreasonably confident. Li Qie casually responded. The spectators glared at him, not liking how he was speaking to their goddess. So, here to teach me a lesson? He smirked at her. Qianyue got the urge to stomp on him after seeing his smirk. She didn't know why, but there was just something infuriating about it. However, she knew that he was neither stupid nor insane. Why was he so confident? The young generation in Divine Black always treated her with reverence. Some didn't even dare to look at her eye to eye or keep their head up straight. Now, this guy seemed completely unaffected. Her presence was no different than air. This perplexed her. Such calmness didn't belong to a weak disciple. Correct, I want to break your annoying face, she said without holding back despite being in public. The others became even more excited, thinking that Li Qie was really done for this time. Junior sister, no need to dirty your hand hitting this worm. An older disciple came forward and said, I'll make him a little bloody. He wanted to curry favor, but Qianyue showed no appreciation, only a cold glare. This made him very awkward, needing to swallow his words and turning red. He tried to be clever and ended up with eggs on his face. Strangely enough, he didn't get mad at her and directed his anger towards Li Qie instead. Feel free to try, but I'm afraid you won't be able to do it, Li Qie lazily said. Are you asking for a fight? Qianyue coldly uttered while giving him a death stare. She was unbeatable among the young generation by this point. Not even Zhan Hu or Huang Ning could take her on. Those two used to be the strongest, but a big gap existed now. Thus, challenging her was asking for humiliation. Sure, if you want. I can entertain you a little bit. Just don't cry when you lose. Li Qie spoke, seemingly disinterested. Asshole, take a look at yourself first and realize your insignificance before talking to junior sister Qianyue like this. The previous admirer lost his cool and started yelling. That's right, senior sister can beat you with just one move. Pah! Numerous disciples said foul words while glaring at Li Qie. How could they let him act in this manner before their goddess? Silence! Qianyue frowned and shouted due to the noises. The group became surprised and immediately shut their mouth. Once again, they diverted their anger towards Li Qie, who was still smiling and lazily lying in his chair. Qianyue had plenty of questions in her head. This man was certainly clear-headed. Why would he want to fight her? He was only an iron skin at best. This cultivation realm was nothing in Divine Black. She could randomly find plenty of them in the sect. Everyone knew the gap between iron skin and samadhi materialization. The difference between heaven and earth. Just comparing the two was silly. As you wish then, she eventually uttered without understanding where he was coming from. The spectators were stunned. They exchanged glances and had no idea how it got to this point. The power disparity was simply unfair. Nothing could change the fact that she would be able to annihilate him with one move. Good, but just a fight is a little boring. Let's make it interesting. He smiled. What do you suggest? Her eyes narrowed. If I lose, you can do whatever. He rubbed his chin and said, but what if you lose? He ended with a grin while looking at her up and down in a suggestive manner. Qianyue instinctively took one step back because she felt naked for some reason. This made her shudder. She had never felt something like this before because her peers didn't dare to look straight at her. Go on. She calmed her mind and took a deep breath while feeling something dangerous. Intuition told her so, but this didn't make any sense. How could an iron skin cultivator threaten her in any way?
If you were to lose, he continued, rubbing his chin while smirking.
Everyone viewed this smile as wretched and nauseating. If gazes could kill, he would have died 1,000 times over. Pah! A frog wanting to eat swan meat. One of them mocked.
As if he can win, maybe in his dream.
Another snorted.
How dare he have these perverted thoughts?
Senior sister Xueqi can show mercy, but I'll kill him later. One admirer had murderous thoughts. They would never forgive Xueqi for disrespecting their beloved goddess. This was an intolerable offense. Chapter 3284. Gong Xueqi, contrary to the furious crowd, remained calm. She simply stared at him, who was just sitting leisurely in his chair. She found him to be an impossible-to-solve riddle. Everything was hidden behind a fog. So what do you want in case I lose? She uttered. The ones laughing at Xueqi closed their mouth. They didn't forget to throw aggressive glares and gestures at him. If you lose, I do need a maid to wash my feet right now. That'll be your job. Xueqi looked at her with a smile.
The crowd couldn't believe the words that have come out of his mouth.
Once they regained their wits, their eyes became filled with anger. This was doubly true for her admirers, who wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. Xueqi was surprised. She thought that because of her stare, he would force her to marry him or something of that sort. She wasn't being egoistic in this case. After all, so many men in all of Northern West King would love to marry her. Thus, her first reaction to Xueqi's answer was astonishment.
Bastard! I'll make mincemeat out of you.
The guy who stood up for Xueqi earlier had a twisted expression due to rage. Senior brother Lu, he's really asking for it. Break him. Others who were interested in her voiced their support. The male disciples didn't hold back on showing their distaste towards Xueqi. Asking their goddess to be a feet-washing maid? They nearly exploded from anger after hearing this. Quiet down. Xueqi had to yell at them again. Her voice contained authority and power, successfully stopping the rowdiness. She kept on wondering about the source of his confidence. He seemed to be certain of victory, as if he could overcome the insurmountable cultivation gap.
Yes. He believed that victory was within his grasp before the start of the battle.
She thought that he wasn't putting up an act. This was his natural demeanor. She would have been able to see through him if he was only relying on his backers. The crowd watched with bated breath, thinking that no one would be able to stop Xueqi from killing him.
Unfortunately, she didn't make a move and simply glared at him and uttered, "Fine, I will give you time.
I'll be waiting at the examination." She started leaving and everyone made way for her. They lingered around for a bit. Some still glared at Xueqi, seemingly wanting to eat him alive. Xueqi naturally didn't give a damn and continued to rest on his chair. An ant trying to take down a cultivator can't be more ignorant than this. One disciple snorted. Haha, just wait. Senior sister Xueqi will kill him then. She won't need more than a second to take down an iron skin. His friend added. The guy called Senior Brother Lu had the most animosity towards Xueqi. He got yelled at by Xueqi several times because of him. Junior sister might be too merciful to kill you, but I, Lu Wenyong, will finish you off eventually. He threatened before leaving. Meanwhile, Jean, who has been watching the entire time.
He snorted at Xueqi and said, "Better enjoy your remaining days, because just one flame from junior sister is enough to turn you to ashes."
He left, no longer wanting to cause trouble because the guy was already dead in his eyes. He knew just how terrible the Samadhi flame was. Those with lower cultivation wouldn't be able to stop her at all. Just one spark was more than enough to kill someone like Xueqi. No need for an actual flame technique. Others started leaving too. They hated Xueqi more than at the start. Prior to this, some only wanted to watch the show between him and Jean Hu. Now, since he opposed Gong Xueqi, even the humans no longer sympathized with him. He became the young generation's #1 enemy just like that. The young ones from Lu village quietly talked among themselves as Xueqi was sleeping, unable to contain the urge to gossip. Who will win between young master and senior sister? One kid asked. You serious? The young master will win, obviously. A girl who adored Xueqi beyond cure immediately answered. But people say that senior sister is the #1 genius in divine black. An older child who knew more became worried. So, the young master can do anything. He can answer all of our questions too. Didn't you hear the instructor? Nothing is difficult for him. The girl repeated while trying to copy Fuyo's rugged tone and gesture. This embarrassed Fuyo standing not far away. He cleared his throat and left. Wait. Senior sister will become our lady if the young master wins, right? A cute, naive boy asked. You still sleepy? The young master clearly said that he only wants her as a maid to wash his feet, not his wife, okay? The girl glared at him while emphasizing the word maid. The other children nodded in agreement. People in Divine Black might make fun and look down on Li Chia, but not these kids since he had done so much for their village. All right, stop chatting. Go train. Li Chia opened his eyes and playfully scolded them. The group listened and immediately returned to their position. Chapter 3285. The children began training their fist technique again in spite of the taunts and sneers. They had their own opinion of this merit law as well as an unconditional trust in Li Chia. Whatever he taught them should be the best. Young master, we can really knock senior brother Jean Hu's teeth out? One older child stopped and said with hesitation. Due to his age, he knew more about Jean Hu's strength. This sapped his confidence. The you right now will lose but keep on training. It won't be a problem later. Li Chia gave him a quick glance. The boy became ecstatic and focused again, paying full attention to the smallest movements. Li Chia couldn't help but smile after seeing the sincere expression on their faces. Pure ones like them had an easy time cultivating the Tao since they didn't have other distractions. This type of Tao heart-bred greater comprehension. On the other hand, the ones from the powerful clans or those who have been in the sect longer, they had more on their mind with less focus on the grand Tao. For example, they wouldn't cultivate Tortoise Fist because others would laugh at them. Or, they couldn't resist the temptation of better merit laws. The Lu children didn't have this distraction. They immersed themselves at a high level during this training session to learn the 3 actions. One's innate talents didn't matter as much with the help of a wise teacher. They only needed patience and perseverance to succeed. That's why Li Chia was bullish about their future. Li Chia's challenge was known across the sect. Many certainly considered him to be ignorant and having an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities. What would be the result of an iron skin versus a Sadmahi materialization cultivator? The former wouldn't last a single second. I can't wait to see that guy lament before death. Her fans were outraged after hearing his unreasonable demand. I'm sure junior sister will spare him, but he'll have no place to go in Divine Black. Someone else will take care of him. Another snorted. Normally, a fight between regular disciples wouldn't earn the attention of the Peak Lords. However, Gong Qianyue wasn't a regular disciple. All 5 Peak Lords heard about it right away. South Conch Peak. There's something wrong with this Li Chia's brain, daring to challenge Qianyue. The messenger said while reporting this to Ping Suaweng. Don't be so hasty to jump to conclusions. Anything is possible in this world. Suaweng said while stared at the horizon. The messenger couldn't imagine anything different. How could an iron skin defeat someone in the materialization realm? How ridiculous. What is he trying to do? Do you think he can beat the girl? Mountain Bearer King asked his disciple. He wasn't looking down on Li Chia, but the circumstances demanded doubts. Well, Fuyo didn't know how to respond and took a while before replying. The answer should be obvious, but in the case of the young master, I don't know. A miracle will happen? The king shook his head. One realm is possible by using treasures, techniques, or some external schemes. We're talking about 6 realms here. Nothing can overcome this. Plus, the girl cultivates one of our strongest merit laws, Black Tortoise Imperial Art. Need I say more about her treasures? He smiled wryly and added. True, even our generation is feeling the pressure. Very few are stronger than her. Fuyo admitted. Fuyo before his Tao problem wasn't that much stronger than her. Zhang Yu was the oldest in their generation and joined the sect the earliest. He was also talented as well, not as great as Su Su but still superior to most of his peers. He was only at the Yin Yang realm right now. It wouldn't be long until she caught up and surpassed him. That's why it was inconceivable for Li Chia to defeat such an amazing genius. It went against all conventional wisdom. The path towards the Tao is extremely long, so some miracles will happen along the way. Mountain Bearer King said. But one can't always rely on miracles and luck, only true strength. Not adhering to this rule is why so many geniuses die young. Young Master is different from the rest. This is what makes him special. Fuyo agreed with the king's point of view but still added, "We'll see soon enough." The king chuckled. Such nonsense. Iron Whip Demon King snorted after hearing this news. I can't believe how dumb this Li Qie is. The messenger hurriedly added. It'll be clear then. Now, arrange to recruit talented disciples after the examination. Don't let 1,000 demons get ahead of us. The king narrowed his eyes. The Four Peaks would always pick disciples after each examination at Jade Bird. Junior brother Jean who had prepared a list. He knows all the talented ones there. The messenger handed a list over. Furious Tiger had a great advantage because Jean who was the current first brother in Jade Bird. He knew many disciples there, especially the demons. This made it easy for him to pick the right ones for Furious Tiger. As for the Bodhi King, his eyes became profound and said, "The Son of Miracles, maybe another one this time?" "I highly doubt it." The disciple nearby replied. "His power is insignificant compared to Chenyue's. Don't forget, Chenyue only activated 5 while he activated 13. The king glanced over. Well, I can't attribute this to anything other than sheer luck, just a coincidence." The disciple paused for a moment. "A coincidence?" The king said flatly, "If you were to go right now, how many can you activate? I'll let you try 1,000 times. How many 13 activated blocks will you get?" The disciple remained silent since he had no confidence. The show is only beginning. It'll be lively here soon. The king put on a wide smile. As for Li Qie, he was preoccupied with his own merit laws while training the children. These sessions happened every single day without fail. During this period, many disciples from Divine Black considered this a waste of time and talents. Those who passed by would express their disdain. However, one disciple became interested in Tortoise Fist and watched from a distance during the last several days. He didn't want to bother them. He became enthralled during this observation and didn't share the same contempt towards Tortoise Fist like his peers. Chapter 3286. This observer was none other than Lu Daowei, the one with the antlers. He attentively came early in the morning every day during this period to watch the group. Today, Li Qie gestured for him to come over. Daowei became awkward, turning slightly red while barely managing to respond. "Young master, I wasn't trying to spy on you guys and steal the merit law." He lowered his head, not feeling very confident because he really did observe them every day. What else could it be but trying to learn their merit law? Remember, in the cultivation world, secretly learning merit law without permission was a serious offense. A light punishment would be banishment. On the other side of the spectrum was death. Since he was here every day, no one would believe his claim of innocence. On one hand, Tortoise Fist was available to all in Divine Black. However, Li Qie was teaching the children, not him. Since he was watching their cultivation session, he was indeed stealing from them, strictly speaking. Of course, Li Qie had no intention of scolding him. He smiled and said, "Looks like you're interested in Tortoise Fist." Daowei heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Li Qie's friendliness. He smiled wryly and said, "Your Tortoise Fist is different from what I have learned and read." As an avid reader, he had read enough books for entertainment including the manual for Tortoise Fist. He actually found it interesting and had theories about it. Albeit, nothing came from this endeavor. As people have said, Tortoise Fist only contained 3 movements. It looked like an old man doing light aerobics in the morning. Because of this, he lost interest in actually training it. He heard about this group and his curiosity was rekindled. Thus, he came to take a look. In the beginning, he didn't notice anything special. What drew him in was Li Qie's mysteriousness. That's why he didn't make fun of them like the rest. Since Li Qie took the instruction seriously, so did he with observing. He became the only one in Divine Black who saw the entire session outside of the group themselves, and multiple times at that. After several days, he eventually realized that this Tortoise Fist from Li Qie was somehow different. Elaborate. Li Qie chuckled and stared at the guy. "I'm not sure if I'm right or not, so please don't laugh at me." Daowei scratched his head, thinking that he was displaying his slight knowledge before an expert. Li Qi'er encouraged him with a smile and nodded.
He mustered enough courage and contemplated for a bit before answering. From what I've seen, I feel that your tortoise fist isn't about the forms but rather the intent. Each breath and movement have their own Tao rhythm, allowing for harmonization with heaven and earth. Dao Wei said everything that was on his mind. His eyes lit up during the exciting part. Other disciples would definitely laugh at him, thinking that he was spewing much fuss about nothing. It was all in his imagination. There was no way Turtle Fist could be so amazing. Li Qi'er nodded approvingly after listening to him. That's all I know. I don't think I've gotten the essence of your teaching. Dao Wei humbly said. You've done a decent job already. Li Qi'er said. Your comprehension is good. The same with your concentration. What have you learned from training it? Dao Wei had an awkward expression since he had really started learning Tortoise Fist after seeing Li Qi'er's instruction. This revelation was hard on him because stealing someone else's merit laws was rather unsavory. Nonetheless, he could see that Li Qi'er wasn't mad and decided to tell the truth. After starting the merit law, I feel my true chaos energy becoming purer as if tempered 1,000 times. My own rhythm becomes similar to the world's. Then you're doing it correctly. Li Qi'er nodded. There might be some differences here and there, but this is more than adequate. Do you wish to learn? Dao Wei didn't expect this. He started reading about it out of mere curiosity. After seeing Li Qi'er's lessons, he found that this fist was completely different, so he started training it. He hesitated for a bit because actually learning it would mean suffering the jeers of others. Even his master would yell at him. I'll do it as long as you teach me, young master. He eventually made up his mind and took a deep breath. Sure, others would laugh at him and his master might scold him. He still felt that this was worth the risk due to the potential benefits. We'll start today. You need to fix the mistakes. Li Qi'er said and began teaching him. Dao Wei carefully listened and memorized each word. He contemplated and realized that he had messed up in several places. The fixes connected the entire merit law into one, causing it to be far better than before. He felt nothing but respect for Li Qi'er and thought that the others were utterly wrong. Young master, how powerful is this version? Dao Wei became increasingly curious. Power lies with the user, not the merit law. Li Qi'er elaborated. Everything can reach the Tao as long as your grand Tao is firm. Just one wave of the hand can annihilate the land. Focus on the mind and heart, less so on the techniques. He casually explained the profundity of the grand Tao to Dao Wei's benefit. The latter found Li Qi'er to be a hidden master. His admiration gradually increased. Thank you, young master. Dao Wei bowed deeply to show his gratitude. He started learning Tortoise Fist with the children from this point on. As he expected, the disciples from Jade Bird started making fun of him for doing so. Look, another idiot here to learn Tortoise Fist. One passerby laughed at him. He didn't respond since he was confident in his choice. Chapter 3287. A year flew by and it was almost time for the examination at Divine Black. The disciples in all the peaks were preparing for this day. So many trained instead of eating and sleeping. This was especially true for most in Jade Bird Peak. Diligence could be seen everywhere as the disciples tried to perfect their merit laws for greater strength. They needed to stand out during the examination in order to be chosen by the other peaks. Failure to do so would force them to stay in Jade Bird. This was not something many wanted to see. Joining the other peaks meant obtaining access to better merit laws and resources. This wasn't to say that Jade Bird offered nothing to them. Jade Bird would also keep excellent disciples behind. It's just that the prospects weren't as great. Many disciples have already made up their mind about the potential peak choice before the examination. Which main peak do you want to join? Someone asked his tree demon friend. 1,000 demons. The tree demon naturally picked this peak because of the Bodhi King. All tree demons wanted to go there. I'm picking Furious Tiger. A bull demon said. I'm thinking about staying in Jade Bird. It's not bad plus less competition. An average disciple joined in. I will definitely go to South Conch if chosen. A human was full of ambition. During these big examinations, both the seniors from the main peaks and the disciples could choose. At the examination, as long as they met the requirements, they could join their desired peak. In the case of being chosen by two peaks at the same time, the disciple would have the final say. Of course, humans wanted to go to South Conch the most. It was the strongest one due to their sect master being in charge there. Alas, it also had the strictest requirements. Meanwhile, the disciples outside of Jade Bird were hard at work as well. They wanted to do well in the examination in order to earn rewards later. Those in the top 3 would earn the best rewards. They would also receive more attention and training from the seniors. It's obvious that the top 3 will be senior sister Qianyue, senior brother Zhan Hu, and senior brother Huang Ning. Others stand no chance against them. Some had dreams about placing among the top 3, but they knew that it wasn't very realistic. No one currently in the young generation could take on these 3. Right, it's clear that the senior sister will get first place. One disciple said, "She has been number 1 in every examination since she got here with the exception of the first since she was still new then." The other talented prodigies had nothing to say. They weren't confident in the slightest against Qianyue despite being very powerful. She was certainly strong, but most importantly, her cultivation speed was faster than the wind. Her cultivation improved by 2 realms since the previous examination. Those who used to be stronger than her have finally given up. Yes, she'll be at the top. Everyone understood that the number 1 spot was taken. So the second and third spot will be between senior brother Huang Ning and senior brother Zhan Hu. They began speculating about the result. These 2 had such results in the past. Their power level was similar as well. There were fluctuations here or there, but all in all, they remained an even match. Whenever one fell behind, they would catch up a little later. Zhan Hu had access to the best merit laws since youth due to his fortunate background. Huang Ning was the most talented in Thousand Demons Peak, the youngest disciple of the Bodhi King. Half of his bloodline belonged to the luminous Vine Demon King. This made him special compared to others. I bet senior brother Huang Ning will get second place. Many felt the urge to bet on the result. My money's on senior brother Zhan Hu. Another picked Zhan Hu. Both of them had a fair amount of supporters. In fact, some seniors joined in too. The Son of Miracles? What the heck is this? Someone noticed a strange betting line from the organizer. If Lichia is chosen by 8 zhong, win triple. Top 100, 50 times. Chosen by South Conk, 500 times. Top 10, 5,000 times. Top 3, 50,000 times. These payouts are something. The other bettors couldn't believe it. We're talking about Lichia, that guy who trains Tortoise Fist, right? Is this a joke? Who would bet on this bottom feeder? One disciple sneered. It doesn't make any sense. I won't do it despite the high payout. A few laughed and shook their head. Everyone knew that Lichia was at iron skin and wouldn't be able to carry out any of these feats. Betting on him was akin to throwing a meat bun at a dog. But that payout is 50,000 times. Why don't we just bet a little bit, who knows? One became tempted. You're insane. Getting to the top 3? That's not possible. Plus, this Lichia challenged senior sister Qianyue too. She'll probably take him down before his turn, so the high payout is meaningless. Those who wanted to gamble on Lichia gave up after hearing this. They remembered the duel between Lichia and Qianyue. She would certainly destroy him then, rendering some of those conditions impossible. Well, just 1 or 2 coins is fine. A couple of disciples were bored enough to make the bet anyway despite knowing the impossible odds. This was a case of what if. Winning would make them rich right away. Lichia also heard about these gambling lines and smirked. What about first place? He asked Lu Daowei, who was standing nearby. I heard that it's 500,000. Daowei scratched his head, also wanting to bet on Lichia. This payout was insanity because the gambling organizers thought that Lichia had 0 chance of getting first place. They would profit from this anyway. Can they actually pay? Lichia chuckled. I heard the organizers are big shots in Divine Black with ample resources. These bets happen every examination. They should be trustworthy. Daowei looked around before answering quietly. What did you bet? Lichia asked. I bet for you to get top 100, not too much though. Daowei smiled wryly. No one in Divine Black had any hope for Lichia. Thus, very few actually bet on these lines and only with tiny amounts. Lu Daowei showed a lot of confidence in Lichia for even making this bet. After all, there were thousands of disciples here. Getting to the top 100 was incredible enough. Bet on first place, all of your money, do it. Lichia nonchalantly said. First dash. Dao Wei became stunned. This would include Li Qie beating Gong Qianyue. He began thinking about the potential battle between the two. Chapter 3288. Buzz. Radiant lights accompanied by impressive divinity shot towards the sky. A portal seemed to be opening on the ancestral peak. This descending force was akin to their patriarch returning. The radiance illuminated the entire region, signaling the start of the examination. Past the 5 gates for a chance at the treasures. The disciples became overwhelmed with excitement. I will definitely make it to the grave of weapons this year and get something. One confident fella declared. I'll be happy making it through just 3 gates. That should be enough to enter 1,000 demons. A different one hesitated and had a conservative approach. We need to go grab the best spots now before it starts. Some went on their way, hoping to garner any advantage possible for the best placement. The ancestral peak rarely had visitors, let alone those trying to climb it. The place itself was a test. Below was a training field capable of accommodating 10,000 people. Next to it were beautiful stone steps that eventually led to an ancient hall and courtyard. The gate to this hall was normally shut tight until today. As one looked up towards the ridge, they would only see clouds and fog, nothing above. These served as a veil to cover up a beauty. This mysteriousness made people want to take a peek even more. Today, disciples were already waiting below by the field. They looked up the steps in reparation for the trials. Some began talking about the variations of the trials and started grouping up. Poof! A flame appeared on a certain peak and started crossing through the sky like a long silk ribbon of a red hue. It eventually landed on the field. Its junior sister Qianyue. The ones present immediately knew who it was just from the flame. Qianyue's Samadhi flame could burn the world and refine any weapons. She had enough mastery to use it as a flying tool, something similar to a red cloud. She looked just like a fairy of the fire affinity. She's worthy of her reputation, so pretty. Many disciples voiced their admiration. The #1 spot is hers this year. A young one said. Some came up to greet her. She simply nodded in response without uttering a single word and took up a corner. No one else got close. Her admirers could only glance in a distance, not daring to come forward. Of course, just getting a nod or a glance from her was more than enough for most. Definitely an honor. Today was the start of the examination, so the disciples from all 5 peaks came in droves. The desolate place became filled with words and laughter from the socializing disciples. Senior brother Bai Mu from South Conk is so much stronger now. An excellent disciple had great improvements in the last 2 years and earned many praises. Senior sister Feng from 1,000 Demons has awakened her demonic spirit, moving up a full realm in just 1 year. That should be enough to get in the top 10. We have several amazing seniors too in Jade Bird. They have a chance of getting there too. Discussions sprung all over the place. Rustle. Turnip vines suddenly drilled out of the ground near the examination field. Each was covered in flame, seemingly gestated by this affinity. It wouldn't be out of place for these vines to grow inside a volcano and absorb the essences of lava. Poof! The vines twisted together and turned into a youth in a blue robe, looking handsome and gallant. Senior brother Huang Ning. He's really handsome. Many female disciples started shouting. Of course, he's the most handsome in our sect. One girl's eyes turned into 2 hearts. She touched her heart with both hands, looking infatuated. I love you. A bold one even screamed. And I love everyone too. Huang Ning revealed a charming smile as he answered. He looked at me. He looked at me just now. One of them nearly fainted. He was the disciple of the Bodhi King and had the title, Plain Dominator. Several years ago, Huang Ning battled against disciples from 3 truths on top of a flat mound. He defeated 10 exceptional disciples from that sect, so people gave him this title. Buzz. A radiant aura flashed and circled around him like a defensive moon. Enlightened being manifestation. A disciple took a deep breath. He actually made it to the next realm. Others became startled. So young too. Envy and jealousy surfaced among the crowd. After all, Huang Ning was very popular in Divine Black, handsome, talented, and powerful. He was a key disciple in 1,000 Demons, enjoying numerous privileges. He was a mixed blood under the lineage of Luminous Vine Demon King. This was a noble line. These things contributed to why the girls loved him and the boys were jealous of him. Huang Ning walked over to Gong Chenyue's corner and bowed deeply. Your cultivation puts me to shame. Another 10 years and I still won't reach your level. He stared deeply at her. His eyes inadvertently showed his crush. Of course, his crush was no secret to anyone in Divine Black. On the other hand, no one knew if Chenyue had someone on her mind. Chenyue acted normally and nodded. You're too humble, senior brother. I will keep trying my best. Your talents are the best in Divine Black, everyone knows this. He smiled and made small talk. Very few dared to get this close to Chenyue and Huang Ning was one of them. The spectators became even more jealous as these two stood together. Alas, Huang Ning was powerful enough to deserve this privilege. Both the girls who liked Huang Ning and the boys who liked Chenyue were equally annoyed. Those two would make a great pair. They had no choice but to admit this. Unfortunately for Huang Ning, Chenyue didn't show any sign of reciprocation. Looks like I messed up. Should have bet on senior brother Huang Ning. One disciple regretted his choice after seeing Huang Ning's current realm. Many thought that he was at the conqueror level just like Zhan Hu. This was no longer the case, so Zhan Hu should lose their fight. Rah! Everyone's attention became stolen by a giant tiger from above. It landed on the field and exuded its beastly aura. It was the size of a small mountain and had an intimidating pair of eyes along with a white patch on its forehead. So powerful. Many retreated after sensing its aura. Zhan Hu was riding this white tiger. He jumped down and walked over towards Huang Ning and Chenyue in a confident fashion. I think this tiger is Iron Rod Demon King's mount. A few shuddered while staring at the tiger. This demon tiger was immensely powerful. If Zhan Hu could use it on stage, he wouldn't lose to anyone here. You're one step faster than me. Looks like I'm losing this time. Zhan Hu laughed. Not surprised. Senior brother Zhan Hu, I simply pulled a fast one so you'll catch up to me in no time. Huang Ning smiled and said. The two have fought multiple times in the past. Their record was relatively even. Chapter 3289. The sun rose high as more disciples entered the field. Groups began forming consisting of friends or teammates. Oh dash, an imposing horn sounded, akin to a call of the gathering of troops on the battlefield. The disciples stopped talking and looked over towards the direction of the horn. Rumble! They saw numerous carriages traversing through the sky and landed below the ancestral peak. Numerous old men got off the carriages. The elders are here. Many bowed towards them. These elders rarely showed up because they were either busy with cultivation or traveling the realms. They were here today to represent the 5 peaks of Divine Black. Boom, boom, boom. A middle-aged man walked on the sky. Each step detonated thunderously. He left behind footprints in the sky. He immediately climbed up the platform after reaching the area. He had a wolf head and a human body, wearing a fur cloak. He seemed to be the leader of the wolves. His blue eyes contained a soul-stealing power. Peak Lord. Many bowed their head to greet him. Sorry for the wait, junior and senior uncles. The man bowed before entering the center of the platform. We've only got here. You're busy with work. Virtuous nephew. Being a little late is fine. One elder smiled. The middle-aged man was Zhang Yu, the Peak Lord of Jade Bird. His title was Flame Wolf King. He exuded a cosmic light as if numerous stars were hidden in his body. Though the majority of the elders on the platform were older than him, a few of them were only as strong as him. Some were even weaker. He was a yin-yang celestial, one of the strongest among the second generation of Divine Black, only second to the late Su Su. As a Peak Lord, his status was the same as these older elders. Moreover, Jade Bird was in charge of these examinations, so it was proper for him to take the middle seat. It's almost time, so those who aren't here need to hurry up. Zhang Yu sat down and glanced at the sun. His voice wasn't especially loud, but everyone in Divine Black could hear him. This was a warning for the tardy disciples. Many exchanged glances and found that the field was packed. This examination was extremely important for their future, so who would dare to be late? Even Gong Chenyue got here early. The same for Zhan Hu and Huang Ning. They all made it here before the seniors. Just in time. Perfect. A lazy voice sounded. Due to the presence of the elders and the Peak Lord, the disciples here have been keeping quiet. That's why everyone heard him. They looked over and saw the children from Lu village. Some kids were carrying a sedan chair with Lichia just laying there. He looked like a young master that was still drowsy since noon was too early for him. He acted as if being on time was an abnormal feat for him. The disciples saw Lichia and began whispering. The guy was treating Divine Black like his personal property. The elders and the Peak Lord didn't put up as much of an act while getting here. The latter even came without a carriage. Now, a regular disciple was being carried here with what seems to be an entourage? Utterly ridiculous. One disciple shook his head and murmured, "Do you think you're a real young master?" Another couldn't help speaking up. It was Lu Wenyong, the fan of Gong Qianyue who embarrassed himself last time. He wanted to impress the seniors by being the first to yell at Lichia. "We're here to cultivate, not to act like young masters." Others chimed in, voicing their displeasure. Lichia didn't bother responding. He still didn't get out of his carriage, causing the others to grit their teeth. The elders and Zhang Yu up higher in the platform only raised their brows. They didn't become angry because there was no rule stating that disciples couldn't come here on carriages. Plus, this group wasn't late either. Clang. A gong silenced the crowd. "Okay, the examination begins now." Zhang Yu stared at the crowd and said, "I don't need to repeat the rules since everyone should know already. 5 trials total. Each trial is 20 points. Now, the first one begins, go." "We're starting." The disciples exchanged glances while excitement built up. "Come register. Pick an opponent or the sect will pick for you. There are only 2 chances. Be sure to make the most of it." An elder announced. The crowd immediately came over for the registration. The first trial was very simple. A fight taking place in the 36 steps ahead. It wouldn't be a one-on-one situation either. The disciples were allowed to form groups to fight because the examination was more than just checking their cultivation. The sect also wanted to push solidarity and teamwork. Many came prepared already. Most groups consisted of friends. Even the lone wolves needed to team up right now. "Go." Lichia told the children and let them team up with each other. They went to sign up together. Since they grew up in the same village on top of having the same instructors, their camaraderie was impeccable, a perfect recipe for a good team. The registration didn't take too long. Very few people didn't have a team by this point. Only the outsiders or those who were hated by this point were left alone. Gong Qianyue didn't have a team, still standing in the corner by herself. This was actually expected because no one else in this generation was qualified to be her teammate. She alone could defeat the others. Eventually, only she and Lichia were left teamless. On one hand, Qianyue was alone because she was peerless. On the other hand, Lichia was alone because no one liked him. "Haha, look, someone's forgotten." Lu Wenyong laughed at Lichia. "Well, who would want to team up with him? Doing that will probably result in failing the first trial." Another disciple sneered. "You don't know that. Maybe his tortoise fist is actually unbeatable. He'll beat everyone here." One more sarcastically said. The majority of the crowd was making fun of him by this point. "You're teaming up with me." Qianyue was also staring at him before suggesting. "What?" Everyone became astounded, thinking that they have misheard her. Their eyes shifted repeatedly between Lichia and Qianyue. Chapter 3290. Gong Qianyue asking to team up with Lichia left everyone in astonishment. Even Huang Ning and Zhan who couldn't believe it. She was strong enough to beat everyone here alone. There was no need for her to team up with anyone, so why Lichia? Everyone knew that he was a lazy piece of trash still stuck at iron skin. His 3 aptitudes were also at the mortal level. Moreover, he didn't cultivate any powerful merit law and mantra, only all things and society. Wait. There was also the worthless tortoise fist. Thus, he was at the very bottom of Divine Black's power level. Furthermore, he wasn't the one asking Qianyue to team up either. It was the stunning opposite. If he had taken the initiative, then people could laugh at him for being a frog wanting to eat swan meat. But now, the strongest genius invited the weakest fool. No one could make heads or tails out of this while staring at Gong Qianyue. Some also stared at Lichia with jealousy in their eyes. Especially those who liked Qianyue. He would have been cut to pieces if jealous gazes could kill. They wanted nothing more than to join her group. That would be a great chance to make a good impression. Alas, No one dared to invite her to their group for a multitude of reasons. Moreover, having her in the group meant passing the first trial was a sure thing, certainly full marks. Alas, this could be misconstrued as taking an opportune shortcut. They didn't want to be looked down by Xueqi. Another reason was due to her strength. This made most feel insecure, losing the confidence and courage to ask her. A few started regretting their inaction after seeing her wanting to join Xueqi. Perhaps it would have worked for them too. It's probably not good for masters like us to team up because we'll look like big bullies then. Our fellow classmates won't stand a chance. Xueqi looked at her and chuckled. The others naturally didn't take this comment in stride, to say the least. Sure, Gong Xueqi could be considered a master. But Xueqi? They have never seen such a shameless person who has such a big ego before. Don't flatter yourself. Junior sister Xueqi is just kind enough to help you out. Huang Ning nearby immediately retorted. Xueqi's comment would work if it was Huang Ning instead. The latter didn't wish to work together with Xueqi because others might make unsavory comments. Plus, he didn't need to do so. He was strong enough to surpass this trial himself. In fact, he could help out some fellow disciples in his team too. He came to not like Xueqi at all, thinking that the guy has no sense of propriety. Senior brother Huang is correct. The other disciples jumped in. Senior sister Xueqi is our role model, unlike a certain someone else who is shameless to the point of being nauseating. They decided to vent their jealousy with sarcastic and indirect comments.
No need for this nonsense, yes or no?
She glared at Xueqi in response. Of course we're teaming up. Why would I refuse to have a cute little senior sister opening the way for me? Xueqi lazily stretched and said, "Oh right, I didn't sleep well last night, little senior sister, come rub my feet for a bit." Xueqi's eyes turned sharper just like a blade, but Xueqi wasn't affected. The listeners couldn't believe his attitude. He was blatantly teasing her, something that no one else in the sect would dare to do unless they were tired of living. Asshole. Huang Ning became intimidating with a hint of bloodlust. Show some respect towards the seniors or be punished in accordance with the sect's rules. His interest in Xueqi was no secret. That's why he became furious at this sight. Unfortunately, he still cared about his status and reputation, so he refrained from teaching Xueqi a lesson. We should expel someone like him. Lu Wanyong, another quarter, demanded. Come just for a bit. Xueqi ignored them and gestured at his feet with a smile. Annoyance actually turned into slight admiration for some members of the crowd. It wasn't that easy to be such a big jerk with no regard for the situation. I'll cut them off when I'm over there. She glared again. Don't be so serious. People say that smiling makes one 10 years younger. But don't worry, it'll happen soon because you will be my maid after today. Xueqi shrugged. Say this again once you actually win. She retorted. I will. He smiled, being as nonchalant and carefree as ever. Xueqi still felt the same way as she did during their previous meeting. It was impossible to see through this man. The strongest and most excellent disciples in Divine Black never dared to disrespect her, always talking to her while being nervous and reserved. On the other hand, this seemingly normal disciple did and said whatever he wanted. She simply couldn't understand why. Ignorant fool. Junior sister Xueqi can destroy you with one finger. Lu Wenyong snorted. No one bothered responding to him, much to his chagrin. He scowled again and quietly backed away. Meanwhile, Jean, who had a smile on his face the entire time. In his opinion, a fight between Xueqi and Xueqi would be good since it would be an internal conflict between the humans. Of course, Xueqi would have zero chance. His death was only a matter of time. He wanted the issue to escalate as much as possible so that there would be a rift between 8 Zhang and South Conk. Something very favorable for Furious Tiger. As for Huang Ning, he only had a gaze of animosity towards Xueqi and didn't get involved any further. Clank. Another gong sounded. The first trial starts here. Groups, feel free to find your opponents or let the sect do it. The only rule is that the two sides must have the same realm. The captain of each group gets to pick and choose. A win, 20 points, 0 for a loss, a draw is 10. An elder announced. The disciples became serious again and looked around to check out their potential foes. They knew that the first trial was very important and had reaching consequences for the latter parts, especially with the points. Picking the right opponents mattered a lot right now. We'll start first. Gong Qianyue stood up and told Li Qiye. Very well. He stretched and moved forward. The two of them were standing on the path now. If some challengers came forward, they could either choose to defeat the challengers or just keep on retreating. If the opponents were to fail to defeat them before they reached the highest point, it would be a draw. Chapter 3291. The disciples could only stare at these two, unable to do anything else. The strongest cultivator in the team had the right to choose during the first trial. Their cultivation also determined the realm of the team. For example, a team wanting to challenge the duo must also be on the same level, meaning that they must have someone at the samadhi level at the very least. Unfortunately, Gong Qianyue was the only one in this realm among the young generation in Divine Black. It meant that the duo didn't need to fight. They could just keep on moving up and be the first to get through the first trial. This was definitely favorable for Li Qiye, winning without needing to do a single thing. So shameless. Disdainful gazes shot straight at him. In their eyes, he was only relying on Gong Qianyue to get through this. The elders and Zhang Yu exchanged glances on the platform. Some smiled wryly since this was fine. There was no rule preventing a powerful cultivator from teaming up with a weak one. In reality, this was actually encouraged. The sect wanted to let the strong disciples lead their weaker peers. Of course, this was only when their cultivation was relatively close. The truly strong ones didn't want to team up with the weak. Who would want to have someone drag their feet in an important trial? It would affect the battle potential of the group. Don't like it? Come fight us. Li Qiye leisurely said while standing shoulder to shoulder with Qianyue. He lazily leaned against Qianyue's shoulder, acting very intimately with her. She pushed him away, but he went right back at it as if this was how it should be. He definitely looked like a wretch currently enjoying a moment of success, looking very pleased with himself. The spectators found this annoying and nauseating. A real man relies on his own power to defeat his opponents. Huang Ning couldn't stand this and uttered coldly, "Right, this isn't fair. He's not passing the trial himself." Lu Wenyong also protested, his eyes spewing out fury. This type of gaze could be seen in virtually all of her suitors. They thought that he was taking advantage of her. They wanted to do the same but couldn't. In fact, just talking to her or earning one glance from her were enough to make their heart flutter with happiness. As for standing this close to her, they wouldn't even dare to dream about such a thing. They would certainly enjoy it though. Now, Li Qiye pressed against her shoulder as if he lacked energy from forgetting to eat breakfast, nearly leaning on her entirely. Bastard! Shameless asshole! These words were running through the mind of the male spectators. Huang Ning stared at their touching shoulders and had the urge to chop off Li Qiye's. Some aren't convinced by our prowess. What should we do? Li Qiye asked. They're not convinced by you. She has never seen such a bold and shameless man before. She wondered if she should just kick him off the steps. Didn't you say you want to beat them up? Go for it. She went on. I suppose. Li Qiye touched his nose then stared at the disciples below. Okay, all come up together, I'll just use one hand. They glared at him but couldn't actually come up. The strongest among them right now was Huang Ning, who was in the manifestation realm. This meant that his team wasn't qualified to challenge the duo. Come down here if you dare. I'll knock your teeth out if our teams are eligible to fight. Lu Wenyong said. Oh, I see. I'll go down then and find another team. Li Qiye nonchalantly smiled. The elders didn't know what to say. The guy just did whatever he wanted without a care for anything. If someone wants to make a temporary team with you, then it will be allowed. The elders talked among themselves for a bit before giving permission. They were curious about him because he had lit up 13 sections before. Good. Who wants to be my teammate? Li Qiye smiled. The disciples exchanged glances. No one wanted to team up with a guy they deemed useless. You're asking for humiliation without senior sister Qianyue's protection. One guy said. He'll lose to a single move, that's when he'll stop being so arrogant. Another added. Looks like you're not very popular. Qianyue joked. No need to be popular when I'm invincible, others just need to kneel before me. Li Qiye chuckled. She didn't expect this response and stared at him. These words gave her the illusion that he was an invincible existence, not a lazy jerk. This illusion only lasted for a split second before he became normal again. The children from the village were willing to team up with him. Unfortunately, he didn't let them since they had their own path. He wanted them to be independent. How about me, young master? One disciple finally came forward and quietly asked. It was none other than Lu Daowei. He had teamed up with his friends earlier but was willing to change for Li Qia, the idiot who tried to learn Tortoise Fist. Someone laughed at him. Birds of a feather flock together, don't you know? An idiot and a piece of trash. A perfect pair. Another sneered. Good. Looks like you have the most potential in Divine Black. Come here, we'll be a temporary team. Li Qia smiled. Daowei smiled awkwardly and walked over. He wanted to help Li Qia, but it seemed that he has become everyone's enemy now. It was too late for regrets. You first, get ready to lose your teeth. Li Qia pointed at Lu Wenyong. Wenyong's expression became unsightly. He joined the sect long ago, so he had higher seniority than Gong Chenyue. His cultivation wasn't bad either, so how could this Li Qia dare to publicly not give him any face? May I? He asked the elders. Yes. The elder discussed for a bit before granting permission. This was an impossible battle. Li Qia was courting death, challenging someone so much stronger. The addition of Lu Daowei didn't matter. I alone am enough. No need for a team. Blame no one but yourself for being suicidal. Wenyong went up the stairs and aggressively glared at Li Qia. Can we do this? Daowei became afraid since his cultivation was far weaker. Everyone thought that these two didn't stand a chance against Wenyong. Of course, your Tortoise Fist is enough to beat him. Li Qia smiled. Really? Tortoise Fist can do this? Daowei stammered. He wanted to use other merit laws, but Li Qia brought up the fist technique. This made him even less confident. I wouldn't lie to you, go on. Li Qia smiled. He felt as if he was being used by Li Qia, but he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He had no choice but to assume the fist pose. Come now, prepare to lose your teeth. Li Qia told Wenyong. Wenyong's anger soared after seeing Daowei's pose. He was at the Violet Marquis Corpus realm. How dare this guy try to beat him with this crappy technique? They must be purposely trying to humiliate him. I'm not trying to belittle you. Daowei immediately said. This is insanity. Trying to beat senior brother Lu with this? Many disciples started laughing. He's done. This is too insulting. Wenyong won't hold back. A friend of Wenyong snorted. Chapter 3292. Most of the crowd knew that Lu Wenyong was furious after listening to him. This brat is dead. What a shame. He's even dragging another life down with him. One spectator gloated. The guy asked for it. Only a fool would get so close to this piece of trash. Another said with disdain. Few felt bad for Lu Daowei because they thought that he was seeking death for joining up with Li Qia. Begin. An elder shouted. Please give me pointers, senior brother. Daowei had no choice but to close his eyes and go for it after teaming up with Li Qia. He believed that he was about to get a bad beating. Fool! Wenyong roared and exuded violet energy. Boom! 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 This energy erupted threefold. Everyone could sense his power increasing 3 times. Violet Marquis Corpus. This level would let one go wild and increase their battle potential 3 times without any side effect later. Many felt the pressure after this eruption and staggered backward. This realm was quite mighty in the sect. Even Jean, who was born with a golden spoon, was only 1 realm higher at Conqueror Vessel. Thus, anyone in this Corpus realm could be considered brilliant. He transformed. Some didn't expect this because it meant Wenyong wasn't going to show mercy. The guy is done. A few sneered. They could already see the sad fate of Li Qia and Daowei, being reduced to meat paste. Go, show him what you got. Li Qia smiled and pushed Daowei's shoulder. Daowei involuntarily punched forward, the first movement of Tortoise Fist. It looked like a slow push without any force. Wow, so strong. Many disciples started laughing. Such a slow and weak punch wouldn't do any damage to someone who was standing still. Yeah, this punch can really decide the outcome of a fight, guaranteeing defeat for its user. More jeered. The elders themselves were surprised to see this. It probably couldn't hit a 3-year-old, let alone someone at the Corpus realm. I'm going to crush you. Wenyong took this as a taunt and unleashed a palm strike towards the two. Meanwhile, Dao Wei was in a daze. He suddenly had an illusion that he was one with heaven and earth while his fist was moving forward. He completely forgot about his opponent. He became the sole existence in the world. The myriad Dao fused into him and let him borrow their power. His punch was still as slow as ever, but he had entered a Zen state. The movement of his fist began dragging the worldly rhythms. It skirted Wanyong's palm in a natural manner, easily moving through its flaws. The speed and trajectory remained the same. Dao Wei found the whole thing to be surreal, just like a dream. Suddenly, the elders and Zhang Yu also felt the momentum of the area missing half a beat. This phenomenon was as subtle as can be. They only noticed for the blink of an eye due to their powerful cultivation. Ordinary disciples didn't feel a single thing. They still didn't have time to understand before a loud bang. Boom! Dao Wei successfully punched Wanyong's cheek and sent him flying. Pluff! Blood gushed out along with broken teeth to everyone's astonishment. How could this be? The power gap between the two sides was insurmountable. Wanyong should have been able to smash Li Qie and Dao Wei to pieces. Alas, he had just lost to Tortoise Fist. Impossible! One elder stood up and yelled. Bam! Wanyong fell to the ground, unconscious. If the punch and the fall didn't make him unconscious, he would have pretended to be anyway. Losing to Tortoise Fist was just too humiliating. He wouldn't be able to walk around with his head high in the sect any longer. It took a while for the stunned crowd to calm down. They stared at Wanyong and had no idea what was going on. This makes no sense. Some of them blurted out. Not that many among the crowd were actually stronger than him. Defeating him wasn't an easy task, especially not with Tortoise Fist. This seemed like a dream, but they all witnessed it in person. What did he do? An elder glanced at Lu Dao Wei, then focused on Li Qie. The change in rhythm happened too quickly, so the elders and Zhang Yu didn't have a definite conclusion. One elder even glanced at Gong Qianyue, thinking that she must have gotten involved. Huang Ning and Zhan, who weren't doing any better. They had no idea like the rest. Both turned towards Gong Qianyue. There was only one logical possibility: her involvement. That's the only way for Wanyong to lose. However, why did a genius like her decide to help a useless person like Li Qie? In fact, Dao Wei himself experienced the same confusion since he knew his own power the best. He started staring at his hand and wasn't sure that he was the one who knocked out Wanyong's teeth. He glanced back at Li Qie, thinking that it must have something to do with Li Qie's push. That brought him to a unique domain. Everything was good. Precise movements too. Just no more hesitation next time, because the enemy won't hesitate from taking your life. Li Qie chuckled. The only one here who had a clear idea was Gong Qianyue, since she was the closest to Li Qie. She knew that it had nothing to do with Dao Wei. Li Qie was the culprit. Chapter 3293. She clearly saw Li Qie touching Dao Wei before the punch. The movement and transformation of the fist technique seemed fine. It broke through Wanyong's palm strike's mistake and struck the latter's cheek. In one sense, this could be construed as changing something simple into magic. This was definitely possible for powerful cultivators. The real masters could use the simplest techniques and have incredible results. Qianyue knew this. But Dao Wei shouldn't have been able to inflict that much damage in spite of its accuracy. Wanyong was in the corpus realm. Dao Wei shouldn't have had enough force to break through the violet energy barrier. Thus, Qianyue knew that the crux of the issue was the punch's power, not the punch itself. It managed to break through Wanyong's innate barrier, something impossible for Dao Wei. Therefore, she stared at Li Qie and thought that he must be stronger than a violet marquee corpus. Her eyes narrowed, wanting to figure him out. Unfortunately, all she saw was an iron skin cultivator. She believed that she was right. Iron skin was indeed his current cultivation realm, which made everything even more confusing. How could an iron skin penetrate the Wanyong's defensive lines? She simply had no explanation for what had transpired. Meanwhile, many disciples and even the elders were suspecting her. Why does senior sister Qianyue favor this Li Qie so much? One guy murmured. Poor guy, he won't be able to find all of his teeth. Another said since Wanyong was being carried away. Good, you passed the trial. Li Qie laughed and tapped Dao Wei's shoulder. Dao Wei still couldn't accept this and looked up at the elders. Yes, 20 points. The elders had to accept this. It didn't matter how it happened. These two really defeated Wanyong. Thank you, young master. Dao Wei bowed towards Li Qie and returned to his original team despite having 20 points now. Chen Yue glared at the crowd before moving up the steps due to their hushed accusations. Okay, take your time fighting, we'll be waiting up there. Li Qie smiled and waved at his fellow disciples, looking like a favored sycophant. He then followed her up the steps. The crowd could only watch the two of them leave. Chen Yue found a shady and cool spot to sit down, wrapping her hands around her knees with her hair draping down, looking as attractive as can be. Li Qie sat down next to her without any hesitation and leaned on her to sleep. She became vexed. This was her first time meeting such a jerk, taking advantage of her in public with no regard for anyone. She tried to push him away but he didn't move at all. You want to die? Her eyes were cold enough to kill. What are you talking about? You're my maid. Your responsibility is to take good care of me. Li Qie responded. Since when am I your maid? She wanted to stomp on his face. You forgot our bet already? You'll be my maid when you lose, but don't worry, I won't mistreat you. Li Qie replied. Wait until you win first. She thought that he couldn't be any more shameless. It's all the same, there's nothing you can do against me. Li Qie casually answered before shifting his body against her to find a comfortable position to sleep. You're really this confident against me? She had never experienced this before, being the top genius of Divine Black. How could an iron skin cultivator defeat her? Unfortunately, he was already asleep. Only his even breathing could be heard. She nearly vomited blood from anger. He was the first man who had slept while leaning on her. Moreover, he did it so blatantly too, as if she were really his maid. Plus, he was the first one to see her body. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She got the urge to strangle him right now. The disciples below also saw all of this, hoping that Chen Yue would kick him down the stairs or just kill him outright. However, the two of them sat below the shade, looking like two lovers. This made the spectators grit their teeth in anger. How dare he take advantage of their goddess? He deserved more than death. Ah! One male disciple was completely distracted by this and got sent flying by his opponent. He didn't only lose the battle but also 20 points. Worst of all, the lover in his dreams was being courted by someone else. Many shared the same animosity towards Li Qie, but they couldn't do anything. Boom! Huang Ning and his team defeated their opponents in no time and went up the steps. He saw Li Qie sleeping while leaning on Chen Yue and became furious. Junior sister, why are you tolerating this scoundrel? Huang Ning waited for her permission to throw Li Qie off. By this point, many have won and moved up the steps. They became envious of Li Qie's luck and jealous of his taking advantage of Chen Yue. They would love to be in his situation. Losing 1,000 years of lifespan in exchange was just fine. They would jump into a boiling cauldron to earn her love. Thus, they nodded in agreement with Huang Ning while glaring at Li Qie. He's tired, Chen Yue said while looking at Li Qie. Huang Ning saw that her eyes seemed to be different while looking at Li Qie. He wasn't too clear and hoped that he was only overthinking it. A guy like Li Qie wasn't worthy of Chen Yue. She was only being kind. He didn't even do anything. How can he be tired? There's no chance of him getting through the second trial. The annoyed Huang Ning said. Yes, senior sister is the only reason why he made it to the second trial. The others chimed in. He was the thorn in their side and the source of irritation. They wanted to criticize him in order to make Chen Yue dislike him. He can't even beat a child with his tortoise fist. He'll fall down right after the next gong. Another tried his best to put Li Qie down. Chapter 3294. The sleeping Li Qie didn't seem to hear a single thing from the taunters. Gong Chen Yue also sat there with a cold expression, not minding the rest. This made them quite awkward since she herself didn't seem to have a problem with it. They were only embarrassing themselves by interfering. Huang Ning eventually scowled and wanted to kill Li Qie even more. The others also sent unfriendly stares at him, but none made a move in Chen Yue's presence. Rumble! The sounds of battle raged below like the drums of war, enough to hurt the listeners' ears. Even the steps quaked a little bit. Everyone became attracted by a particular fight between two groups. Both sides had dozens of people but were still relatively weak, consisting of new recruits in Jade Bird. The children from Lu Village were one group while the others were new recruits without any backing. They joined together for the first trial. The Lu children fought in an orderly manner with great teamwork and virtually zero chaos. They were young yet had the experienced bearing of generals. Having too many members might make it tough to arrange everything perfectly. However, they managed to do so with no apparent openings. This was thanks to the fact that they grew up together and were taught by Fuyo and Li Qie. The latter wanted to groom them into a powerful team of cultivators. Normally, they weren't that exceptional, only above average at best. Now, fighting as a team allowed them to display their true qualities. The elders and Zhang Yu nodded approvingly, impressed by the children's teamwork. Strictly speaking, the kids worked together better than any other group so far. They realized that with stronger cultivation, this group might become the sect's strongest team. Some elders wanted to recruit all of the children into their peak. Alas, they asked around and found out that 8 Zhang had taken the initiative. What a shame, they thought. Zhang Yu thought the same thing. If he had known that these children would be such amazing teammates with each other, he would have taken the initiative and make them stay in Jade Bird somehow. Unfortunately, the Mountain King was one step ahead of him. Rumble! The children looked like a tortoise as their chaos true energies stacked on each other, forming a defensive shell. They let the enemies attack them however while inside. The opponents were a stark contrast because they only teamed up for this trial. There was no teamwork to speak of. The only thing they had was the numbers advantage. 70 to 80 members attacked one after another with different weapons. They smashed and pierced at the shells, mustering all of their strength and turning red in the process. Alas, this defensive line couldn't be broken. This is still Tortoise Fist? The spectators couldn't believe it. This was their first time witnessing the true power of this technique. The elders and Zhang Yu shared the same astonishment. They haven't cultivated this technique before because, to be perfectly frank, they looked down on it as well. They thought that there were too many merit laws available in the sect. Just any random one was still better than Tortoise Fist. However, the ones attacking have trained in the different merit laws. A few even had access to the high-level ones. This didn't matter at all right now. The children hiding in the shell didn't need to expend a lot of energy to keep it up. They couldn't believe it. They have spurned this merit law only to be amazed at its effectiveness right now. Keep in mind that when the children were alone, they wouldn't be as effective. Numerous layers stacked together and amplified their power by more than 10 times. The dozens of attackers became tired after several waves of attack. Their chaos true energy gradually depleted, the same with their morale. As a result, their attacks became weaker and careless. Now! The children from Lu suddenly shouted as their opponents were struggling for breath. They punched at the same time. Each fist left behind numerous after images and began stacking on top of each other. This was similar to the creation of the defensive shell. Once enough stacks and chaos true energy were formed, a tornado emerged. Boom! The flurry of punches in this tornado form rushed forward. The startled opponents either tried to block or ran away. Alas, it was too late. All of them were sent flying. They fell on the ground and started seeing stars before losing consciousness. The seniors on top couldn't believe it and got up on their feet. That power just now far exceeded the children's current cultivation level. This was far beyond the constraint of one realm, so they easily defeated their opponents. Is this really Tortoise Fist? One elder murmured. Yes, there's no mistaking it. The oldest and most experienced elder nodded with a serious expression. This power is far above a high-level yellow merit law. Another elder found this inexplicable. So that's one way to use it. I was the blind one. Zhang Yu admitted. He vehemently opposed Li Qie teaching the children this fist technique in the past, thinking that he was ruining their future. However, these children managed to defeat so many enemies. Maybe other merit laws wouldn't have as good as a result. Meanwhile, the spectators became slack-jawed. They made fun of Li Qie and Tortoise Fist. Now, this development had just slapped them on the face. In fact, some of the defeated combatants have made fun of the Lu children as well. They were utterly defeated now and became awfully embarrassed. The merit laws they were so proud of didn't stand a chance against this fist technique. Chapter 3295. The children have successfully proved the power of Tortoise Fist and showed that they were right in picking it. That's the real Tortoise Fist. Lu Daowei became emotional and took pride in this. He had defeated Lu Wenyong a while ago, but that was due to Li Qia's abilities, not him. He knew that much at least. The whole thing felt like a dream. However, the children really did it all by themselves. Though they didn't knock their fellow disciples' teeth out, this was still close enough. Dao Wei truly focused on learning the technique but never got the chance to use it in battle. Now, he finally saw its true potential. Zhan Hu, who was up the steps, had an ugly expression. He had gone to stop Li Qia and even made fun of the guy for doing so. Thus, the embarrassment was double for him. Too bad there was no way to take back words. As for Gong Qianyue, she was also surprised at the unpopular merit law's effectiveness. "Young master, we did it. We successfully performed Tortoise Fist." The children went up the steps and shouted with red excitement. Their loudness woke Li Qia up. He opened his eyes, then yawned and stretched. "It's over?" "Almost." Qianyue glared at him. "We won, young master." The children happily reported. "It's good to win, but you all need to train hard and devastate your foes more. Break some teeth next time." Li Qia lazily nodded at them. He wasn't surprised at this result. How could those trained by him be inferior to others? "Let's go," he told them. The kids responsible for the carriage happily carried him up the steps. "Catch up now unless you want to stay here." Li Qia waved at Gong Qianyue. She glared at him before actually following the group. They moved up the steps towards the second trial. In fact, this trial was so close, yet Li Qia still wanted to be carried up just a few steps. Everyone became speechless at his laziness. But they did admit that he deserved this treatment from the children since he taught them something so magical. Simply incredible. An elder praised. "There's something about this Li Qia," another commented. Zhang Yu has been observing Li Qia since his arrival. However, he still didn't know anything about the guy. Humph. Huang Ning was annoyed to see Qianyue going with Li Qia up the steps. Looks like he has a chance. Senior sister Qianyue treats him differently. Zhan Hu smirked and told Huang Ning. "If that's the case, it's not a good thing for your furious tiger peak either." Huang Ning uttered coldly. "Then we're on the same side, right? I want to see what else he can do, don't you?" Zhan Hu didn't become angry. They were evenly matched opponents who have fought both openly and in the shadows. This wasn't a mortal feud or anything, and they still maintained certain civilities between them. However, they have never worked together before due to the existing rivalry. Humph. Huang Ning glared at Li Qia's back. "Senior brother Huang, don't underestimate the enemy since nothing good will come of it. As you can see, both the senior sister and 8 Zhang are his backers." Zhan Hu said. Huang Ning's eyes narrowed and didn't answer. He also suspected Qianyue for helping Li Qia earlier with Wenyong. This naturally annoyed him. He didn't know why she treated Li Qia differently from the others. He believed that he was far superior compared to Li Qia. No one was stronger than him with the exception of Qianyue. Plus, Li Qia was a nobody from a tiny village while he was a descendant of a demon king. Moreover, he was more handsome with better manners and grace. Li Qia didn't even come close to him in these aspects. The guy resembled a disgusting cockroach that he wanted to stomp to death. "Senior brother, hesitate and you'll lose your chance forever." Zhan Hu added. "What's your plan?" Huang Ning asked. "No need to rush. Remember, I have Jade Bird and Furious Tiger behind me. We'll get things done in the future." Zhan Hu smiled. Huang Ning eventually nodded, confirming their temporary alliance. Both Furious Tiger and Thousand Demons were the main peaks for the demon faction. However, the Bodhi King rarely expressed his stance, never explicitly picked the side of Furious Tiger or South Conch. He normally chose neutrality in many situations. Zhan Hu couldn't convince the Bodhi King to change his view, but Huang Ning, as his disciple, had a better chance. That's why it would be very helpful to have Huang Ning on his side in the future. He had the support of Jade Bird and Furious Tiger right now. Once Thousand Demons was on his side too, he would be able to do whatever he wanted to fulfill his ambition. Disciples gathered before the second trial. An old hall. Various emotions coursed through them. The first 2 trials were available for all. However, starting in the third trial, one needed to have 20 points. This meant that those who lost in the first must get 20 points from the second trial. That's the only way for them to participate in the third. Creak. The gate to the hall opened. The voice of an elder came from within. "Come have a seat, the second trial will begin soon. They formed lines and entered the hall. This place was ancient with a majestic aura, large enough to accommodate all of them. They felt very tiny while inside. This added to the pressure before the start of the trial. Sets of bells were put up around the hall. They looked quite strange with different engravings, birds and beasts, demons and ghosts. A protector from divine black stood in front of each set. The sect seemingly went all out to prepare this trial. The nervous disciples felt even worse. Chapter 3296. The elders were present along with numerous protectors. This added immense pressure to the participants. The carvings of beasts and fiends looked quite animated on the bells, seemingly on the verge of flying out and devouring people. This frightened them as well, causing a few to sit far away. There was no guideline to the sitting arrangement, so some strategized, thinking that being far away might weaken the bell's effect. Let's keep our distance and the sound might be weaker. We just need to make it past one movement and we'll be good. One disciple said quietly to a junior brother. This wasn't his first time. Thus, most chose the four corners or the central area. Very few sat in the front. The reason was very simple. The front had a large golden bell, the largest thing in the hall. It had the carving of a great dragon raising its claws and showing its fangs. Its mouth seemed eager to swallow the ones in the hall. An elder was in charge of it. Even a fool could tell that this was the main bell. Whoever sat to the front would have to face its power. However, Gong Qianyue chose the front to face the bell. She knew of its power but still wanted to test herself in a direct confrontation. Li Qie naturally sat next to her, still leaning on her shoulder to sleep. She had tried to push him off several times but he feigned ignorance, still blatantly doing his thing to the chagrin of the spectators. Huang Ning's fury ignited again, so he uttered coldly, "This is an examination. How improper it is for him to sit like this. He's ruining the prestige of our sect." He wanted to kick Li Qie out or worse, stomp him into bits. Li Qie didn't respond to this criticism either. Qianyue didn't know what to do outside of glaring at him. She didn't know why she was showing so much patience either. She should have sent him flying given her temperament. "Senior brother, he'll leave after the bells start. This piece of trash won't be able to listen." Other disciples consoled Huang Ning. Of course, they were telling themselves this to feel better. Everyone shared the same enemy right now in Li Qie. He'll go crazy in a little bit and you can throw him out to stop him from bothering other people. Another said. They eagerly waited for the start of the trial to see Li Qie's misfortune. On the other side, Zhan Hu slightly frowned. The strongest disciples in Divine Black were sitting to the front because they wanted to challenge the Golden Bell as well. "Junior sister, I don't think he'll be able to handle the bell. It'll bother others from protecting their Dao heart." Zhan Hu told Gong Qianyue. He didn't hate Li Qie out of jealousy like his peers. Nonetheless, he still viewed the guy as a potential problem, a thorn in his side. "That's right, junior sister. Let him scram to the corner so that he won't bother us." Huang Ning nodded. All in all, Huang Ning was more annoyed with Li Qie sleeping near her than the actual trial. This was only an excuse for him to not see Li Qie. One's Dao heart should be unaffected by external matters in the first place. If they're distracted by others, then what's the point? She flatly answered. Huang Ning and Zhan Hu had no response to this. The rest of the spectators couldn't say anything either. All of them decided to direct their anger at Li Qie instead of her. Huang Ning, in particular, was extremely annoyed at Qianyue's bias towards Li Qie. "Don't blame me for not being polite when he bothers me from going crazy," Huang Ning said. He made up his mind about dealing with Li Qie once the guy failed to endure the music. He would send Li Qie flying first before the protectors and disciples. His murderous intent intensified. Gong Qianyue naturally noticed his bloodlust. She raised her finger and summoned her samadhi flame before declaring, "Senior brother, there are rules in this hall so you don't need to worry. The examiners will deal with it." The temperature in the building rose. It seemed that just one spark of her flame could incinerate the entire place. Everyone took a deep breath while looking at her finger. Even a fool could tell that she was protecting Li Qie. Huang Ning had no idea why she was so hell-bent on protecting this guy. He scowled and turned his head towards another direction. A sinister glint flashed then as he became determined to kill Li Qie in the future. Torture first, of course. The others thought that they would be okay with it if she treated Huang Ning in this manner. After all, Huang Ning was an exceptional cultivator, the most excellent male in the sect. This wasn't the case for Li Qie, and it drove their jealousy into overdrive. Needless to say more about Li Qie's terrible talents, in terms of his background. He came from a tiny village. His looks, as mediocre as can be. In fact, one could grab a random person on the street and the guy would be better looking than Li Qie. Qianyue ignored them and maintained a cold expression. She looked at Li Qie sleeping next to her and found him different. His free temperament and unrestrained style were unique. He would probably stay calm even if the sky was falling down or if he was stuck in hell. These things contributed to his mysteriousness. This implicit quality could only be seen with time, eventually becoming an attraction. She eventually stopped thinking about him, finding her cheeks to be slightly red. She tried to put on a serious expression afterward. Bah, bah. What am I thinking? This bastard even spied on me. I'm already doing him a favor by not teaching him a lesson in public. Let's wait till we're alone and I'll show him. She gritted her teeth after recalling the unsavory event. On the other hand, the root of her suffering was sleeping well. He seemed capable of sleeping regardless of the time and place. Ahem. The elder in charge of this trial saw that the students have found their seat and said, "Since everyone is here, I'll begin by talking about the rules. There will be 3 musical movements." Chapter 3297. 0 points for failing during the first movement, 10 points for the second, and 20 points if you can make it to the last one. He continued. The listeners carefully pondered and wanted to make it to the second set at all costs. That would give them a chance to move on. The trial focuses on examining the Tao heart, which is the root of cultivation. Our patriarch once taught that talents decide your starting point, but your destination is predicated on your Tao heart, not your talents and merit laws. A firm Tao heart means endless possibilities. It means that you can persevere on the long and arduous journey towards the Tao. He put on a solemn expression. The disciples held their breath while listening. Nonetheless, some of them didn't care about the Tao heart too much. The whole thing seemed so far away and intangible. It was better to focus on finding a powerful merit law or obtaining a peerless weapon. However, they still took this trial very seriously. More points meant an easier path for the last 3 trials. Get ready, we'll begin soon. The elder concluded his speech about the Tao heart and reminded the disciples. Elder, what about the final movement? Qianyue asked. You want to challenge it, right? The elder laughed and said, "It is not part of the examination, but since you made it past the 3rd movement last time, we have discussed and agreed to let you try the final movement if you still have strength. Keep in mind that it is long and complicated, far more demanding compared to the first 3. We'll see how well you'll be able to do." Yes. Qianyue remained blunt and didn't say anything else. Others would want to get more out of the seniors if they had her talents and power. She didn't care for anything else other than the challenge itself. Many became envious of her power. They were only thinking about making it through the first and the second movement. That would be the best result already. The 3rd movement seemed impossible. However, she wanted the final one. It has been a long time since the final chapter was played during this trial. Some said that when this happened, it was when their current sect master was still a regular disciple. Okay, we're starting. The elder thunderously declared and woke up the disciples. They focused up and changed their state of mind, separating themselves from the outside world. Boom, boom, boom. The bells began making indistinct sounds, seemingly coming from the deepest crevices beneath the ground. Though the disciples tried their best to protect their mind and calm their Tao heart, they were still instantly taken to a strange domain. Mist and fog engulfed the area in a bizarre manner. The bells seemed capable of spiritual evocation, calling the soul from the body with whispers. Many disciples shuddered as a response. The weaker ones couldn't help opening their eyes. They were no longer in the Great Hall but rather, a dark cemetery. Graves and corpses scattered about. One could see green ghost flames among the engulfing mist and fog. The individual disciple found themselves to be alone. Their peers were no longer next to them. This was naturally frightening to a new cultivator. Shit, where am I? One stood up and shouted. Another turned and fled, wanting to escape from this cemetery. The moment they lost their cool, the scene before them immediately changed. The warm sunlight returned and the cemetery was no longer there. They were now standing in front of the gate to the second trial. They have lost control of their Dao heart, hence the disqualification. They came up to look into the hall again. The place was still the same, only that the elders and protectors had begun playing the bells. Some disciples were still there. The hall was sealed so anyone outside was unaffected. Even if they could hear the bells, it was nothing more than regular noises. Sigh. Quite a few have been teleported out before the end of the first movement. The majority consisted of new recruits. They had shallow cultivation and a weak Dao heart. I should have picked a spot farther away from those bells. One disciple still didn't realize the problem and said with regrets. Same, I wasn't ready. I should have just kept my eyes closed the entire time. As the first movement was approaching its end, several exceptional disciples who stood out in this generation were sent out. This was their first time participating in this trial, so despite their talents, they still couldn't make it through the first movement. What about that piece of trash? He ran away, right? Someone thought about Xueqi after calming down. The others started looking around. In terms of cultivation, he was definitely at the bottom, if not the weakest. If these stronger participants had been sent out, so would he. Unfortunately, he was nowhere to be found. Haha, he probably left already out of shame. One disciple gloated. No, look, he's still inside. Someone saw Xueqi still leaning on Xueqi, comfortably sleeping. The eliminated disciples found this impossible. How is he still in there? After all, they were far stronger yet still couldn't resist the bells. Can't you see? He's deep asleep. That's why he's not affected by the bells. One demon snorted. Yes, that's why. The others nodded in agreement. The bell melodies are part of the Tao. Even a deaf person can hear it. The protector guarding the gate interrupted. This made the crowd exchange glances of confusion and doubts. Then why is he still there? Maybe he's unconscious? An older disciple didn't accept it. The protector glanced inside and shook his head. No. In fact, he was confused as well. Xueqi's cultivation was definitely among the weakest in this batch, but he still lasted longer than those stronger than him. Something is wrong, no way. Another disciple said but couldn't come up with a reason. The protector didn't say anything while agreeing with the sentiment. Half of the participants have been removed after the first movement. Some were considered young geniuses. On the other hand, some of the relatively weaker cultivators were still inside, successfully surviving the first movement. This made the ones outside skeptical about the result. I'm stronger than them. Why aren't they eliminated? One young genius wasn't convinced. Chapter 3298. Why are they still in there despite their weak cultivation? A few talented disciples began protesting, thinking that something was off. They were pointing at the children from Lu who were average among the third generation. They were only considered good seeds and still had a way to go before catching up to their seniors. However, some of the latter have been eliminated after the first movement while the children were still inside. I think there's a problem. Why are we out if that Xueqi is still in? One of them said. Right, deception is afoot. They have to be employing some schemes for this to work. Another joined in. The protector glared at them and said, I see, got a lot of concerns here. Go tell the patriarch then, since he left the bells behind and personally compiled the musical movements. Do you think you're stronger than the patriarch? The unhappy crowd immediately shut their mouth. Saying anything else could be construed as being disrespectful to the patriarch, a serious offense. Plus, their patriarch was a divine beast with unreal power. The emperors of that ancient era used to visit him to show their respect. The second movement was no longer a scene of hell but rather the world of mortals. Accomplishments and success, love and feuds along with freedom, beauties and gentlemen. They experienced the various peaks of life. Ha ha ha. One disciple laughed from all the pleasures and got teleported outside. Many were sent out at the start of the second movement. The regular disciples who have joined the sect for a while couldn't withstand the temptation and became lost in the movement. At the halfway point, the senior brothers and sisters started losing as well. They sighed and lamented, but it was too late. Nonetheless, this was still far better than being sent out during the first movement. The children from Lu also lost during the second half of this movement and were sent out. Only 1/3 of the young generation of Divine Black still remained nearing the end of the second movement. Why? A few disciples confident in their abilities couldn't accept this result. Meanwhile, the Lu children were glad to see Li Qie still inside. Young master can definitely make it through all three. They idolized him. Humph, just a blind cat coming across a dead mouse. One disciple coldly uttered. It's because he's sitting near senior sister Qianyue. Her chaos true energy is protecting him so he's unaffected. You're right, that makes sense. The others found this to be the most logical explanation. That's the only way for that piece of trash to last so long. He's just taking advantage of senior sister Qianyue. Shameless scoundrel keeps on latching on to the senior sister. She's just too nice. Any other senior sisters would have crushed him long ago. A demon's eyes turned red from jealousy and spat on the ground. Humph, there's a reason why senior sister Qianyue sticks around our young master instead of you all. She clearly likes him. A child from Lu immediately retorted. They were still innocent and pure with blind confidence in Li Qie. They thought that the senior sister was lucky to be with their young master. The demon turned red and didn't really have a response to the kids. He eventually grumbled, just wait and see, the senior sister won't be able to protect him forever. The bell will cause chi deviation and he'll turn into an abomination. Many others shared the same sentiment as they watched Li Qie and Qianyue being so close. Jealousy burned their mind. The second movement finally ended. Not too many were left, just Li Qie, Gong Qianyue, Zhan Hu, Huang Ning, and some older disciples near middle age. They have joined for the longest, only a little bit later than Lu Fuyo and Zhang Yu. If they had joined a few years earlier, they would be addressing Fuyo as senior brother. They were the pillars of Divine Black. Some were the first brother of their peak and began taking on important duties. A few were serving as protectors as well. Thus, Qianyue's group of 4 was the youngest here. The third movement began. A majestic and awe-inspiring Tao suppressed the disciples. It felt as if an ancient emperor was here in person. The seal outside the hall this time couldn't contain its power. The ones outside felt the pressure and needed to back off. Boom! The remaining disciples couldn't withstand it and finally yielded, resulting in them being teleporting out of the hall. So strong! Those waiting outside gasped after sensing this aura. The ones that were just sent out became sweaty from top to bottom. That Li guy is finished. He'll be reduced to blood without any protection. A few disciples glared at Li Qie. In their opinion, once Gong Qianyue stopped being able to withstand this power, Li Qie would lose his protection and die. Lucky bastard, he ain't shit without senior sister Qianyue's protection. Her suitors spoke up again, fanning the fire. Just wait, it won't be long now. He will either die or suffer chi deviation and turn into a madman. Someone like him can't resist the third movement. An older senior brother expressed his jealousy. Leaving the whole Qianyue thing aside, they didn't like that he could just sleep and get 20 points. They were so much stronger than him, but he ended with a better result? No one could accept this. The next development surprised many people. Huang Ning was the first to come out before Zhan Hu not long after. The two of them both got 20 points, but this meant that Zhan Hu's Tao heart was superior. You're better than me, brother Zhan Hu. Huang Ning reflected while staring at Qianyue. No, it's because there's something else on your mind. Zhan Hu shook his head and didn't become complacent. In reality, the two of them were evenly matched. Alas, Huang Ning was infuriated with Li Qie and this affected his Tao heart. At the end of the third movement, even the first brother of South Conk was sent out. The hall became empty with the exception of Qianyue and Li Qie. She sat there elegantly and fought against the pressure with plenty to spare. On the other hand, Li Qie was deep asleep with his head on her shoulder. The elder in charge of this trial couldn't believe it. He stared at Li Qie and wondered if there was a problem with the musical movement. However, this shouldn't be the case because all the other ones got eliminated just fine. This perplexed the examiners. Gong Qianyue was one thing, but how could an iron skin like Li Qie have such a firm Tao heart? Was he born with a heart made out of stone? Is this really happening? The spectators outside shared the same confusion. There has to be a mistake. Another answered, you're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.